That was an ugly switch over. That was horrible. Good morning, Harushi. BTCCKK. Hutch, good morning. How y'all doing? Let's go, Cap. How was the weather last night? Oh, it's terrible. Winds blowing, trees coming down. I didn't lose any power, thankfully. And you know what's crazy is I have a refrigerator that our house was struck by lightning once, and I've got grounding rods and everything. I've got breakers, or not, I've got special breakers in my box. Didn't matter. Blew up my refrigerator, cost me a couple $1,000. So I unplugged my refrigerator last night. How's everybody doing out there? Yes, sir. Starting early. We got a lot to go over this morning. Good morning, one day at a time. Good morning, Matt. Good morning, King Hotep. Good morning, AK. Good morning, Jesus. Anybody that's showing up this morning, you did the right thing because we have some stuff to go over. You know, I have an interesting, cool thing to show you this morning because I'm kind of known for this. And I've been struggling with putting this together. Not struggling, but I want to be able to. We've got two different kind of markets heading our way, and we're going to talk about it. It rained and hard in Indy last night too. Yeah, dude, we got like. It's weird too because I'm working on my backyard right now, trying to regrade it, and it's times like this where I'm watching closely. And I just waterproofed my basement, and it's working, so I'm stoked. Good morning, everybody. Yes, tornadoes are weird. Thanks for, buy into the day, right, baby? More Cap, thanks for the BOD end-of-day reports. Today, can you touch on how the correlation is resetting and is going to play into April? OPEX, thanks for a solid you do. Hey, thank you too, Bicky. Better rain than snow. Yeah, it's weird. I'm not from Michigan, so I want tons of snow when I lived out west. But in Michigan, I can do without it here. So we're going to switch over to something else real quick. I think I got this right here. So I'm going to bring this over one step at a time here for you this morning. Okay, so this morning, no one really cares about the economic calendar, it looks like this morning. I could be wrong on this, but it looks like nobody gives a flying fuck. Now, this is the U.S. durable goods order. You can see by our bulletin, U.S. durable goods orders dropped more than forecast in February. And also, claims are the lowest they've ever been. We already know why, right? We already know that everyone's been on unemployment for a couple of years. We know that there's two things going on. Number one, people need to get back to work or want to get back to work, or they hate their fucking wives or husbands, their boyfriends and girlfriends or whatever, right? Or they've been stuck in the house. It could just be money. And also, people aren't eligible. This is the second part, is that people aren't eligible for unemployment anymore. And a lot of these initial claims rely upon not only people being unemployed, but they're claiming unemployment, right? So there's probably a stack of people out there that aren't working right now that aren't claiming anything. So, of course, you're going to expect these numbers to come in. None of this is not expected, right? We've got continuing claims as well, durable goods orders, core capital goods, current account deficit, as well at 8:30. And then we've got lots of little Fed presidents talking, right? We've got Neil Kashkari at 8:30. We've got Waller at 9:10. And then we've got the S&P market manufacturing PMI flash at 9:45. And then we've got the PMI flash, the global. I don't know why that's in there twice, but maybe oh no, sorry, I'm missing that one. The Atlanta Fed, my microphone's covering everything. Atlanta Fed President Ralph Bostic speaks again at 11 a.m. this morning. So we've got a full docket of volatility on par for today. So just looking at the day, you already know that we're probably going to have some kind of volatility between now and 11 a.m. And it kind of stacks up to where we are, where the charts are right now. And we're going to talk about a few things. We're going to get through a lot of stuff this morning. But we're also going to look at some indicators for you. If you're a bull or a bear, I've got the indicators for you. I hope that you've signed up this morning if you are already, or if you haven't already, for TradingView. A couple other notes. If you're not a part of the Discord, we stream live time, as well as my voice, I think, is streaming in there. We stream options flow, directed options flow, some of the best option flow you can get out there. in Discord in one of the voice channels. So if you were to bring up two screeners for yourself or two I don't know, displays on one monitor or something, you can watch this broadcast on YouTube. Either mute YouTube or mute Discord and follow along with both bookmap, candlestick charts, the options flow, and then also be listening in to the news. You guys know that the news that we run here is faster than anywhere else on the internet, period. Nowhere else you're getting faster impact, the news that's impactful when it's meaningful to the market. So stay tuned every day with us. We're going to go over some cool indicators for you to be looking at. Now, tomorrow we're going to focus on macro under the hood, but as an equity trader, as a futures trader, as an equity trader, we're gonna look at some indicators that you can be checking on day in, day out before you start your day and when you end your day, to know when to be buying and when to be selling, okay? And we're going to talk about that because I'm kind of known for the last couple of years saying, hey, that we're going to buy this bottom, we're going to buy this bottom, we're going to buy this bottom. If you only bought these bottoms, you would be rich and you would have made 0 bad trades in 2 straight years, right? Just 0, not a single bad trade in 2 straight years. So we're going to look at an indicator this morning that actually still does the same thing, even right now. Matter of fact, it's worked right through January. Believe it or not, January sell-off, February, March. This is the indicator. Okay. Now there's some other indicators I'm going to add to it, just so that you can get a firmer understanding beneath the surface as to what this means if we continue higher, or if there's problems in the mechanics underneath. So we're going to go over that this morning. We're going to get to that at some point this morning. So we've got some volatility on the docket until 11 a.m. Right? Tomorrow we don't have much in the news until 10 a.m. We don't have a lot going on, but we do have a stack of speakers again heading into Friday, and this has been concerning me for the past week and a half because they're lining up with a no news week. They're just stacking them high so that these Fed speakers are talking to you. You know that Fed Chair Powell was very hawkish in his last speech, and then all of this accumulate, I guess, is my question, into an end of the week thing. I posted on Twitter saying, do we get a surprise rate hike increase? If you read some of those newsletters I put out, yesterday's newsletter actually discusses in a short blurb. It says that there's a discussion about a regime going back to 1994. And I don't know if you know this or not, but the last time we had an emergency rate hike was, I believe, 1994. I could be wrong in this, but I think it was 1994, if I recall. So there is underneath the current of the retail market, there is most certainly a discussion about that. Furthermore, about yesterday on Twitter, we talked about existential of the equities market, what's going on in gold, what's going on in the bond market, what's going on TLT yesterday, what's going on with the dollar. So there are some exogenous, right, things that are going on outside of the market that are telling a different story than where we are. So we're going to start today on just some oscillators, some indicators, and why you should be bullish or why you shouldn't be bullish, where you should be buying dips, where you should be selling tops. And then tomorrow we're going to focus on that other stuff so that you can have 2 new toolkits to add to your bag, your toolbox every single day. And the first one today is going to be simple. Now, moving on from that, the spot gamma report for this morning, okay? The SG report this morning. Let's go through that together, okay? Futures are up slightly to 447 after a quiet overnight session. Our volatility estimates 0.86 from open, and key trading levels remain in line with yesterday. Resistance is at 4,500 and 4,510. That's the same as yesterday, right? Nothing has changed. Support lies at 4,473 and then 4,450. Last week we laid out the following map, and movement thus far is according to plan. Key in on that, okay? Key in on that. That last week I harped on this with you, saying if we don't get expansion, we will roll this market over and it could go deep, okay? It's over 4,500 wherein dealer resistance begins to increase, which means the market needs a catalyst to push higher, okay? With gamma near 0 and Vanna drained off, the market seems to have run out of steam. Key in on that, okay? We ran out of steam yesterday. And this morning, we did catch a bounce this morning. Matter of fact, I did buy that close yesterday with some call spreads for end of month because there is we talked about the JPM caller yesterday, right? On Twitter, we talked about it. And then we also talked yesterday about it being end of quarter. And if we have a red quarter, the impact of that for the following quarter and then just the recovery. If we have a red quarter, right, it opens a door up to much deeper selling. It opens the door up also to a recovery that takes much longer. You start to stack these quarters up, and then you're talking about a recovery that can expand into 1, 2, 3 years. And then you've heard me in the past talk about you have to. This is going to lace right into the indicators I'm going to show you this morning, and that is that the last 2 years you could buy anywhere and you were up as an investor. And I've made note in broadcast and on Twitter that you have to now actively manage your investments. You have to actively manage your trades, and we're not buying to over time now, right? We've switched the regime from, hey, we're buying, I'm buying and holding, and I'm just gonna dollar cost average in an ad, whether it's on a high or a low, for 2 straight years. You've had that easy street. Now we're back to, we have to buy bottoms and sell tops here and manage throughout. I would expect from now for the next 1 to 3 years minimum. If you do not, there is a fair chance that you are looking at a decade where, because of inflation, because of the rate increases, taxes, wage stagflation, any number of things, just money leaving, which it already has left the equities market, right? You could see that money get invested somewhere else, like let's say gold, and you're just not going to have the money backing your investment, so that even if you buy a bottom, right, or just this one bottom and ride trend up, or even if it's slowly, let's say the market goes up 3% every year for the next 3 years, you're still not going to beat inflation. You're still not going to beat anything else out there or you're not going to beat the investment that you made in equities, whereas some other investment that all the money fled to is going up by hundreds of percent over years, okay, like equities used to do. So the key is this: if you want to stay in the equity market, we're going to talk tomorrow about other investments for you, but for today, we want to talk to you about equities. If you are going to stay in equities, then you have to actively manage your investments. You have to say, it's not time. Now it's going to be price-based, right? I'm going to buy bottoms. We're going to have a lot of bottoms. No, we are not. This is the last time I'm going to say it. We are not going up like the last 2 years for the next 2 years. It is not happening. Even if the money faucet's still on slightly, it ain't on like it used to be on. So that until that happens again, you have the ability to lose your investments, even if you're just saying, hey, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing for the last 2 years. You will wind up in 10 years being not only flat, if not flat, you will be under your initial investments. You'd be worse off than if you'd bought just a savings account with 0.06% interest, believe it or not, shockingly. So that's my take on the market, okay? Now, last week we laid out this falling map according to plan 4,500, whereas daily resistance begin to increase, which means that the market needs a catalyst to push higher. With Gaminair's zero and Vena drained off the market, it seems to have run out of steam, right? We saw that regime. Watch my cursor right here, right? We saw that happen here, right? We pushed down, tried to come back up, had no catalyst to rise higher, and we wound up selling down deeper, okay? This is a pretty big move right here. This is about a 10% move down from highs. And we look like we're coming right back into that again right now. So just be conscious of this. Be conscious of these Fed speakers coming out. Be conscious that they're just stacking up, okay? There was also a lot of news this morning. You saw everybody wants to talk about nuclear war, right? It's almost like they're priming the pipes right now for some kind of a bad catalyst. There's a lot of talk around 4510 JPM put strike and its implications for current prices. Our view on this is quite simple. By default, the 44,000 contracts here are decaying, and that will pin the market into March 31st, right? We talked about this yesterday on Twitter, right? Therefore, the idea of playing mean revision back into 4,500 makes some sense here. However, if sellers emerge, possibly through some exogenous geopolitical catalyst, then those high gamma puts will add a lot of firepower to a move lower. This is jump risk. Along this general idea, we've added the VIX one-day implied move to our dashboard below. You notice that the VIX one-day implied move at 1.48% is quite a bit higher than our gamma-based forecast of 0.89%. The basic idea here is that the VIX SG spread implies options may be rich, which is not terribly surprising due to the event vol premium, geopolitics, higher rates, etc. Selling very, very short-dated options, i.e. Friday, likely appeals to a fair number of traders, and we think that can help add some support on drawdowns. The key here being that maybe we can get a little dip into Friday, but we're not going to go quite as deep as that 4,000, right? Maybe not as quite as deep as that 4,000. Start selling you all of these puts that are down there. Start selling you those 400s so that you're buying them up and out of the hands of some big cowboy or somebody that's got loads of them down there. Maybe a Carl Icahn, right? See Carl Icahns out there the past couple days? Doom and gloom, right? I'm preparing. He's probably holding all those 4,000 puts down there. He wants you, the sucker, the retail trader, to buy them. So we're going to scroll through the rest of this morning. I'll go through this slow. You can always pause this broadcast, come back through and get your levels here for the SPY and for the Qs and SPX. You can see some basic key support and resistances. Mostly we know about those. And then we're going to go through some gamma levels and some vol triggers in and of itself here, okay? See a vol trigger down here of 4,400, right? Keep on scrolling down. Vol trigger 445 right here for the SPY. Keep on going on down. Keep on scrolling on down. You can always mute this, come back and take a look at these numbers down here. And that's all I got for you for spot gamma today. So what does that mean? We're going to add that to a whole bunch of other crap, right? We're going to look at a 1-year chart here for the SPY. We know that we're going to be fighting for this 200-day moving average. We see it right here, right? We see the move down below it back here on February 14th. We fought to get above, failed, right? Failed to hold this, and we wound up coming back down. And then that's that key. That same key is implied here. If we trade below this 200 moving day average here, right? I've got this big dotted line down here, right? I don't want to see us start dipping below here, right? Because you'll see a rejection again. You can see it right back here how it took place, right? Traded above it, but we came back down here, bounced, rejected, and started to sell down lower. And I've got the same setup here ready for today, tomorrow, and into Friday, right? Do we make that trip below down here? Do we break this support down here at 435? Because if we do break 435, I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen. You're going to see us trade down no lower than 410, and you're going to see us also open the door, depending on where we are, like 405. This is where all those puts are down here, 405. And that's what they want to do. Now, though they want to do that, there can be some large players out there, GS, JPM, and they're like, hey, we don't want it getting below, we don't want a bad quarter here. And you also see that these big banks threw all their clients' money into this market to buy it down here. They bought this market way down here, right? So they can go back to their clients and say, don't worry, Jim Bob. We know the market sold off, but I shorted the market, and then I bought the bottom for you, and now it's rising back up. So I made you money on the shorting your own shit stocks, and then I bought more for you at the end of the quarter. We saved the quarter. I know you had a bad 2 months, but your third month, we did you right. So that's my thought, right? And that's probably the thought of most bulls, at least, until at least the 31st or the 1st, is they're going to attempt to save the quarter. Okay? So this 200-day moving average is going to be important for you as a bull and as a bear, right? The bear's like, they're going to get rid of this market. They're going to sell this down, get us a red quarter. And I'll tell you what, if we do sell down before the 1st, you can probably give it the 1st too. But I'll tell you what, if we get a bad quarter, right, it's ugly. It's real ugly. You're talking about when we talked about this in January, right? You're going to take the bull suit off, and you're going to put that bear suit on. There is no saving it once you have the bad quarter, or at least historically, there's no saving it. Okay, it does signal some real negativity down the road for us if we break through. I think it's 453 or 4. I think someone was saying it was 453. I think it's 435. I think technically it might be 453, but in reality, I was looking at January and then February and now March. The real ugly is 435. You break through 435, you close below 435 heading into the first, it's going to be bad. It's going to be real bad. That's 3 bad months. I think the 435 and some change is the actual number. There might be like a technical number that's higher, but in all reality, you don't want to see below 435. That's 3 red months in a row, double upon a bad quarter. So pay attention to this 435 number down here. It's very important for you. For today, the key support and resistance for today is going to be, this is your support down here, 4450. Don't want to break this. This is other key support. This is S2 for you, and we're below it currently, 44729. And here you have your resistance above 4500 and 4510, which we've talked, or which Spot Gamma talked about. And their point here is that this is their point here. They're trying to tell you is that you should be looking for more call expansion today, right? We talk about this all the time. More call expansion so that we can break out of this resistance at 451 and start to trade to 460 or near 460, 450 to 460, right? If we can't get this call expansion here, you know, we talk about on this channel all the time. We talk about if you don't see it up here, you get told no, right? You come up here to see it, and if you get told no, right, that's 2 tries for the bulls. You usually only get 2 tries. At most, you might get a 3rd try, and then it's going to start heading lower. Okay, so you might get one more try today. I don't see you not getting another try at it today. I think you should get it today. But I'll tell you what, 1, 2 tries. We talk about how days pass. When you start to trade sideways and you don't make new highs, right? We will start to consolidate, and we will start to sell down until we do find some support that'll take us higher. That's important to know, okay? That 1, 2, and 3, bye-bye. Or 1, 2, and then we go up. Or 1, and then 2, we go up. But if you don't see this support, so your keys for today are you're going to be watching the VIX, and you're going to be watching the options flow today. Now, you could be watching as well the hero indicator, but if you see real money selling coming in, the hero indicator could be going wild with calls. And matter of fact, we'll talk about Tesla later when that happens. Oftentimes, indicators don't work on Tesla because it's a cult stock, right? So because it's a cult stock, you can't always trust indicators. You have buyers on Tesla no matter what. Whereas typically in SPY, ES, SPX, you can actually see the indicators actually tell a better story as to what's going on. Now, so just be aware of this today. If you don't see this call expansion today, if we don't see any real money selling, we'll pay attention to that on Bookmap today. If real money sellers come in, you're going to expect us to trade lower until we find support. And we've talked about where that support lies in the past. Let me get rid of this here. Let me close this out. And that support is down here, 440. It could be slightly higher. You could bring it to like 440.68, right? We're looking down here for see this nice little bounce down here. This is 437. I think it's 438 is where I saw one yesterday. We'll look at Bookmap again today and make sure these levels are correct. We'll adjust them as need be. We'll scroll down and take a peek. And then down here at 435, you don't want to break this 435. If you break this 435, we're making a trip lower. We could break through for a minute and come back up. This is a great dip buy down here at 438 to 435. Great area to dip buy. We'll track this closely if we do begin to sell off. But be aware of this today, and be aware of call expansion. If we get this call expansion, you're looking for calls that are like 460 to 470. In all reality, you want to see 465s, you want to see 470s, not just those call hedges. You want to see calls to expand upon the call hedging that came out this past 3 to 4 days. Now, we're going to talk about something here that is important, okay? We're going to get rid of all this real quick. We're going to get rid of this economic calendar here. We're going to bring this back over here. And we're going to talk about something very important here. And this is the trading view chart that I wanted to talk to you about this morning, okay? So yeah, I've got down here 435 magic number, close below in the quarter, opens fucking doom and gloom. It's somewhere up in here. It's like right up in here. You don't want to see this break here, this yellow line right here. But this is what we're going to talk about. I've been known for like being able to time bottoms. People in the past couple of years are like, that guy can time a fucking bottom. So we're going to talk about something important this morning, okay? I want you guys to open up your TradingView account. And this is a free one. I used to pay for TradingView and I stopped paying for it. I went back to using it just for I just got the free the free trading. I used to pay for it, and I just stopped because I don't have the time and the data to make these charts and then pass them along. I just don't have the time right now. I was talking to one of my interns saying, I'm like, I need to pay an intern to be here with me. Smarter intern than Jamie. I need someone smart that can work with like a partner. I need a partner so we can put this stuff out every day. But anyways, we'll get out past all that. Yeah, on your indicators, I want you to just click on one, okay? And we're going to start with a market breadth indicator. And this is when a market breadth indicator is going to show you the bid in the market by sector, right? This is the market breadth indicator percentage of U.S. stocks, right? It's made by Iceman Ran here, right? There's a little README down here. And this shows you, this actually tells you, gives you an explanation as to what it means, right? How it works. The market breadth studies attempt to uncover strength and weakness in movements of an index that are not visible simply by looking at a chart of the index down here, right? You can go through this on your own and get the explanation from them. But what you need to know about this indicator, though, is, did I click on this? Yeah, we're going to import this one. Now, when you import this indicator, it takes like 5 minutes for it to load. It takes forever. But there's a key in this indicator, and I'm going to show you some keys of this indicator and why it matters. I want to show you, no matter, even if the market's rolling over, when you can buy and when you can sell, in the depth of selling, when the selling is actually done. This indicator is awesome because it shows you when the actual selling is done. And you can see on the right-hand side here, it shows you utilities, tech, real estate, materials, right? Healthcare, fintech. Shows you, or finance, excuse me, a whole bunch of different indicators in this in this indicator, okay? And I want to show you what makes it, what's key about this indicator, and why it matters actually, okay? And I want to show you this here. I want to see this mark right here. See where my cursor is right here? You see how long this took to sell off down below here? Do you see down below here in this indicator that it actually took time to get down to a bottom down here? Right, it wasn't an event that took a week, right? And the same thing happened over here as well, right? You see this nice little bottom down here, and you can see how long it takes. See, specifically is a good one right here. This is December 28th. You can see that the market breadth down below, right, took some time for us to hit an actual bottom down here, okay? What the cool part about this indicator is, if you scroll back, it's going to take some time. We're going to go back to a better time here. This is, what is that? 2020? Let's look at 2020 real quick. Okay, and you can see this move was fast, okay? But you can also see that the market breadth proved itself even in that short time frame. So what is this telling you versus this past 3 months versus a 2-week cycle? This indicator is showing you that regardless if it's a week or 3 months, or a week or a month, or a week or 2 months, right? It's going to show you when you actually truly hit bottom, a bottom that you can buy. So if you were to download this to your trading app, or if you were to download this indicator on TradingView, right, and every day you're getting laid in the morning, you pour yourself a cup of coffee, you fuck off all week long, and all you're going to pay attention to is just this indicator, nothing else out there, regardless of where the market is, because we've seen the market roll over, right? Regardless, this indicator tells you when you can buy, right? Way down here. See this green down here? You don't need to buy when it touches this green. You need to buy when it slams down inside this green, okay? And you're going to see it down here as well, right? We start slamming down in here. You know that you can buy. You can actually buy stock in the market, right? You can buy call spreads in the market. You don't even have to, and you can see this move right here. You don't even have to get aggressive. You're just buying stock, and you're buying call spreads that are dated a month, 3 months out. That's all you're doing. You want to get aggressive in here on one of these bottoms? You wait until it's confirmed that we're going up, okay, to start taking on more aggressive positioning. You want to know when to sell? Now, you got this big red line up here, and this kind of tells you where to sell. But you can snap your own lines. You can make I think on this one you can make a line. Let's see right here. You can make your own line right here. Boom. You added your own line in, right? And this is going to show you when you should start selling, right? Or at least not be as aggressive in your longs, right? So we know about this one right here. The other key about this indicator is that you can see here that the aggressiveness, right? The aggressiveness here is the aggressive part of this move is over currently. And we're going to talk about some other indicators to add to this chart so that you can look deeper when you're like, hey, Cap, I want to be long here. You can see yesterday we came down slightly to the 778. Now, and at the end, I'm like, hey, you should buy some calls at the bell. It'll probably work out for you. Why is that? Because I was looking at some other indicators. Now, here's another key, okay? Here's another key. Look at this one right here. We came up here back in April of 2021, right? And we didn't quite touch. We got up nice and high, right? But then we kind of started to drift higher, right? Drift higher, and the market started to lose its breadth here, but we continued higher, right? So even if we're right here right now, what does this show you here? This shows you that even if we continue higher, let's say to 460 from now, right? Let's say we grind higher into the end of the month, we're still going to have this roll off portion of the month, okay? So either now through the 31st or after the 31st, you're more than likely going to get some kind of a rollover here. So when you're like, hey, I'm a bull, Cap, right? Well, you want to go on Twitter, you want to pump this shit up all day long, then this isn't the time for you to be pumping this shit up, is it? If you were already long down here, you could extend this. You can extend this. You could buy this for another week or so or a day down here if you think we're going to continue on higher. There are other indicators that you know are out there to say, hey, I should be buying. So if you're a bull, you're like, shit, this is where you should be being a bull down here, where my cursor is. If you're a bull up here, I'm sorry to tell you, but at some point, even if we grind higher, let's say we grind higher to 459, we're going to roll at some point to some extent. If you're a bear, you're looking for these numbers, right? If you're a bear, where are you looking to take shorts? Here, if you want to be a bear, because being a bear is not easy, right? Not easy at time being a bear. Maybe your line's way up here, where you start thinking about throwing on some put spreads, right? I'm going to start adding some put spreads on here, Cap, in the money, right? And then you're going to wait for that rollover to continue and to move down and down and down and down, right? And where do you get that? Where do you get that acceleration move? Is when we're down below here, right? This is when you start to get actual vicious capitulation down. So you'd snap yourself a second line, okay? This is a kick-ass indicator. It's worked. It worked. It's a matter of fact, if I showed you March of 2020, right? Same thing happened here. Violent move off, right? Boom. And when you see it down here, right? This didn't really work out too well, did it? This is a full market liquidation event down here. Full market liquidation event down here. What is the difference between this here and over here? And I'll show you. And that is the black area. Do you see that black area that's in there? See how the depth of this black area is not quite as deep? And you'll want to see that same thing down here. We had that move right here, okay? So you want to be waiting. If you want to be waiting for that nice big black area to show itself down here. Now I want to show you a couple other things, okay? I want to bring up some other indicators here. I want to bring you the on balance. I'm going to type these out for you, okay? This is the on balance volume indicator. And we only have 10 minutes left. I got to try to blaze through this, okay? This is the on balance indicator down here. And when you go to I'm going to bring this back up for you here so that you can see this one here. On balance. Hopefully they're going to get it. So the on balance indicator is used as technical to measure buying and selling pressure. It is a cumulative indicator, meaning that on days where price went up, that day's volume is added to the cumulative OBV total. If price went down when that day's volume is subtracted from the OBV total, the OBV value is then plotted as a line for easy interpretation. On balance volume is primarily used to confirm or identify overall price trends or to anticipate price movements after divergences, right? So we're going to close this one right here. And you're going to see down here, right, that the OBV line is still down, okay? Even though we've traded higher here. You notice how that OBV is not telling the same story. It's telling you that we have this big squeeze up here, and we still don't have major buyers in the market. This tells you two things. One, this rally could be false. And also, two, if you want to, when people say we still have more room to squeeze higher, that would mean that we need to see more volume, more buyers step into this market for us to squeeze higher where we are, okay? Next one I'm going to show you here is the, let me see. I'm going to show you the ARMS index next. This is the trend, baby. This is the same one down here, right? This gives us more room. See this green arrow down here? This means that we can still buy here. We have room to buy here. Notice how we have two charts below saying that we are set up to either grind higher. The buyers still haven't come in. We could still move higher here, right? So this is not showing the same as this chart above here. We have divergences in the OBV and in the trend. I'm going to show you another one here. You should be looking at as well. This is your advanced decliner. If you look at an advanced decliner chart on the advanced decline chart on TradingView, it doesn't really tell a lot. It's just a bunch of bars going up and down. We're going to look at the advanced decline line, and it's showing the same thing, right? It's showing that we are lower. We still haven't had the advanced decline, the advancers get high enough here. You see how high they are right here for this strong move higher? This is indicating that a lot of buyers still have not stepped into the market. Want to be aware of that. That the push up higher right now is still a low volume push up. That this is telling you there's still buyers waiting to enter this market here. There's still a divergence here on the advanced decliner line. The next one that I want to show you is I showed you the ARMS, I showed you the unbalanced, I showed you the advanced decliner, and the last one I want to show you is the McClellan. Nah, I want the summation index. This one right here. Get rid of this one as well. And this right here, I wanted you to see this here. See this curl up on the McClellan? This is the McClellan summation index. You see this curl up here? This curl up back here? So this led to a giant move higher, right? I want you to see these back here and watch my cursor here, right? A little bit of a bump below, but then we pushed higher. I want you to see how low the McClellan summation index is. So if you are a bull out there, right, there are a lot of indicators underneath or within, I should say, this first one, this market breadth indicator, even though we're high right now, saying that we're waiting for buyers to come in. So this is kind of in the background telling you exactly what Spot Gamma is telling you this morning, is that for this push to go higher, we need more money to come into this market. And there is money available for this market to shoot higher. So maybe they're just waiting for a better price. Maybe it's 435. Maybe it's 440. We'll find out today. But I want you to use this here specifically because if you're wondering out there, should I be buying right now, Cap? My truthful answer to you is I don't know, but I can tell you one thing. When it gets down here, right? When it starts to come down here, watch my cursor down here, that is the time to buy. So even if we grind higher, even if you miss a squeeze higher, even if you, let's say we trade to 460 and you miss this, maybe it's time to sit out from the market and just watch this indicator. If you were to watch this one indicator, you would have the ability to time what's actually a bottom where you can feel safe buying something and then make decisions down the road from there. You can, as a matter of fact, if you bought this down here, you already know that this is the time for you to take your profit off the table. You could not trade day in, day out. You could just sit on your ass. You could go fuck your boyfriend, fuck your girlfriend. You could fucking eat bonbons in front of a TV and not fuck around and just watch this one indicator, and not have to pull the crystal ball out and start to figure out if we're going to grind higher, if we're going to squeeze higher, if there's more room, if the volume's going to come into the market to buy, and just say, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to just sit back and wait. This is the indicator. So this is the market breadth indicator on TradingView. It's free. You don't have to pay anybody for it. You don't have to go sign up for, I don't know, stockcharts.com. You don't have to sign up for anybody else's noise. You could probably fucking turn off Twitter, Wall Street Bets, fucking stock twits. You could turn me off. And just watch this every fucking day. And when this shit comes down like this, right, you start entering your longs. Does that make sense to you out there? Does this making sense to you if you're out there watching me right now? There's 166 people watching right now. Hope the fuck I got through to some of you this morning. Okay, it's 9:22. Hope I got through to some of you this morning, okay? Yeah, go to work, Gerald. Have a great day. So the name of this indicator down here, okay? I'm gonna type it in for you one more time, okay? Type it in for you one more time. It's very simple. Market breadth, not bread, indicator. Bring that shit up. Jamie, bring that shit up. It's the percentage of U.S. stocks, okay? Now, there's a couple things here. Do not... Hold on a second here. I gotta fucking mute this bullshit here. I'm gonna mute this over here. Okay, so this market breadth indicator does not work well on smaller time frames. It does not work well with tickers. As a matter of fact, I'm going to show you right now a ticker it sucks on. And I'm going to show you why you guys have problems out there knowing when to buy fucking Tesla. Because you try to run this shit on like a Tesla, and it's a fucking disaster. Now, what you can use this market breadth indicator for is when to buy Tesla by using it against the SPY or the Qs, specifically the SPY, because Tesla's been tracking the SPY now after the huge rise and the huge correction that happened. It's been pretty much tracking the SPY since last spring, summer. Okay, but you can see here that right here, right? Right, it starts to go down, and then it's telling you to buy again. And in reality, you couldn't buy Tesla here, could you? You know why that is? Because the fucking cult stock. Because people buy fucking Tesla whether it's going up or it's going down. Okay, so don't use this indicator against Tesla or cult stocks, but you can use it on the SPY to know when to buy Tesla. So you use this on SPY, and you say, hey, we're at a fucking bottom. I can go in and buy Tesla again. Does that make sense? All right, sorry to be yelling at you this morning. I think it's important. We got 6 minutes left until the market opens. I'm going to slide this over for you real quick and we'll take a peek. Got a nice little bounce down below here. Got another bounce down below here. As we open up the market this morning, you might see a fake red bar down on the bell, right? This is going to be the tricky dicky one, right? You see a quick red bar down on the bell, and then we shoot up higher. Right? I'm going to give you a couple setups here, okay? You see this little dip down. You go, oh, no, we're fucked, right? And then it shoots back up and does this over here, okay? So that's well, it might be like 2. 1, 2, right? And then we shoot back up here. Right, wait for a second or third bounce. Next thing you can see off the bell would be we go straight up, and it gets rejected, and then we start selling down, okay? Don't grab that first one. Grab that second one or third one, okay? If that takes 2 more times, and then you're going to take this one down to here, okay? You're going to keep your eyes on the VIX, and you're going to keep your eyes on what's rolling in. Do we have puts rolling in? Do we have any real money selling? Do we have the VIX bouncing and climbing higher for that move down, okay? Let's say we sell off down here, and you wanna grab this short. You want to wait 1, 2, possibly 3 times to take this short down, okay? So you're not trying to figure out the market, right? You're not like, oh, right off the bell I know exactly what's going to happen. You're going to react to what happens off the bell. So if the bell's going to do what it does, and then you're going to react to it. You're going to take the trade here. You're not going to take this trade. You're going to take it here. Same thing goes for if we go up, right? You let that shit go up like this, right? And then you're going to actually take that second trade, right? Close them out, wait for the bounce back up, and then you'll take that next trade down this way, okay? We react to the market, believe it or not. I know people tried telling you that they're going to fucking figure it out. They're going to fucking crystal ball that shit and tell you it's going up. They're going to tell you it's going fucking down. They have no fucking idea where it's going. It's always better to let the market open and then you react to it, okay? So look at that indicator that I gave you on TradingView. Some of you out there I know are not day traders. I know some of you out there are always bitching and whining at me. You're all out there saying, I don't give a fuck about today, Cap. I care about what the market's doing over a month or 2 months or 3 months. Cap, I just want to know, is this the bottom? Is this the bottom, Cap? It doesn't really matter if it's a bottom, right? If you have to manage your investments and your trades for the next year to 3 years, you've got this new indicator, right? If it trades sideways, if it trades down, if it trades up, it doesn't fucking matter. That indicator is going to tell you when to buy the bottom, and it's going to tell you when to take your profit. And even if we continue higher, it's going to tell you when the next bottom comes in, even if we trade higher over a long period of time. So that indicator works for any viewpoint on the market. It works for, it doesn't matter if your viewpoint is the market's going to fucking burn. It doesn't matter if your viewpoint is the market's going to go sideways. It doesn't matter if your viewpoint is the market's going to go up. You can take a shovel, right? Big fat ass spade shovel, shovel that shit up and throw it in the trash can, and you just use that indicator, that market breadth indicator, and it's going to work for you time in and time again. Okay, so that's the one that I want you to be paying attention to. That's the one that I want you to be thinking about, and that's what I want you to be thinking about as a bear too. Doesn't matter if you're a bull or a bear, but if you want to know when to buy this market, if you want to know when to start getting bearish on this market, that indicator does a fairly good job. It does a better job for bulls, but even if you're a bear and you're like, I want to short this shit down, you can set that indicator up for yourself to know when to be shorting that shit down, know when to be going on social media. You know, see some of you on social media are out there fucking going bananas as FOMO bulls, and I'm like, what the fuck are they saying? I'm like, there's like a time and a place for that, and it's not fucking there. You guys want to be on Twitter fucking screaming about being a fucking bull? That fucking indicator tells you exactly when you should be screaming on Twitter. Buy. It already happened, and it'll happen again. It happens all the time. But just know when that buy shit you should be putting out on Twitter. When you put that shit on Twitter, I'll tell you this. You start putting that shit on Twitter, when to buy and when to sell, right? Or at least when to buy. You'll start getting followers. You'll get 30,000, 40,000, 100,000 followers. You know how you get those followers? Well, I don't get those followers because I swear and I tell people to fuck off and all that other stupid shit. So I get shadow banned on Twitter. But I know some of you guys want like clout and all that shit. That indicator will give you clout. You want some social media clout? Use that indicator. Because every time we hit that one of those bottoms, you just go out there and smoke a cigar or a cigarette and be like, I know exactly when to buy this shit. And you'll know, okay? That'll give that you'll have the rocket science that nobody else has. You'll have the fucking crystal ball that nobody else has. You can tell them that you're reading tea leaves. You can tell them that you read the fucking astrology charts and all that other fucking stupid nonsense that all those people out there are talking about. Okay, you can say that you can say you take a shit in the toilet bowl and every morning you look at it, and then once a month or so, every 3 months, it tells you exactly when to be buying. It's now 9:30. The market is open. We're gonna watch and see exactly what takes place. I'm not even paying attention here. Hold on here. And I got some call spreads here myself, so just for some disclosure. And I bought them at the close yesterday, so we'll see if this holds up. If it doesn't, if we start to reject here. How you guys all doing out there? Sorry to be ranting and raving all morning long on this open here. How's everybody doing out there? Market breadth indicator. Yeah, baby. Market breadth indicator. Trading view. Cannot go wrong with it. Cannot go wrong with it. No, it's free. Can I break down best spreads for range bound markets? Well, my viewpoint, tulip was a main technique. I thought you'd like that one, Chase. So for me, I'm at this moment, I don't know that they're going to sell below 435. So my take is, currently my take is, at least until the first, I think that you could probably get away with a 435C into the first. Now, and I said yesterday, you have bigger problems if it's below there on the first. And, so if let's say you burn 10% of your account on some spreads going into the first, and, you torch 10% of your account, I can promise you this. If we're below 435 on the first, right, it's not going to matter because we're going to go much deeper. You can start getting super uber duper bearish at that point. You're going to throw on the bear hat and you're going to short every single rip again, like we did from January. The regime that we had in January to March, you're going to switch right back into that. Sell every single rip. It doesn't matter how high the rip is. You just sell it. Just sell it every time. The first moment that you have, you're going to sell it. So we see some weakness off the bell currently. The book's a little bit thin right now on both sides. You're not seeing too much volume currently. Looks like some dip buyers down below here at 444.50. Again, down at 443. Take a little. You can start to see this shaping up. There is some support here going down to 443. So if we do trade lower, maybe snap a line for this 443 area down here. Don't want to see this rug get pulled here, and then we're going to look lower. You can see the next support. There's some hidden ice down here. You can see these hidden buyers down here, but you can see them. They're hiding down in here. And then we got 440 down below here. 438 I talked to you about this morning. Had it on the candlestick chart down here. So 438 looks like some smart buyers are down below. And we've got 435, even less buyers. You can actually see more buyers here. The real buyer is at 438. So if you're going to look for a dip buy in this market, 438 is their place. 438, yep. And then we've got 435 down below here. 430. 428. And then 423. 428 to 423, believe it or not. Big moves down there. 420. 415. And I said to you this morning 404, but it looks like 408 is a place. 405, 406. Well, lots of traffic down here. You see all these buyers down here? So I would doubt that we break 400. Definitely doubt that we break 400. How high can we go? Sellers, right? All kinds of sellers here. You got sellers slightly lower right now at 449.50 or 449.45. So they're slightly lower, not huge lower, but they're still sitting there. So we'll see how this holds up today. We'll see if the buyers stay with us this morning. We'll see we'll see them right here. You can see them right here. This is at 444.62. 444.62. And we'll see if they rug pull this. Matter of fact, I just marked it on my calendar here. 440, or my chart, 442.62. It's funny too. I was just talking to somebody yesterday. Someone commented in stream the other day. They said that Bookmap for futures shows better depth of book, and that is a falsehood. The best depth of book is in the SPY. So I was kind of shocked at that. So I just put this on my chart right here. And I just made this little red line right here. We're just going to see if this holds, see if buyers step in and take us higher. And we'll see if a bid comes into the market on options, if dip buyers step in. Now, just looking at the original start to this morning, let's see what we got going on here. Matter of fact, I'm going to reset this on this options flow so that it shows the actual what's actually going on this morning. So right off the bell, we've got puts against BABA, AMC, KWeb, BAC, puts against finance. You guys know what's going on with financials right now, right? Bears want to see financials collapse. Watching calls on Tilray, Myrna, NVIDIA, NEO, Tesla. Tesla, April 14th, 1150C for $540,000. Calls on NVIDIA, Lucid, SPX, baby. September 16th, 5,000C, $1.1 million. Just rolled through the door. A high algo score trade right now that just came in was FCK, April 14th, 55C for $89,000. So we'll see if we get a rug pull or if we actually get the dip buyers stepping in here. We'll see if these buyers step in. If they do step in, there's a little bit of resistance above at 44585 and then at 44663. And then the big boy is above at 44950. We're looking for this to hold. If it doesn't hold, if it begins to break, if we get some rug pull, we'll look lower. We'll look lower to 44363 if there's a break up in here. How are y'all doing? Y'all doing well this morning? Raise this up a little bit. Let me see what you guys are saying. Let me scroll up a little bit. Hold on here. Hold on. My chat box is too small to scroll. Let me start up higher here. Short series alongside. Oh, my little brain understands. Yep. So on higher time frames, specifically on indexes, looks like intraday is now understanding go down. Hey, Cap just got here. What's the indicator called? The indicator is called the market breadth indicator. Market breadth, BREADTH indicator. It's on not Thinkorswim. It's on TradingView. It's free. You can always come back to this video in the beginning. Come back tomorrow if you forget it, and just watch the first half an hour where I go on a fucking rant and I talk about it to see if it works for you. It's a great way for you to manage your investments in this market that we're in currently, where it was easy street 2020 and 2021. This should be an easy way for you to time when to buy the market, and also you can formulate it to sell the market as well. How aggressive you get selling the market. A market breadth indicator. I hope TradingView is paying for that. Yeah, I wish TradingView was paying for that. I thought this morning about putting a link in. You guys would, like, get me free TradingView, but I was like, fuck that. Yeah, it's a dope indicator, huh, Steven? I'm doing great, Ta. Hope you're doing well. Drink Tell, burn it down. Just want to see some de-escalation with the Ukraine situation. Otherwise, good. That's an interesting comment, Quantum Leap. I thought it was interesting that we're discussing nuclear war. I was talking to Joe Donut earlier in the week, and I didn't want to say this publicly, but I will. I give it I think this was last week, middle of the week. Let me see. Today's Wednesday. I think Thursday or Friday. I said to Joe Donut, I said expect the war to end in the next 3 weeks. I still believe in that. I don't think. In modern warfare today, we're getting a bid in the market right now. By the way, calls coming in on American Airlines, Tesla, Apple, INTC, AMD, LVS. You don't see we don't see in modern warfare, right? Amongst first world countries or first world-esque countries, we don't see much modern warfare today. The only thing that I can compare it to is Fallujah. There was 3 battles in Fallujah, and in those battles, had they been sustained. In Fallujah, they drop pamphlets. The PSYOPs, they drop these pamphlets, tell you to get the fuck on out and go to refugee camps and shit before U.S. forces go in. But you have to understand, if that was sustained over a period of time with civilians that are there, and even soldiers that aren't pulled from battle once you're worn out, right? It's 3-sided. When you have, it doesn't matter if it's Russians or Ukrainians. Soldiers, I'm speaking about soldiers at this point, Ukrainian and Russian soldiers, but then you're adding in civilians into the mix. In modern warfare amongst 2 first world countries, the sustainment of that fighting, the closest I can describe it to would be Fallujah, and even that wasn't 2 modern armies fighting. Right? It was really one-sided with, but it was against a force that was willing to fight. But the key is that when you're in that sustained fighting, you can only sustain it for a period of time. And it's been going on now for a month, and you figure another 3 weeks, another month or so, you're going to see a breakdown in not just with Ukrainians, but you will see a breakdown even amongst Russian soldiers. Constant shelling, constant barrages, no food, no water. It gets real dirty. And your mentality, have you guys ever seen any of these old videos of veterans from World War I? It's weird. On social media, they'll say, "Oh, this is what PTSD used to be called," right? Shell shock. It's not really the case. There's a difference in shell shock, and I know that medically there's no difference, but I do warn you that shell shock, to me at least, is a lot different. And when you're into this it's not just the constant. There is a constant fear when you're holding your weapon all the time. You've got some small incoming fire in a fob or something, but it's not quite like being constantly shelled at all times. Not quite like they've got drones that are just knocking out columns left and right for Russians as well. They're not being fed. They're cold. There are reports of frostbite. You know that when you're in that kind of severe environment for a long period of, it's weird. I've been in I was in a SEER program, and I was in this other program where they treat you like you're I forget what it's called now, but they told us that we'd been they put us into this lockdown shit, and then they told us that World War III had started. They cut off all communications with our families and all that shit. It's sort of really fucked up psychology shit they put you through, and it's so that you don't it's training for in case you're taken as a prisoner of war and stuff like that. And you know, just a couple weeks of that, 2-3 weeks of that, it fucks your brain up, and real bad. And but when it really happens, it's even worse. So I don't see. So they're getting real negative in the news right now. I truly think that no matter how negative they get, that you're going to see a cessation of fighting. I want to call it. So last Friday, I think I said it. So let's call like mid-April. That'd be about 3 weeks. I don't think it lasts much longer than that. It could. I've heard people say that it could be guerrilla fighting, all that kind of stuff, but I doubt it. I'm telling you, this kind of fighting is absolutely fucking brutal. I don't think we've seen fighting like that in modern times amongst first world countries. You'll see like real nasty death in Africa, Darfur and stuff in the 1990s, mass death and stuff like that. But those are different people. You guys, any of you guys out there never lived in a first world country, second world, third world? Most of you guys have lived in first world countries most of your lives. But what's acceptable and how you live is different than there. Believe it or not, right? Living in a real third world country, life is different. But amongst first world nations of some kind, somewhat first world nations, this kind of fighting can't be sustained. I don't think that it can be this level of fighting. And I don't think if you saw the U.S. fight like China, or U.S. fight another nation like Korea or China or Russia, you would see this is even different than the 1950s. I think it's more akin to like World War I. It's more akin to fire bombings that took place in Germany and in England, believe it or not. You know, and you look back at old videos, these people, they're fucked up for the rest of their lives. They don't ever come back from it. It's not like PTSD I've got. It's the PTSD. I have an uncle that was hospitalized for shell shock. He died when I was young. Like I was like 10 when he died. But when I was young, he never came back from that. Never, ever came back. It was gone. And I think that if you start to see that breakdown within soldiers and the society, there'll be nothing that they can do but stop the war. More calls, heavy calls coming in on NVIDIA this morning. Bull's trying to hold the line here. Right down here, this 445.53, all the way down to 445. And see this area here. See if the bulls can hold on to it here. If the bulls can't hold it, you're going to be looking for 4,400. Looks like they're here. You can see them stepping in here. Low volume this morning. There are the high frequency trading firms currently are on 452 Cs for March 25th. There's only 17,000 contracts, 16,000 contracts on 452C for 48 cents. There are stacks of puts for Friday spread out along 440p, 445p. But it does look like HFTs have bought 452C. So we'll see if that pans out at this point. Watching more calls come in. Our bullish flow sentiment indicator, we're at 85% bullish. Put to call ratio is 0.521. We've got 50,000 calls to 25,000 puts currently. Slow day, baby. Slow day. Oh, you know what I forgot to put on? I forgot to put on Trade the News. Apologize for that. We will put Trade the News on right now. You guys got to slap me around here in the morning so that I can put the headlines out.
You're listening to Trade the News.
I've been saying they have to shift monetary policy to a timely removal of accommodation.
I'm going to read some of these headlines that that Charlie was
generally a dove and is a non-voter this year.
So the Fed's Evans, right? It's a dove, non-voter. Own view of appropriate rate path is in line with the median Fed view. Also, the Ukraine crisis, pandemic both pose upside risks to inflation and downside risks to growth. Evans also said the U.S. economy has solid momentum. Labor market is downright tight by some measures. So I apologize I didn't have that on for you. President Biden this morning said that I welcome allies' steps on defensive support to Ukraine. Biden's statement after the NATO summit. Today's establishment of 4 battle groups is a strong signal we collectively defend and protect every inch of NATO territory. The formation of 4 new NATO battle groups shows we will protect NATO territory. U.S. Army, I know for sure, is sending troops over by the truckload right now. Let me see what you guys are saying here. No, ESF shows it better than SPY. That's not true. I agree. I disagree with you 100%. As a matter of fact, I'll direct you to the bookmap, so that I'll direct you to bookmap. Will tell you the same thing. About Baba and K-Web puts yesterday. Cap on fire today. Good yesterday. Saved my account as I had a shitload of Friday puts and Wednesday puts. This morning was amazing. Thank you for all amazing info. Thanks, Marcus. Item is about to break below trend line. False breakout sign possible. David G. Market breadth indicator by Iceman Rayan. Yes, right. That's right, David G. Chase, we get it. You're loaded up to we could have loaded up and puts a month out. Is that indicator by Iceman ran on TV? Yes, it is. You told us that last week. Bid in market out of 0-day puts, then 10% is good enough. My fear is NATO is going to push Russia too far into a corner. Wind up with some kind of Cuban Missile Crisis-like situation, maybe that at the Polish border. Did you guys get to read Quantum Leap? Did you get to read or did you get to watch the YouTube video of that guy that talks about Russia's plan going back to to 2016? He lays it all out. Let me know in the chat, Quantum, if you saw that video, because if you didn't, I'll find it and post it for you. Market's going up. Captain, do you know what the Swalky Gap is? Yeah, I've heard of the Swalky Gap. Oh, sounds crazy. CAC training. I did a 5-day war journalism course with the German army. It was dope. Got taken hostage and shit. Oh yeah, Chase. So you've been there, Chase. You know all about this, right? It's crazy. They when I got a crazy fucking story for you on that whole thing, right? So they locked us into a They at one point, so we're going through this training or whatever, and then they stop the training, and they're like, they march us into this hall. We smelled like shit. We'd been out in the field and all sort of stuff, right? They marched us into this hall, and they marched us into this our battalion briefing room. It's like this big room with a bunch of chairs and shit. And they march us in, and this is after weeks, right? We look like shit. We feel like shit. They'd already cut us off weeks before from contacting anybody in our families and friends. No mail, no phone calls, no nothing, no talking to anybody else. And we'd been beaten down mentally, physically, everything, right? So we're not thinking, we're hungry, starving, no sleep. And they marched into this hall, and as we come in, we notice that there's military police, and they're armed with loaded weapons. And these are real MPs, not fucking around, right? Not training environment type stuff. And they lock the doors behind them, and then they chain the doors. I don't know if I should tell these stories, but this is a long time ago. So they chain the doors on us, and they lock them. And they've got every exit's got military police. And our CO came out, our battalion CO came out, and marches up to the stage, and he's like, Matter of fact, he usually said some tactical nukes had been set off in Europe, in Eastern Bloc Europe, right? Had launched some nukes, small tactical nuclear weapons, and that war had started. And that all of our MOSs were now fucking nothing. And everybody there was going to be an 11 bang bang. And we were getting on a plane right away. They were going to march us to our barracks, grab our shit, and we're going straight to Europe. And that we couldn't contact, that World War III had started. And it was all kinds of bad stuff too, right? Like people are dying, blah, blah, blah. There's risk to the United States, to CONUS. You can't tell anybody. Can't talk to your families. You're just getting on a fucking flight right now. It's like a C-130, get on the fucking tarmac. Probably not a C-130, a Globemaster or something, and you're fucking out of here. And you're fucking just gone. In like the next fucking 4 hours or something stupid like that. And as they're doing this to us, we're figured this is true, right? Because we don't know, we haven't heard anything from outside the world or anything, and that could happen anytime. That's one of your worst fears, is that World War III starts. When you're a soldier, that you in the back of your mind, you always think about that. As a matter of fact, I had some similar situation happen to me when I was in the Army. That's a different story, where I thought I was going to die. But this one specifically, you're not thinking. Like, your mind is slow, you're tired, cold, hungry. You've been beaten down, and they're literally training you for this one moment. So I'm in this meeting, and they at one moment they say to the battalion, the commanding officer says to the battalion, if you're not ready to commit yourself to this right now, right? We want you to, if you're a conscientious objector at this point, we're going to have you sign all your insurance shit, update all your insurance shit. If you're a conscientious objector, we need to know right now, and we're going to direct you through this door to the left. And they like slip that into the moment. And I shit you not, like 20 or 30 people stood up. Like 20 or 30 soldiers stood up and declared themselves conscientious objectors. So this is like, we're thinking this is real. And they fucking sent the military police over, and they fucking handcuffed every one of these motherfuckers, zip-tied their asses, right? Zip, zip, zip. And they led these fucking soldiers outside of our battalion. And they arrested him. And I don't know if they arrested him permanently, but I know for shit sure I never saw them again in my battalion. They were gone. Gone. They were just gone. We never saw them again. And then they revealed that it was part of the training. It was like one of the culminations of the training that they were laying on us just to find out, if we were... I don't know what the fuck it was, like committed or some shit like that. And it was fucking bizarre. It was fucking bizarre. So we're going to look at the book map real quick. Where is resistance in book map? We're at 446.04. We're going to be looking for sellers if we can find any above. Look for some resistance above here. Got us some here at 446.72 and then 447.64. 44846. That big fat number up here, right? That's where it's really at it, right? Got some traffic down below here. Still showing some traffic down here. Not that bad though. Move this out a little bit. I don't know why my I don't know why I need to change this. I want current order book. This isn't the current order book I'm looking for, though. Yeah, we can do market depth. Hold on here. We can do depth of book here. Trades counter. No, I don't want trades counter either. Yeah, it's COP. If you bring this one straight back again here. There's one specifically that I want. No, I don't want time and sales. No, it's not trades counter. It's not trades counter. If I reset, I don't know if I want to reset this. I gotta add some more indicators here this morning. Some sellers showing up here currently on SPY. Look for a trade lower. Let's see what else you guys are saying right now. Do you know what the sorry gap is? Get that one, GM. Good morning, Kat. Good morning, Hut. Good morning, Coop. Chase is updating that EU market is selling off briefly. I've seen that vid taking over US. You didn't see the move. I'll look for the interview right now and bring it up. Good morning, John. How are you? Nice trading of PTS in the past too. So get it. Yep. You know it's weird too.
Russian Central Bank confirming stock trading on the Moscow exchange will continue tomorrow.
Yeah, I can show Tesla right now. You can get PTSD from all kinds of different shit too. It's not like you have to get it from war. There's all kinds of ways to get PTSD. So we'll look at Tesla real quick. Let that load up. There's not a lot of volume in the market right now. I want you guys to see that, right? The depth of book is real small right now. Stocks will give you PTSD. Mary, did you get a chance to yeah, I like at Facebook. Yesterday I wanted to buy some Facebook. At the Bell, I was trying to make a decision if I was going to buy Facebook at the Bell or if I was going to buy SPY at the Bell. I want to buy in SPY, but I wish now that I'd bought Facebook. I was looking at the strike just before ER. I was looking at oh, sweet. Yay. I'm up 15% today. Sweet. Okay, so I was looking at Facebook. I was looking at, wait a minute here. Let me tell you guys what I was looking at here. I wanted to buy, hold on. I should have bought them. Yesterday I was going to buy, I should have bought them. So yesterday I was going to buy April 22nd, 250 Cs. They were like 80 cents at one point yesterday. They're now $1.24. So I kind of fucked that up. I want to buy Facebook. So I was looking at options profit calculator, and I wanted it for a to sell to bulls for a run into their next ER report. 250 Cs. Looks like whoever was in on them yesterday, some of them have left. They're moved on to 255 Cs for 92 cents. For the same date, there's a lot of interest on the options chain for the 29th, just after, is a little too pricey for my blood. But April 22nd, I like it because they're cheap, and you can use it. You can sell before. You can use it just on the run up. You just trade the run up into the ER for Facebook, and or I think that's saying here that their earnings report is between the 22nd and the 29th of April. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what it says. Or an event. Maybe they have an event between the 22nd and the 29th for Facebook, but 250Cs were 89 or 80 cents. I think at the low yesterday they were like 80 cents. They're now $1.30 big wide spread on the bid ask on it. $1.29 is the low on it, but for all of tech right now, that's my favorite trade is Facebook. Starting to blast higher now on the SPY. Squeezing here. Nice little squeeze higher on the SPY. Remember that this is support right here. 447 is actually support. So just be conscious of that as we move forward. Do I have that right? I don't know if I have that right. I might have fucked with that. By accident here. Like squiggling and squaggling. Yeah, 4473 is support. 4473 right here is actual support. This is S2. This is S1. So this isn't even resistance here, right? We got support down here. S2. This is S1. We'll write these in for you so you guys can see them. You don't want to get super bearish or anything. This is S1. This is S2. Nice little recovery here. Does this help you guys out there? I don't ever ask, but do these videos help you guys out there? I don't know why I'm asking that question. I hope these videos help you guys out there. I hope that indicator from this morning helps you guys. If you are just tuning in right now,
As I've been saying, we need to move close to or up to neutral rates.
Oh yeah, baby. Print it for daddy. 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 It helps you guys right on. Oh, pamp it, baby. Pamp it.
Comfortable with each meeting.
Oh yeah.
Quarter point.
Right on, right on. I'm glad this helps you guys.
Evans down to Q&A.
Oh yeah, pamp it. Oh. Yeah, so I'm making money this morning. Sweet.
Been saying that.
Oh yeah, baby.
Meeting, they would be at a neutral rate by next March.
Yeah, baby. Print it. I need some money in my life this morning. Right on, right on. Yeah, I wasn't wondering if you guys appreciate me or nothing. I was hoping this is a different question. This was more of a question of, is this helping you?
I've been saying they want to be careful with policy, still need to assess bottlenecks and the Ukraine impact.
I wasn't really looking for like a...
I've been saying it is open-minded to a 50 basis point hike.
Oh, look at that. Getting bearish out there.
Evans generally considered a dove.
Yep.
He's a non-voter this year.
He's a dove and a non-voter. I wasn't really, I guess maybe I should rephrase that. I wasn't looking for like, you do a great job. I was looking for more, is this helping you guys? If it's not helping you guys, say something, because I can bring something else up for you. Or maybe I need to do more or something different. Yeah, if you missed the talk on the indicator, right? I'm gonna tell you once, okay? One more time. I'll say it a few times today. If you missed our talk on the indicator this morning, do yourself a solid at some point today or at the end of the day, outside of trading hours. Tell your friends to just take the first half an hour of this broadcast and just go through it with me. Go through the first half hour of this broadcast, because it was weird, because I used to make recorded videos and one of my statements used to be, it works until it doesn't, and until it stops working, keep using this system. And in all honesty, that still works right now. Even with the market rollover, it's still working. Even with the depths of hell we've gone to, that indicator still works. So if you haven't watched my recorded videos from last year before, whatever, if you haven't watched this video specifically, is important. The first part of this video this morning, it's important. It can change. We have some QQQ puts coming in right now. Not big ones, but March 25th, 354 Ps for $146,000. Still watching a bit on American Airlines and NVIDIA. We're going to look at Tesla real quick and see what's going on with Tesla. Let's see what's happening with Tesla here. A little bit larger. Let's just look at, just want to show you guys something here, okay? So you've got large resistance. You've got many sellers above here, okay? We'll change this time. I don't know what, I keep fucking around with this. You're always going to have buyers on Tesla, right? But I do want you to show you that there is a supply of sellers above here in Tesla, some resistance above at 1030, 1050, 1040. Some light support here at 1000. If this does not hold here,
turn growth is estimated around 1.75%, but maybe less.
Should have a nice dip by down below between 980, 990. If support breaks there, you're looking for 950. Now, if you're looking for a dip to buy in the open this morning, off the bell, right? Maybe you sell up here and then you're waiting down here for a nice little buy. And the sellers are actually weak here. So the big sellers are up above at 1050. Look for a grind higher, maybe a dip buy at 980 for a run to 1030, 1050, 1040 possibly, before you really start to encounter. You saw that tap above here earlier, maybe 1050. If you can get a push there, keep your eyes on the options flow today. Make it a small reversal here. You can see, we want to see if Tesla can hold here. If they can't hold, then you'll be looking for some weakness in the SPY as well. Also, pay attention. I'm going to bring up the VIX real quick here for you and just show you the VIX. I want you to see the VIX on a larger time frame. I want you to see the importance of where we are currently. I'm going to bring up a 15-minute chart for you. Actually going to get rid of some of this stuff here. 37. Hang tight here.
Latvia PM Karen saying that they have to look seriously at energy sanctions today.
This kind of matches up with where we are in Tesla.
Sanctions are a way to stop money flowing into Putin's coffers.
Swing higher. Watch the 200-day here, and we watch this negative downward channel on the VIX. It's possible we could have a pop up here, and if we don't get that pop up here, where would be a price target down below? See, hold on here. Where are we looking? And why do we see this down below is because of this right here. This is back on February 9th.
Now look at weekly EI natural gas inventory, expected between minus 55, minus 57 billion cubic feet, a little less than minus 62 billion, which is the 5-year average for this week.
Still watching the VIX. Trying to squeeze and break over to see if it can send down Tesla. Getting a little bit of rollover in my profit right now. A little bit of a rollover. A little bit of sellers stepping in here. Depth of book for buyers currently on SPY is looking very nice. Could get a nice little squeeze right here again. Nice buyers on SPY right now. Buyers stepping in. Big buyers stepping in right now. Now watching some buyers. Let me take a look at this here. If you're going to trade earnings reports, things like that, far out, 1 to 3 months out, try to buy strikes that people, if there's no interest in those strikes now, and you're trying to trade that, like, hey, we're going to get a squeeze, then buyers are going to step in. Always try to stick with nice round numbers or fives, so like zeros and fives, so that be careful here. Want to talk to you guys about something here. So there's still some buyers on 450Cs, 452Cs as well, but some HFTs have stepped into 445P.
45 minutes or so into the trading session, we're seeing stock markets rally as oil prices have headed lower, now back towards 112, and WTI crude down 2.5%. The Dow up 190 points, the S&P at 4480, up 25.5 handles.
Depth of book is
The dollar
definitely
index near the highs of the morning, up about 0.25%.
I want you guys to, let me see if that works. Nope, don't work over here. Keep your eyes, I want you guys to follow my cursor over here, okay? See this gray line right here? Do you see the depth of book down here on the right-hand side versus the sellers? There's more buyers than sellers right now. So this looks, I mean, on paper, this looks good right now for bulls. My only concern here is watching these I don't know if there's some news, some headline news that hasn't come out yet. Some algorithms have bought 445p. They're $1.90 or $1.89, $1.91 for March 25th. And I don't know why they've bought those. I don't know if they're going to get burned or what. Because there's a big bid in the market right now. Nice bid in the market this morning. Calls on Apple. Puts against Apple too. Yes, there's a mixed bag on some puts on Snow. We'll take a look at Snow. If you're a bear, we'll look at Snow real quick. Some heavy puts coming in on Snow. So Snow sold off the bell this morning, 213.03. This is an interesting trade right here. A little bit of a rollover this morning on kind of an early.
Columbia February retail confidence rating at 37.4, down from 39.5 previously.
It's an interesting one.
Industrial confidence at 15.5 versus 12.7 previously. Columbia.
Let's look at them over the course of a year. It's an interesting this might be a nice buy, believe it or not. I'm gonna get rid of this here. That's just something I don't know about Snow. Some puts coming in snow, which is interesting. So this is almost their IPO price. And they've been consistently bought since the beginning, anything below here on snow. And I like snow. This might actually be a nice, outside of day trading, I actually like snow here. Broke some trend here. Maybe there's some news about snow that I don't know about. I thought I might have seen something on snow saying it got downgraded. That's interesting. It's interesting that it's going down like this. Bring that back up in here. There are some puts on snow. I'll have to look to see if there's any downgrades on it. Maybe there's a downgrade of some kind. I'm going to watch this one. Add another one in right here. That bounce. I'm going to set some alerts here. Below. Save. Below. I want to watch snow. It's somewhere more down there. Right there, no one right there. Put one more here. Consolidation, right? Be looking to dip by this to make it go higher. Another thing too would be down here. Like anything down, and so if you've got, let's say you've got a trading range. Say this is the new trading range in here. You want to be buying anything down here, like buy anything down here. So if it dips down, you get a nice trade off there. Keep an eye on snow. See if we get a rug pull or not. Buyers down below here at you guys watching this depth of book. It expands and it's been expanding and contracting all morning. Getting expansion on the depth of book and then it goes away. Down here as well, 444.48, 445.59. Not a lot going on. Watching some more K-Web puts come out. So we'll look at K-Web next. Look at Tesla as well. See if it's at 994 right now. Not much going on with Tesla. Talked about buying the dip at 980. Day traders, and then bigger buys down below here at 950. Just looks slow. A slow day. We'll look at K-Web. I don't know if K-Web is going to show up well, but we'll look at K-Web. Lots of puts coming on K-Web. We all know that China stocks went through the roof. They're cooling off. I don't think the hair indicator works here, but we'll see. Depth of book on K-Web. More buyers than sellers. Some options against it. Looking to break below VWAP on it. Seems to be some decent support here right at $29. 28, 27. 14,000. 14,000, 70,000. $28 maybe for all these puts, maybe 28,000. There are more buyers on KWeb. $28.70. So right here, $28 would be a price target. If I see a lot of puts on KWeb right now, I don't know why. Maybe there's some headline news or something. If it does go down, it's kind of a similar chart, right? Not too much difference in the chart. You can see down here, the buyers down here at 28. Another good one to be buying down here, KWeb. Very similar chart to Snow. You can set your own alerts down here. You can kind of see where a bottom is. You want to fill that gap down below here, I can see. There's a fucking sell gap down there too, though. This whole thing here is a gap. Like this area here is a selling gap and a buying gap down below. We're looking for $26 above. So I was talking about $28, right? There's 28 right there. 27 seems to have some buyers. I'm looking at 26. Yeah, somewhere. I clicked above for the alert. You can see down here lots of buyers down here at 26. Set an alert for KWeb at $26. I'd set one for 28 to be alerted, and then set another one for 26 so that if you have a chance to buy a dip on it. Some buyers down below here at 4460, 4400, 44,400. It's my SPY chart right here. 1 and 2. Look to see if buyers can come in. We'll look at hold on here. Got 1, maybe 2, and then 3. So let's see if we got 1. Come down. And then move higher. Keep an eye out here. You got one more, probably 2 more chances, bulls. If you don't get it in the 3rd try, we're going to turn bearish. And you can see them down below here. See if they'll come back down, hit this 4,400, and then we'll go higher. right down here. Just buyers laying in wait. So I'm not in any, I'm only in spreads right now. And also watching the VIX continue to just trade sideways right here. VIX is looking for, looks like the VIX is looking for an answer as to where we're headed, right? Looks like the VIX is making a decision if it's going to trade higher or trade lower right now. Watching a mixed bag of calls and puts, no real direction. This puts on IWM Qs, but then there's calls on CLF, JD. Looks like there's another bid coming in. Calls on INTC. Puts against Oxy, KWeb. Calls on Uber. Calls on IWM. Just a mixed bag right now. No real direction in the market. I do want you to be aware of, we were talking earlier about if there's no bid in the market, at some point you will see the market begin to roll over. So just keep that in your minds as well, that we could end up trading lower over time as time continues on the rest of today until the market finds support.
The weekly natural gas inventory data in about half a minute, expected between minus 55, minus 57 billion cubic feet.
I'm not a fan. If you look at the if you look at Tesla on the market breadth indicator over the course of a year, it shows buyers on the huge decline in Tesla from, I think, January until May of
minus 51 billion cubic feet, minus 51. There's no regional adjustments in the data.
you might want to be trading right now UNG. I want to talk to you about UNG and UNL. We have a lower reserve natural gas reserves. And UNG just fell off the side of a cliff. Also UNL, tickers Utah, November, Lima, and Utah, November, Gamma. UNG would be the one to be looking at. The U.S. natural gas reserve just bottomed out real quick to 1785, anticipating the gas report. Might be a nice dip buy here. There are no regional adjustments. Working gas and storage was 1389 BCF as of Friday. This represents a net decrease of 51 BCF from the previous week. Stocks were 3,366 BCF less than last year at this time and 293 BCF below the 5-year average of 1682. Currently now at 1389. Total working gas is within 5-year historical range. So a dip buy currently on UNG. If you're looking to trade commodities, you'll see that we've got a quick buy here. I'll take a look at the options chain and see if anyone bought this dip or not. Looks like someone bought March 25th, 18.5C. There's a huge bid spread ask on it. It's 14 cents to 22 cents. Probably just buy the underlying. But there's 683 contracts on the 25th on call side. I don't like trading these often. I don't like trading like low liquidity stocks on options, but I do like buying the underlying. Looks like the bid ask is still wide, but it is increasing in value. It was 13 or 14 cents at one point. Now it's at 15 cents and 20 cents. You can always throw a fucking bid out there for 15 cents and see if it gets bought. Matter of fact, with a wide spread like that, you can throw shit tickets out there for like 15 cents and see if it will, if you'll get picked up for at 15 cents. catching a quick bid right now on UNG on the gas report. It's been trending now since March 9th. And just volatility on what that report would be. Price target above, again, 1872. We'll look at UNG real quick and see if there is any resistance. If you're just going to buy the underlying. I'm watching a nice bid right now. Bunch of savages out there. Still have some sellers on UNG. But this shit's cranking right now. Look at that. Blasting off on resistance here. UNG just boom. Buyers stepping in. Where can they go? Might get a squeeze on UNG. You don't know. You never know. $18.31 looks like some resistance. If it can break. If it can break high. If it can break higher. You still have some sellers up in here. Sellers are pissed off right now. But if you can break above 1831, you clear skies ahead. Some more sellers above here at 1836, 1834, and then again at 1864. Let's see if we can get any higher here. 1872. Looks like some bag holders up here still trying to get out from their positions. Could be a squeeze play. Could be a decent squeeze play. Less gas makes more gas more costly, right? Look at that giant fucking bar on SPY. Oh boy, I love it. So let's look at SPY real quick, right? Bam 1, bam 2. Didn't even wait for the third bounce to go higher. Just said, fuck you, we're going higher. Just a face ripper. If you're day trading, these are easy, right? 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. If this one fails right here, look for one more dip. Fucking grabbing the balls of bears right now. If you're day trading, this isn't so bad, right? Same chart. Nothing's really changed here. 1, 2. Didn't even wait for 3. Just said, fuck you, we're going. Respecting this upward channel right now. 1 and 2. Day Trader Central. This is definitely not the big boys. You can see the depth of book is like the depth of book just goes away and then it comes back in, and then it goes away and then it comes back in. This is Day Trader. This is one thing I will make a note here is be careful of liquidity breaks when you're trading this. Ah, there we go. I'm back up in some decent money here. Back up with some decent money here. I really just want to see us go up to 450 again. If we go up to 450, I don't even need it to tag. I do think they're going to try to put the lipstick on the pig for the quarter. I would even suspect that they're being directed to put the lipstick on the pig for the quarter. I think that they know that if they have a red quarter, the implications of it, because it's going to trigger algorithms to sell. There's no real way around it. It's not like Jim Bob, the guy that's, you know, like the guy that you talk to that manages your portfolio is going to have any say in the matter. You know, they have algorithms that they've built around this, and when they get that low, it triggers massive selling. So I think they probably told the algos to pin the market. As a matter of fact, I think, Spot Gamma did talk about that, right? Pinning the market into end of month. Like, they got to keep the fucking market high. And the point behind that, too, is if they do keep the market high into end of month, let's say they keep the market above that 453 or 435, either of those two numbers, then I would definitely expect us to sell off after the first. Like, if they close the month on a high, I would expect like April 2nd or April 1st. If we close, sometimes it's weird. We'll close like red on the 31st or the end of the month, and then the next day we'll actually close in the green. And I don't know if that has to do with when the contracts end, So different contracts end on different days, different time frames, and all that kind of shit. They can fudge shit. Not fudge it, but you get some time there. So I'm interested to see if they keep it green into the 31st. If they do, then I'm probably going to get super bearish because I would think they'd fucking dump it. You're right. They dump it the moment they get the green quarter, because if they're going to get a second green quarter, they got to start over again, right? So that wouldn't surprise me. That wouldn't surprise me. But if we get the red quarter, you know what else wouldn't surprise me? It would never surprise me for us to trade low into the end of the month. And then, so if let's say you're in spreads and we trade low, it would never shock me to see us like the last day of the month, the last 15 minutes, we just put on like 100 points. Like that stupid shit too happens where they make it all burn into the end of the month, and then they're still holding their spreads, and they're like, don't worry, we're going to make them print the last 15 minutes of the month. So that wouldn't shock me either. Lots of calls on NVIDIA. Another cult stock right now. Calls on AMD. Those have been coming in all morning long. Some puts came in on QQQs March 25th, 353p for $160,000.
Dutch Prime Minister Rutte saying that does not expect new sanctions against Russia to be decided on at the EU summit today.
Lucid calls IWM puts for May 20th. We are watching a little bit of we are watching the VIX start to climb and push slightly on some resistance here. So we're either gonna get, I think, I'm gonna give it like a 60% chance that here in a few moments, here we should get a let me look a little bit farther out here. Just a second here. I'm gonna tighten this up. Oh no. I'm going to make this not as fat here. Just a second here. We should get some kind of a reaction here in just a moment here. We're going to have either a moment we break much higher, or we're going to have a moment we break much lower here coming up. I would not be shocked with a fierce break lower, like red bars to the depths of hell right now. Just be conscious that we're coiling. If you guys know what coiling is, this is coiling for a large move here. VIX is showing itself to be about to make a large move here. So we should get a break in the market here coming up in just a few moments. That shouldn't take too much longer. Let me know in the chat what do you think, if you think we're breaking higher or breaking lower here. There are some bets coming in against the market that we're going to break lower. Just be aware of that. There's also bets coming in on gold this morning.
Luxembourg Prime Minister saying that if EU takes more sanctions while the situation is status quo, what will be the next step?
UNG, baby. Boom. Yeehaw, daddy. UNG at the low of 1785, now ripping high of 1846. Reviewed that ticker for you just a few minutes ago. UNG blasting off. Burr, baby, burr. Thank you, Trade the News. Couple seconds of due diligence there. More sellers than buyers right now. Higher indicators neutral at the moment. We are watching a bid come in. I just watched SPX calls April 14th, 46425, $1.4 million on SPX. The market is catching a bid. Retail traders are saying, fuck no, we're going down. But some banks are buying SPX this morning. Just be conscious of that. The market is being bid behind the scenes on the S&P 500. UNG, baby. Okay, so if you're just joining us right now, I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to make a move. I am long this market right now in spreads. Looks like there's SPX is getting a bid this morning. Retail traders are saying, fuck no, we're going down. I understand that point. I get it 100%. But the banks are buying here. The banks do know that we either go up here or down. We are coiling. The VIX is, as you guys know, we're in a downward descending channel on VIX. And we're right where a move should happen. We're either going to see a nice move down on the VIX, nice big red bars down, or big green bars up. I'm still currently long this market. If you were just joining us before the start of the day, we talked about an indicator that it's never wrong, ever. I know you guys look at MACDs, you guys look at, I don't fucking know, RSI indicators. You know what? If there was an indicator for you as an investor or a bear, and you guys, I know you guys search through indicators out there, and I know for a fact that they don't always tell you the truth. But if you wanted to look at an indicator that does tell you the truth, go back to the broadcasting this morning, get past all the diarrhea that I'm spewing to you about what to look forward to today, and then go to the part where I talk about indicators on TradingView, and then watch that whole section and listen to what I have to say about it, because that's the one to take. Watching huge calls come in right now on AMD, Disney, POD, Tel, Uber, big calls on QQQs, calls on SPY, baby. Got calls on NVIDIA, April 1st, 265C, $1.2 million. Biggest trade of the day today, NVIDIA. Watching a move squeeze higher on the SPY currently. Squeeze it, baby. NVIDIA now just blasting off. We've watched calls all morning long on NVIDIA, and just look at that move on NVIDIA. Down from 260, already up 5% on the day. NVIDIA just smashing and bashing. We'll take a look. We also looked at natural gas this morning. NVIDIA calls right out the gate this morning. So we'll take a look at NVIDIA. I'm going to take a break here in just a minute, but we want to see if there's any sellers above on NVIDIA. Huge move on NVIDIA this morning. Close this up right down here. Bring this a little bit lower. Price target above an NVIDIA. You guys want a price target? 274.65. You can still win. You can still get in on this one. If this can hold right here where we are, if we hold here at 270.29 for another leg 'em up, 275 is the price target on NVIDIA. Way more buyers than sellers right now in NVIDIA. So give it a minute, let it cool off for a minute. And if it can sit here, if it can find some support here at 270, you should have another play above. Let's look closer here. Another place for it to break above, or it needs to break. I said if it rests here at 270, that's my bad. It needs to get above 272, and then you can have another move to 275. 275 is a price target right now on NVIDIA. 275 price target, NVIDIA. 274.56. Let me tighten it up for you a little bit. There's another target above at 279.56, but 274.50. $274.50. Massive calls coming in on NVIDIA right now. April 1st, 272.5. 325, March 25th, 1050C. NVIDIA, April 1st, 280C. Calls on SPY, calls on NVIDIA again, April 1st, 275C. Just shit tons of calls coming in on NVIDIA right now. SPY calls, NVIDIA calls, BA calls. Calls on HPQ. These are good ones. April 1st, 39C, high algo score. NVIDIA just keeps ripping higher and higher here. Just smashing and bashing. Now clocking in at 271.99. We'll get a little bit closer here and see where we're headed. Now cracking on 272. This is where most of that volatility was. Huge buyers stepping in. 275 price target. Straight to the fucking moon. Straight to the moon. Straight to the moon. Can I tell if those banks are buying or selling calls? Just a heads up to anybody out there that does not know, the flow that I get is, we've done this in the past. I need to make a video just to direct people to, because I talk about it in stream but don't make these videos. I need to make more videos so that I can just say, hey, check this out. But these are all buyers, no sellers. All the flow that you get from me is just buyers, no sellers. I know too the argument that, you know, every seller there's a buyer on the other end. These are all buyers. This is very, very refined flow. If you're to compare this flow to anyone else that sells it out there, you'll see that it's markedly different, the flow that we receive here, and very much cut down. And there's a whole bunch of quantitative.
Atlanta Fed up with their latest GDP Now estimate for the first quarter, where they did cut it to 0.9% from 1.3% prior. The Atlanta Fed Q1 GDP outlook.
They're
Under banker Campos Neto saying Brazil has the tools to meet inflation goals.
Well, I'll have to do a video on how you get this flow from me, the background on all of it.
Their quarterly inflation report earlier today for Brazil's central bank.
Sometimes I talk about if it's a sweep, if it's a block, the signatures behind them, and then if it matches up to dark pool and equity blocks that are traded. I've had like I'm not gonna name names, but I've had some other flow services where they give you all the flow and you can't decipher if it's buying or selling.
Waller in a Q&A saying his aim is to get the balance sheet to all treasuries over the long run. Waller commenting on quantitative tightening there. The Fed's Waller in a Q&A.
Still sitting here. You get 1, 2 bounces.
The FOMC may consider sales of mortgage-backed securities. We'll have to wait and see.
I'll be quiet.
Kansas City Fed Manufacturing Activity Index at 37, above a 26 estimate. That was the highest on record reading for the Kansas City Fed.
Should get a nice push off this. Should get a nice little blast off coming up here. Remember that support is 44730. Yeah, I need to do some fucking videos. Like actual just videos.
Waller saying he does expect the shrinkage of the balance sheet to have effect on longer rates.
See that resistance above here at 44941. Looks like the sellers are creeping down. Depth of book is good for buyers. Less sellers than buyers currently right now. Gonna get a nice fat squeeze coming up here. Watch out for a huge squeeze here. Big old squeeze coming up.
Waller noting that the policies are just designed to eliminate some of the excess demand in housing.
Bears just buying puts, man. I'm telling you what, just loading up on puts right now. I'm looking at these bears and I'm like, my God, they're just buying and buying. Yeah, these are all buyers down here. Just look at this. Just buyers. Let's see if we can get that squeeze or not. A little bit of a rollover in the VIX right now. I might have to take on some zero dates here, one dates. Yeah. So if you guys aren't in the Discord, get in the Discord. If anyone, I can't do it from here. Well, I guess I can. Hang tight here. So I can't here. So, or maybe I can. Hold on. Give me a second here. So hold on here. Let me just. Oh no, I can't here. I don't think I can. I can't for my setup here, but if anyone out there that can throw an invite in the chat to the Discord, you'll see the live flow as it comes through in the Discord. It's from Flow Algo. I think it cost me $150 or $170 a month. What you're hearing now is Trade the News. I think that cost me $300 a month,
Mexican
and then
president
Bookmap cost me.
Bank of Mexico will raise rates to 6.5%. That decision was due out later today at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Mexican president saying Bank of Mexico raising rates to 6.5%.
I pay for Spot Gamma, the Pro, Spot Gamma Pro. I pay for the Hero. Come on, Charlie.
Later today to 6.5%, 50 basis point increase being tipped by the Mexican president now.
Mexico Central Bank has raised the overnight rate 7 times in the current tightening cycle by a total of 275 BPS. Yeah, so we pay for Trade the News. I think that's $300 a month, and then I think Flow goes $170 a month, and then I don't know what else. A whole bunch of different shit, right? Bookmap cost me like fucking $500 a month or something stupid. And I don't know what else I paid for. A whole bunch of other crap I pay for. And then, of course, the internet to run the 1080p, all that kind of stupid shit. I had to upgrade to like a commercial account. That's like $300 or $400 a month. So a bunch of different shit. But I've been through most of these services at least once. Like I've bought all the different Flow services. I've bought all the different news services. I've bought all the classes. I've bought classes through people. I've bought daily briefs from different people.
We are seeing some strength in the Mexican peso, the dollar peso falling to the lows of the session here after the Mexican president tipped its hand on the rate decision from his central bank.
Checking some Mexican ETFs and stocks right now for you guys. So pretty much, if you're new, just joining us, how do I start my day? Or you guys want to know how I do my thing? So I try to read the news, right, from like a Bloomberg type terminal, and I posted some of that to you this morning and last night on @CaptainZelf on Twitter. I'm going to start posting that every day. So instead of reading like the New York Times or Wall Street Journal, I'll read that morning brief and I'll read that nighttime brief. And then, of course, I spend time on social media So I get the sentiment of
The
retail
Brazil
traders.
Central Banker Campos Neto saying the most appropriate is to signal a 100 basis point rise in May for the Brazil Central Bank.
So I try to get a firm grasp on what the market's doing, right? Then in the trader sentiment, of course, investor sentiment. I don't trade too many stocks. I trade Tesla actively, but I do my due diligence on a stock as well. But I tend to trade on price and direction as well, mostly even on tickers, not so much on news. I feel like it's some of it's fabricated to make the market and tickers go up and down. But then I chart out with traditional charting methods, just using old school traditional charting methods. And then I'll check the market profile and the volume profile. And then after that, I check gamma and volatility. And then after that, I day trade it with Bookmap. So I can find out if there are real buyers, real sellers actively in the market. If you're new to the channel, I guess what I would recommend is that you join us on Discord. We have a great group of traders. I know some Discords are boiler rooms or lots of douchebags in there. Lots of assholes. You go in there like a wallflower. You don't ask any questions. You don't speak up. They say things you don't understand. So just introduce yourself. Be like, hey, I'm great. I trade futures. I trade Globex. I trade cash market. I'm a buyer, stock buyer. I love Bitcoin. Whatever it is you do, whatever your experience it is, right? Just be honest. Like, I got lots of experience in this.
This treasury did sell $51 billion in 5-year notes, $50 billion in 2-year notes, $47 billion in 7-year notes, $57 billion in 13-week bills, and $48 billion in 26-week bills.
Say I'm a brand new investor, brand new trader. Say I've been losing my pants. I suck at trading, whatever it is that you are, or I kick ass at trading, and I want to help somebody because we are that sub. We're a free sub. So we're here to help each other make money. We're here to take money from fat old white men with greasy hands. Those really rich guys, billionaires, right? We want to take their money rather than trying to fight with each other and, try to take some other bear's money or some bear trying to take a bull's money. Why the fuck would you want to see a retail trader lose all his money? I don't understand that. I want to see retail traders get rich. I want to see retail traders make money. Why would you want to see some guy that makes $100,000 a year get fucked in this market? I don't know. I don't know why you would want to see some retail trader get fucked in this market. Oh yeah, baby. Print it for daddy. Print it for daddy. Give it to daddy. Yeah. Like it. Squeeze him. Anyways, we'll get back to the normal session here. Yeah, so you don't want to, I don't understand that about social media. People like to see other people lose money and shit. Like they fucking makes them happy to see people lose money. I want you guys to make money. So I'm tired of the reason I started this whole thing is I'm tired of bullshitters on social media, like scam artists, fake traders, fucking dude, the reason the production quality on my shit is low is because if I were to spend the time selling a sub, I'd have to hire people. I'd have to hire 2-3 people full time. And I'd be spending all my time just making videos that look perfect, right? For you guys. That's how I can tell these guys don't trade. I know they don't. I know for a fucking fact they don't. Because I can barely put this together. I can barely put this together and do my own trading and making money. I shouldn't say that, but I promise you behind the scenes that there ain't no way 3/4 of those guys out there are fucking really trading. I guarantee it. Huge calls coming in on the SPY. Huge calls coming in on QQQs. NVIDIA. Woohoo NVIDIA. Woohoo NVIDIA. Let's look at NVIDIA one more time. Quick reversal on the SPY. Slap the ask at 447.75. Bears pissed off. Bears super pissed right now. Look at that. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Don't lie to me, Cap. 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 Some of y'all been around here since fucking day one. Some of y'all know better. Some of y'all gangsters. Some of y'all new around here. You're like, I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about. Get up there, NVIDIA. Quick reversal on UNG real quick. But a gorgeous dip buy on UNG, 1785. It's not like we didn't know that, right? If any of you guys don't normally trade gas and oil and shit like that, find yourself a gas and oil guy out there, because those reports, there's always like a dip and then a buy on the oil and gas reports, natural gas, propane. It's usually a good, like no one buys before, always after. Boom. 1, 2, 3, blast off, force 4775. Call expansion coming into the market right now currently. Looks like the players today are AMD, SPY, NVIDIA. Now we got Starbucks calls coming in April 4th or April 14th, 90 and 91C. Calls on the queues. Some of us are barbers out here. Just bottled water. Just blasting off NVIDIA. Okay, let's take a look at the SPY here. A little bit of rage here on the SPY. 44716. Look at that. Smack that ass. Just smacking that ass on the bears. The depth of book here on the right-hand side, if you see this right here, the depth of book for the bulls is pretty fucking big. I mean, I'm not going to lie. Look at this here. Look at the right-hand side. You see this gray line here? You see the depth of sellers is weaker than buyers. Every time we trade up to this 447 here, you're going to see a squeeze higher here. Blasting off right now on the SPY. Just huge moves on the SPY above. We know that the ceiling on the SPY is 450. You can see breaking another leg up higher right now on the SPY currently. See the depth of buyers down below is huge right here. Not seeing any of these sellers higher, so we'll see what happens. Trucking down to New Orleans. Okay, I'm going to take a break here real quick. I will be back. I'm going to leave on, if you're just joining us, you're new here. I'm going to take just a 10, 15-minute break. I'm going to grab myself a big fat line of cocaine and a gallon of decaf coffee. And, and I'm not going to do that. I'll be back, though, in 10 minutes. I'm just take a quick leak, take a piss. I'll be back in 10 minutes. If you're new to us, join us on Discord. Introduce yourself in the YouTube chat. Just be like, hey, I'm new here. People get to know you or whatever. And I'll be back in just 10 minutes. It's 11:08. We're looking. I don't know if the clocks have changed yet in the European close or not. If it's now 12:30 still or not, I haven't checked yet. Someone was talking about it earlier this week. More SPY calls, more AMD calls, Twitter calls. You can just open up two screeners on your own computer, right? You watch the flow. You listen to the news as it comes in. You watch Bookmap to see where we're headed for the day. You get some decent commentary. I need to add in, I'm going to try to add in some more interviews and stuff. We're trying to get, this is all new for us here around here. So some sellers coming in currently in the SPY, so be careful here. See how these sellers just stepped in above here. Watch my cursor on the right. But I'll be back here in about 10 minutes. And what? It's 11:08, and then I only take quick breaks. You'll still hear the news in the background is my point. And we'll be waiting for another leg higher here or lower, depending on where we get. Josh, I want you to go back to your room and open a fucking book, bro. Thanks, Otis, for posting a link to Discord. I'll be right back. Give you guys another quick snapshot of where we are here. Remember that 1, 2. I thought 2 would be deeper. It wasn't. If we can get another bounce down here, I don't think we're getting it, to be honest with you. But if we get another bounce down here, anywhere down here, you know the day trader's going to buy it, right? Just so you guys know. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but the fucking day traders are just begging for another dip for a rip. Whether you know that or not, I don't know, but I know some of you know it. Some of you day traders know it. So we'll see what happens here with the SPY. See if I can. There we go. That might help you out a little bit better here. This might give a better viewpoint. Hold on here. Look at that depth of book on the sell side, on the buy side. Woo! Woo!
Just a reminder, on the lookout for comments from Atlanta Fed's Bostic, who's participating in a moderated conversation on minority participation in the economics profession. There's a Q&A expected. This Ukraine president sent a message to the G7 as they meet, calling on them to strengthen Russian sanctions. Also saying that Ukraine wants more weapons.
Energy markets CPC pipeline is set to partially resume oil loadings on Thursday after a successful inspection. Just note that back on the 22nd, the most recent update, second mooring at the Caspian pipeline said to required repairs. And at that time, they were predicting potential drop of production by 1 million barrels per day. Just note here another report, separate report on the energy markets. Financial Times reporting on this U.S. plan to provide a boost in natural gas supplies to the EU. FT reporting that the U.S. is finalizing a plan to supply them with up to 15 billion cubic meters of LNG by the end of 2022. This report saying the deliveries from the U.S. would go towards a goal set out by the EU earlier this month of replacing 50 billion cubic meters of gas currently supplied by Russia. This report saying President Biden and EU Commission President von der Leyen are hopeful they can make a formal announcement tomorrow.
Oh yeah, baby. How do you like them apples out there, huh? How do you like them apples out there? What do we got? We got 60 people walked away. They don't even realize that we're blasting off right now. Yeehaw! 447.97. Woohoo! Woohoo, baby! There we go. 448 now on the SPY. Free money for everybody today. Free money for everybody. How about that? How about UNG blasting off too? How's everybody doing out there? You guys making money today or what? Burr, baby, burr. Give me those tendies. Choo choo, baby. How you like them apples? I shouldn't say that, right? It's like that's saying so old. There goes VIX falling off. We knew we've got depth of book on the SPY going into today. Started out this morning talking about that we had more money than come into the market. Talking about the end of the quarter, what they're trying to do. Talking about pin up at 450 for the past couple days. Cha-ching, baby. We know where SPY's going. 450, 449.45. We already know that, right? Been talking about it all morning, right? 449, 449.50. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, winners. We got winners this morning. Thanks, Philip. I appreciate it, brother Matt. Thanks, Matty. Making money. That's what it's all about, making money every day, day in, day out. How you guys doing out there? Everybody's doing well? Everybody's making money? I'm over here, walk away for like 5 minutes, and it's just blasting off. Just blasting off. We got NVIDIA now at 278.12. Let's take a look at NVIDIA one more time. See how high it can go again. Just blasted through 275 like it was butter. All right, here we go. I don't know why you guys watch any other live stream out there for the daytime. I don't know why. I mean, just look at this. This is impossible. We'll let NVIDIA just, we'll see what NVIDIA's doing. There goes the SPY just blasted off. Look at the depth of book down here. I mean, just look at that. Just wrecking sellers. Wrecking sellers. Huge bid on SPX this morning. Now trading, memory allocation. All right, let's go to 15,000. Okay. Good thing I got a couple terabytes of memory.
As Evan's just saying that we won't need asset sales until we are well into the balance sheet reduction, but may need cleanup operations to remove mortgage-backed securities.
Woohoo! Woohoo! Look at that, just moving on right along, moving right along. 448.40. Be conscious as we
Q&A here for the Fed's Evans.
Be careful with Evans coming out with a Q&A real quick. We don't want to be careful. I want you to be aware.
Evans responding to a question saying he can't see how a rate rises now on their own will cause a recession.
I want to be careful out here.
Just reiterating that he does support starting the reduction of the balance sheet relatively quickly and favors a pretty brisk pace.
Okay, so this is what you need to be aware. All right,
emphasizing the evolution of the data will be an important part of the discussions on pace and steepness of rate hikes. Just more here from the Fed's Evans in the Q&A.
Okay.
For 1 hour now from the European cash equity close, the DAX is trading up 0.5%. The Spanish IBEX is down 0.1%. and the MIB is higher by 0.7%.
All right, so we're looking for 449.40, right? We know that the sellers will sometimes reach below. We won't quite get to 449.50, but you know that the sellers will step in. So, what is the plan from here, right? Is the question. We know we have a bid in the market. We know that the DOM over here. We know that we've got depth of book right now in buyers. So if you're trading this with me this morning,
4-week bills draw 0.135% with 98.24% allotted at the high and a bid to cover at 2.93. Indirect bidders take 41%. 8-week bills draw 0.300% with 16.97% allotted at the high and a bid to cover of 2.99.
So just be conscious up here at 280. We've got some resistance here, right? I want you to see this resistance. It's not that you can't trade it higher than 280, but I want you to take money off the table. I want you to take your winnings and run. Like put the money in the pocket, right? You want to pick up NVIDIA again. You pick it up over 280, and then you can take it to its next sell point above here. But otherwise, I want you to take the money off the table in NVIDIA. I want you to take the money off the table with the SPY as we get close to 449.50. And then what you can do, you'd be like, hey, Cap, I'm super duper bullish. That's fine. You just take it off after we get up here and put it back on above 449.73. You want to trade the next level? Sure. You trade it from 449.67, and then you make your way up to this 451, 451.50. You can take the next level up. You can see these sellers up here. They're just nasty. They're just waiting up here at 451, 451.50, 452. How much of the trade do you need, right, is the question. You can see them hiding in here. There are real sellers up here. Let's just say we get above this. Then you take the trade long to 455 or 460, right? That 459 number we keep talking about, 460 way above here. So each level, right, we're trading a range here, right? You pick up the dips. You buy the close yesterday like we talked about. Put it on Twitter yesterday, right? If we sell off into the close, buy that dip with some spreads. Take it to 450 or close to 450. Get out of your calls. Wait to trade the next leg up here. So I'm giving you advanced warning here. You don't need all of it. You don't need 450 to 452 if we go there. You just need to break through here, let it settle in a little bit, then you pick it up for the next leg up to 460. Make sense? Hell yeah, I'll look at AMD. Now, if you're bearish here, I saw someone say to you...
The EU meeting, EU's, Austria's prime minister is saying that they will not agree to any oil or gas sanctions on Russia.
Now, someone's asking, hey, do you take a short here, Cap? What you're really looking for is you're looking for more than one rejection, right? So if you are going to, let's put let me put this up for you and explain it better for you. Hold on here. Okay, so let's say you want to take a short here, right? There's still more room to run to 449.54. We know that. Right? This is just a break as of right now, right? But there is some rejection here. There are some sellers coming down. But if you're a bear, you know we can squeeze. You know, right? If you're a bear and you enter too early, right? You know that we can squeeze up here. So did you want to buy your short here? Or do you want to buy it here, right? This is the first question, right? Fuck no. You want to take it early, right? Let's just say this is the top right here. Let's just say that's the top, right? So we come up here, we get a rejection. You don't want to buy the short there, right? You want to get confirmation for a leg down, right? Right? That's what you want to get, right? Let's say you're like, oh, no, Cap. Oh, it's going to reject and it's just going to start burning off, Cap. Well, even if it does, right, it's going to get picked up again. And then if it gets rejected a second or a third time, this is actually where you take the short. You're not taking it in here. Let's just say that's the top, right? It's here that you take it, not right fucking here. If you wanted to take it right fucking here for like 5 minutes for quick 10, 20 points, sure, go have at it. If you want to trade it safe, you'd take like the second or third one up here. You'd give the bulls 1, 2, 3 chances before you take that short. Same thing goes if we were in a bottom right here. It's the same thing, right? 1, 2, and then a move up, or 1, 2, 3. If the power comes in, up. If the power doesn't come in, then it's going to be 1, 2. Bulls didn't find it, and we go down. Okay, so be careful of this as we move forward. Right? So the point is this. The bulls probably have another chance for at least this, and we can tell by book map that they have more than likely till close. They might not have quite 449, 454. They probably have some, that when the sellers really start coming down, it's probably like somewhere up in here, 449, 35 maybe. But they have another leg here. They have another leg here to go for, and they're probably going to take at least 2 more stabs at it. And at the least, they're going to get a stab here, a stab here, and then it'll come back down, right? So if you're bearish here, I would say to you, you're looking for at least 2 rejections minimum to go short, if not 3. If you're a bull here, same thing, right? You're not done yet. We're never done. Sometimes we'll do this goofy shit up here, but we still continued up, right? So when you're looking for rejection, you're looking for like 1, 2, 3. If at least 2. But definitely not 1. Oftentimes traders make this mistake all the time. They're like, "Fuck it, I'm going short right here," and it's too early. It needs more. Sometimes, yeah, we'll go up here and just go straight down, V-shaped, fucking turn the market over. But it's just not that common. Not day in, day out. Not over 10, 20 trades. Okay, so over 10, 20 trades, you're gonna be looking for a rejection point. 1 here. You look for 1 here. If you don't get the 1 here, and we continue up, then you have to count this again. 1, 2, and then 3. Okay, so you're looking for confirmation as a bear that you're going to get a reversal here. If you don't get that confirmation, this shit's still long right now. I hope that helps. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta go upstairs and check out some. I got some lunch cooking right now. I only came down here because I'm like, I got 10, 15 minutes I can check. And I'm long this market if any of you guys want to know. I told you guys all since this morning. Talked to you guys about how we can continue higher. Talked to you guys about the pin in the market. Talked to you guys about the internals of the grind higher. What to expect if we do that, right? If we do expect to grind higher, that grind could probably be 450 to 460. Talk to you about where you should be buying bottoms, where you should be selling tops. Talk to you if you're a bear right now and you're like, hey, we're going to roll this market over. You can easily buy 460, 450 Ps on put spreads that are a month out, and you know it's going to roll over at some point, right? You know from looking at the oscillator this morning or the indicator that you can tacitly start to take on puts or puts that take time to print. You don't get really aggressive with 0 dates and weeklies and monthlies until you get confirmation on that big rollover. So we talked about that this morning. So yeah, right around 450, throw some on. 460, you can get more aggressive. We also talked about where we need to be for in a month.
The UN in a ceremonial vote, the UN General Assembly voting to condemn the Russian invasion of the Ukraine in a
I'll be right back.
40-5 vote with 38 abstentions.
Hang tight, baby. I'll be right there, honey bear.
The UN General Assembly has voted to condemn Russia's Ukraine invasion, 140-5 with 38 abstentions. German Chancellor Scholz from the EU meeting saying that we're more united in this difficult situation than ever before.
All right, I'm still here with you guys, but I am having some lunch. So I'm going to eat some lunch first. We'll take a look right here. And you can see this big move up, this big power move up here, right? We just talked about that, 1, 2. And we know that the sellers are above here at 449.54. We're gonna take a little bit closer look here. We know the depth of book is still huge right now, right? So we'll take a look above and see. Looks like we still have some support down here. 47,599, 44,000. Some sellers starting to step in here. We are rolling over quickly on the market here, so we'll see if we can find some support down here for another run higher or not. Still buyers, still present. What you're looking for is this depth of book to disappear. You're looking for a wall of sellers to step in. Here's AMD. People were asking about AMD earlier. Beautiful buyers on AMD as well. 325,000 buyers, or excuse me, 3.2 million buyers, 1.675 sellers. Monster buyers on AMD as well. We talked about them this morning. We talked about natural gas, AMD, NVIDIA, and the SPY all day long today. All have worked out at this point this afternoon. I also talked about American Airlines, I think. And what else have we talked about? I think that's all of them for this morning. If you want to see if we can go higher on AMD, your next price target is 125 on AMD. Some resistance right now on AMD currently where it stands. Also watching the VIX just roll over right now, just rolling over the VIX. So I'm going to take a quick break again, and I'm just going to eat my lunch here and continue to watch. If there is signs of a huge market reversal, we are watching a little bit more sellers step in currently. We'll look back over here as well and see if we can hit this price target above here. And as a matter of fact, a few minutes ago, when we were just right over here, I believe, about 2 minutes ago, I just went through a discussion as to when you start to take that short, that rollover. So you had one stab at it here. This is two. We'll see if the bulls can maintain. Maybe we have a little bit of of this move right here, right? A little bit of a consolidation. Another attack for this 44954. We also know that if we get this high up here, that these sellers typically will come down. So if we've got 449, let's say, right, 54, we know where the sellers are there. They could come down. That you're going to be looking for on Bookmap. You're going to be looking on Bookmap for the sellers to swoop down slightly below 44954 and see if they can actually take over. Might have another run up here as we move forward. So we'll see what happens here.
And Schultz reiterating that G7 is working on reducing reliance on Russian energy. NATO leaders communique calling on Russia to announce a ceasefire, saying that would show they're serious about negotiations. German Chancellor Schultz saying there needs to be a constant flow of weapons to Ukraine.
Bank of Portugal updating their outlook, saying they affirming their 2024 growth forecast to 2%, but they're cutting 2022 GDP growth forecast to 4.9%. Statement here from the G7 leaders calling on oil and gas producing countries to act responsibly and increase supplies to international markets. G7 leader statement saying OPEC plays a key role in that.
Schultz saying construction of 2 LNG terminals could start this year.
An Iran foreign minister saying that if the United States is pragmatic, a nuclear deal can be reached in the short term. Iranian foreign minister commented on the ongoing negotiations about a potential nuclear deal. More from this G7 statement saying in order to avoid export bans, calling others to do the same. This G7 statement related to food export bans. EU's van der Leyen saying the EU will be receiving additional LNG from the U.S. This follows the Financial Times report from the last hour. A report indicated that President Biden and van der Leyen were set to announce a new deal for the U.S. to supply up to 15 billion cubic meters of LNG. Reportedly, ConocoPhillips looking to sell assets in the Anadarko, as well as the stack and scoop formations of Texas and Oklahoma, according to sources. Charlie Oscar Papa.
All right, baby, I'm back. Sorry about that. I was getting a bite to eat there. I have a young daughter who I was making lunch for her and I. I've got two daughters. One is very young. They're not very young. I guess, they only keep getting older. But she's not that young anymore. She's 9 years old, but she's still my baby. She's my youngest child, so we kind of do our thing. I think you might have heard me earlier talking. I was trying to figure out how to. So I make pizza for dinner sometimes, and so I what I did was I made some dough that was smaller portions, and I'm trying to make them small enough that she can just put them on a toaster oven with some ricotta or some sauce and make a quick cheese pizza for herself for lunch sometimes, because it's a big production for us to make pizza. It's like a big family thing. Okay, so anyways, the pizza was okay. It wasn't that good. It's always better in like an 800 degree or a coal or a wood-fired on-row or something, like an oven of some kind. We'll talk about pizza ovens some other day in the future. It's interesting. I had the person that taught me how to make pizza. Her mother and father owned a famous Italian restaurant in Brooklyn in the 30s and into the 50s, and then she wound up opening some restaurants later in life. Taught me how to make real pizza. Oh man, it's so good if you know how to make pizza. The wife and the kids, nobody even wants to eat pizza anywhere else anymore because it's so good if you know how to make it. If you know how to make dough, if you know how to make it all, there ain't nothing like it. It's rare that you find a restaurant that can make banging pizza. Okay, so this is where we're at right now, right? We know that this is support down here, right? We know that support down below here is 44729. We get our first rejection, second rejection, third rejection here. Watched a lot of puts come into the market. So you got one, right? A little bit more here. We get the 200-day. This is on the 1 minute. We could switch to the 5 minute, the 15. Take a look down here. See the 200 swooping down on the 5 minute. Right. Let's look on the 15 minute. 15 minutes slightly higher. Coming across over here. Coming across. Right. Nice little high right here. We know that this is support. Maybe we get a little break down below. I don't know if we're done yet or not for the day. It's a pretty big move today, right? Bam, bam, bam. Tweezer moves all the way up. Beautiful move up. We knew that the buyers were here. We see VIX bottoming down below at 2232. And we know that the VIX can probably has some room to run higher. Maybe trade this down to this intraday support down here, wherever it may be. We also have this S2 support down below here. So we're going to monitor the options at this point. And we're going to look real quick and see. Let's see what the dome is saying here. We got some dip buyers already where we are here, 447.76. We're going to look down below and see if we can find, so we can get this squeezed a little bit more. There we go. We got some buyers down here at 447.60. This is the line, though, right here. Do you see the depth here at the buyers? Got some buyers at 447.45, 447.30, 447. And let's look down at 445 and see what's going on down there. 446. Lots of support here, just so you guys can see this, right? This is no joke in support right now. So if you got bears out there saying, "Oh, doom and gloom, we're going to sell it all," I'm not seeing it currently, right? See him hiding down here at 445.17. Key in on that one, okay? So that resistance, right? Or it's actually support, not resistance. We're turning this into support right now. So can we trade lower is the question. Yeah, we can trade lower, but even though we can trade lower on another time frame here, there's a lot of work to do if you're bearish to trade through here. There's no rug pull going on down here that I can see. None of this has disappeared down here. It looks like the buyers are still just absorbing at this point. So can we trade lower? Yeah. The one thing that I would say that has changed here slightly is if you look on the dome over here, right? If you look on the dome going back here, right? This is going back to 9:30 this morning, right? 9 o'clock, 9:30. And you can see there's still a lot of buyers in here. And they're right down here at VWAP, like 446.63. 446.63. And we might have to get some runway here to catch this down here. You can see it on the right-hand side here. Some nice sellers stepping into the market right now. But the question becomes, do these buyers say, no, we're buying this no matter what? Are they waiting down below here at 446 or so? So I'll bring this chart back over to you. And if you're a bull and you're like, well, I want to buy this dip cap, we're on the 15-minute chart right now. But let's say you're like, I want to buy this dip cap. It's the same as always, right? So you're going to look for the first support, right? Let's say it's here. Doesn't matter if it's here. Doesn't matter if it's down here. Doesn't matter if it's down here. Okay. But if you're a bull and want to take a second trade in this, what you're looking for is not the first bounce, right? So let's say the first bounce is here. Looks like the bulls are fighting back already. But let's just say the first bounce is right here. You're going to let that bounce go. You're not going to grab that one. You're going to wait for the second bounce, or even if it's lower, right? And you'll grab that one for the ride up.
President Macron saying G7 is ready to increase sanctions imposed on Russia whenever it's necessary.
If you're looking to stay bearish here, you're going to look for like a little dribble, right? If you see that little dribble, that's typically calls being sold, and then you'll get a slam down, right? One more push up and then down. So for right now, right, if you're a bull and you're like, I want to buy a dip cap, even if this gets bought right here, even if this little area right here gets bought, you can wait a minute, wait for this to settle down a little bit, and then make your move higher. I would take the third bounce on this one for support. It wouldn't even shock me to see it go something like this, right? You're seeing the buyers step in slightly. 1, 2, and then 3, and then you know where we go from here. Right, that pinning action to 450. Now another thing too is, let's say you missed today's rip, right? And you're like, I don't want to take any more risks today, maybe money today, Cap. We bought it down here. It really is the same thing right now. So what you do is it really is a matter of buy the dip and sell the rip, right? We've got a trading area. We consolidated. We traded up higher. Nice, beautiful move, right? Consolidated. Move right here. It looks like we have higher to go, doesn't it? So if you're looking for your next buy, where is that buy? It's somewhere down in here, right? You can see all these buyers in here, right? And so they're probably going to push this up at some point, either today or tomorrow. Even if it's just to here and it sells off again. But in all reality, let's take a look and see what the trend is right now. Let's take a look at trend. Oh, hold on here. I don't know how this got moved, but sometimes I'm down here fucking around and I move shit. Yeah, I can already see that I moved it. Okay, so trend is intact, right? We've got this trend here. Maybe you're like, hey, Cap, I don't want to buy anymore. It's too risky, Cap. So until this trend goes another direction, we're going up. But even in this zone here, this upward channel, you want to be shorting these highs here, right? Or even higher. Same thing as a bull. So if you're looking for the next good buy, you're probably going to wait for a buy down here, somewhere in here. So we have our so far confirmed trading channel. But if we bounce out of this trading channel, this is going to be the best buy. This is going to be better than this buy in here. So if you're like, I don't want to take any chances, Cap, then wait till we break through here. But the channel is still confirmed. So if you're going to get risky, you see this little mark down here, right? You can wait till we get down here. But it looks like we've made the turn. Looks like we have the support here to make the next leg up. So where is the next price target, right? It's pretty fucking high, right? Like 460, dude. That shit's way up here. I mean, look at that. Imagine if we catch some support down here, or we just straight shoot it up to 457, 458. That'd be wild. I don't know if that's going to happen, but maybe we consolidate in here, and then you get your next leg up here. It's possible too. Maybe they want to do this around the end of the month. So we have a green quarter, right? Just imagine if you're a bear right now and that happens. You're going to give away every last dollar that you took. Just imagine if you had a small puppy dog and you started shorting a week ago. You have to give up the puppy dog and the beautiful wife. So I guess so that's my question is, where do we go from here? Consolidation, a push higher. We need good news to get above this zone up here. So if we don't get that good news, just be looking to buy these dips down here, just down in this area down here. But you can see the bid this morning in the market, right? So the buyers step in on SPX, and we talked about how we can melt up until a rollover. We talked about the kind of bid that came into the market. Talked about the ability for more money to come into the market for us to melt straight up. So do I think we get up there? I don't know. But I do know that we trade it every day, right? As it comes. So we'll see here. I don't know if we're going to maintain this relentless pace, but I'll tell you what. It's got the support. It's got buyers down here. It does have buyers down here. So even if you got people out there in social media telling you it's going to roll, it's going to roll, it's going to roll, none of this is saying it's rolling yet. And I can see what you're saying. I can see what you're saying about the top being here, right? I can see that, but all this relentless buying in SPX, right? All this relentless buying in the indexes, all this relentless buying in individual tickers shows that bulls aren't tired yet, or at least banks aren't tired yet. So it's tough too because we're at 22.32 on the VIX, and no one thinks that the VIX can come down to like 10 or 15 bucks. Neither do I. So I know something's going to have to break here, right? The VIX is telling you that it's going to break down here. As a matter of fact, the VIX ain't even moving to some extent, and it's still going higher. So, what would I say? If you're a bull that doesn't want to take any chances, then I would say, find a range down here to buy. Could be down here. You buy some kind of a weekday. You pick that up. Intraday, and we're still in good range down here. 438, 440 is all still good. Also, 435 is still good down here. If you want to wait for another day, you can wait. If you think we're going higher here, I understand that. Maybe it's just a relentless up until the 31st. As far as today goes, right? Like intraday trading. We'll pop that bad boy up there. Old school trading. See the 200 here. Right? See the push above, right? Every time we break above this 200 power move. So we'll wait and see if we come back down and touch. Right? See how that green and that blue line is coming up? See how that green and blue line is coming up here? That green, that's the 21-day and the 50-day. See that 200-day and the 50-minute chart? That's powerful. This is a powerful indicator. So, I'm looking to buy this. I'm looking to buy this because you got all these buyers down here and they're not done yet. So if they're not done yet, I'm going to be looking to take this for a ride up here. Okay. So let's keep our eyes on the game. Look for on Bookmap for these levels here. Look for 4427, 447.30. Look for 446.66. Maybe we get a dip right below real quick. We come all the way down to this 445.68, but somewhere in here, another accumulation phase for a push higher. Okay. Somewhere down in here, we're going to get another grab to go higher. And there's no headline news right now that I can see that's saying anything other than buyers are here. They're still accumulating. I don't think this is FOMO. When we're looking at the other indicators earlier this morning, I'll be honest with you. It looks like we had major accumulation for like 6 to 9 days. But then when you look at the volume and when you looked outside of the market breadth indicator, when you looked on the on-balance volume indicator, the advanced decliners, the ARMS index, when you looked on the McClellan summation index, they're all saying that there's still more money that could come into this market and push it higher. So we don't even have the money in the market yet. So can the market roll over here? Yes. We've had two tests now above, two tests above. So the question becomes, Did they make their money and now they're just trying to sell out of their positions? I don't know if that's the answer, but I know that a lot of money is not in the market yet. So we're going to watch it right here and see if this gets picked up. A little bit of patience. We'll see if we can catch another ride up. I think I got right now. I got the 50. I've got the 50. The 20. I got the 21 working right now. The 21, the 50, and the 200 is what I'm using today. Sometimes I add more on there, but sometimes it gets too messy. Sometimes I'll pop up. But I don't like the RSI indicator. I don't like there's a bunch of shit. Like every week or so, I'll go and listen to the Elliott waivers. Just so I know, because I know people trade the Elliott wave. Sometimes I'll pay attention to MACD, but only if it's like really over, like RSI, really oversold, really overbought. I'll take a look at it. But it's probably the shittiest tool in my tool chest. So currently I have more sellers than buyers right now. Over here on the right-hand side, you can see the sellers stepping in. We'll see if we can grab a bit down here at some point. Don't know what to make of the whoever's buying all these puts, because looks more to me like they doubled down on puts more than more puts entering the market. Looks like the same put buyers. You're seeing a little bounce here on the SPY. But we already talked about this earlier, right? You don't buy that first bounce. You look for that second or third to grab that next long. So let this play out right here. You could take this. 1, 2. Yeah, I'd wait. Sometimes I miss these, but I always like that. I'd rather miss it and not lose my ass and catch the ones that hit where I want it to hit.
Macron confirming there's no decision made on new sanctions on Russian oil, gas, or coal.
Yeah, we'll check it. We'll check on Uber. I think I did Uber the other day, right? I like Uber. I talked about Uber all last week, right? I like Uber right now, Facebook. We'll let that load up and we'll come right back to it. And I'll look at Tesla as well.
Trading for the day, German DAX up 0.1%, the FTSE up 0.3, and the CAC down 0.2.
Euro close going on right now. What do you guys think about daylight savings time? I saw the heads up. We've got calls coming in. High algo score Airbnb, April 14th, 187.5 C, $300,000. We have calls on JD, high algo score. I don't know about that. Maybe a couple more bounces. Lots of calls coming in on China stocks though. Calls coming in on PayPal, all the beaten down stocks. You might start seeing some squeezing action going on again. We've been seeing that recently. Whenever the shit stocks start coming up. Baba, Airbnb, Facebook, PayPal, calls on Uber. So I'm looking right now, right? I'm looking at the SPY. This is the 1 minute chart, but a nice little first bounce, right? You think to yourself, yeah, I should have bought that. Probably not. Probably grinding your calls to dust right now. Gonna check it out on the 5 minute real quick. Looks like it still has some more room to come down, right? Looking on the 15-minute chart, a little bit more room to come down. 44659. That's where your day traders are gonna be looking to grab some. 44646. somewhere down here. So wait to see if this keeps rolling. Somewhere in here, though. Somewhere in this vicinity, you're going to be looking for a reaction. Somewhere down in here. If you're short SPY right now, I bet you there's a reaction down in here. So wrap it up at some point. And then re-enter. If you want to get short again, you'll take the profit here and then look for a rejection above, somewhere in this vicinity. So you take profit, look for this, and if it's rejected, you can take that one, or you can take a second one. Great trading environment. This has been great trade in the past few days. I love low volatility environments. Less liquidity breaks, more setups for day traders in the middle of the day to get involved. Anything that I'm telling you right now is shit that other day traders are watching. So when you're like, why would you get a reaction there? It's not me. It's that, there's, a million other day traders out there. Not a million. I think there's 300 to 500,000 of us out there, or something like that. It could be less, but I thought it was 300,000 worldwide. So they're looking for these reactions as well. Let's look at Uber. Uber's got more buyers than sellers. Here indicator slightly turning negative right now. Looking for a squeeze on Uber.
Macron saying it's not effective to spell out his red lines on Russia.
Say it's a little negative here at the moment. Dip by 31. Support at 30. 28. It's got some good support on it. Could be a nice squeeze candidate. I've liked Uber for the past week or so, and it's done very well the past week. It was at a low of 31, moved its way up to 35.51, and then was rejected. Still lots of buyers down here, right where it's at right now currently. It's a nice trade. $33.50. You see down here. If you can get it as deep as 33, that'd be nice. I don't know that you will, though. Looks like they're going to want to step in at 34. Anything down here, buy. Unless we're at a market top, I guess, right? Tesla. More sellers right now than buyers on Tesla. You can see this here. Depth of book is good. Buyers at 1,000 and 990. It's getting close. I'm looking at the VIX right now, and I'm like, how far down can the VIX go? I guess it can trade sideways for a few days, can't it? I guess the VIX can just keep trading sideways. I'm telling you what, though, if that shit just keeps trading sideways, at some point it's going to fucking explode. Or implode. Probably have one more swing at 1020 today. On Tesla. Look for a buy. I saw the buy here at 1,000. Look for 990. Look for 990 on Tesla. Nice little bounce right off this 200 on the 1 minute. And you got people out there saying they don't trade the 1 minute. Yeah, right, they don't. Motherfuckers looking at fucking 1 minute ticks to tell you. It's always the ones on Twitter that are like, stop trading the 1 minute chart. And it's probably them that are trading the 1 minute chart. Too funny. Stop trading the 1 minute chart. And they actually are trading the 1 minute chart. Motherfuckers claiming they're trading the 15-minute chart. They're fucking trading the 1 minute chart, telling you to trade the 15-minute chart. So that you're late to the party, you can push up their trade. Too funny. See what you guys are saying in the chat. Yeah, better be safe and patient. Agreed. London closes in 45. Short up there. Russia to accept Bitcoin as payment for energy exports. Yeah, did you guys ever see? So when I posted on Twitter, but Putin when he invaded Ukraine, he actually
French
had
President Macron's reiterating that dialogue with Russian President Putin must continue.
He fucking had a screener up of Bitcoin.
Some comments from Japanese Prime Minister Kishida.
He had a screener up of
He says he's been
Bitcoin.
told
Hey,
the
buddy.
G7 summit plans to proceed with legislative steps to revoke Russia's most favored nation status by Japan.
Almost as if he bought Bitcoin and knew that he could make bank off it. Pretty disgusting. Jesse's saying that his NVIDIA contracts are up like crazy. Hell yeah.
French President Macron says that he will keep working with Turkish President Erdogan on Ukraine.
Newsfeed was talking about ramping up USA natural gas shipments to Europe. That's good. Hell yeah, Gary. Take the money and run, bro. Don't get greedy. Take the money and run. Sorry, I was gone for a minute, Matt. I was getting some lunch with... Come here, Henry. You don't have to leave, buddy. Get over here. I'll cuddle on you. Come here, handsome. Yeah, you're a good boy. Short at the top took quick 20%. Awesome. Look for support levels on Zim. Yeah, I saw Zim. I saw all those Zim calls coming in this morning. I didn't mention them. I should have. Aiden, you can always do a shout out in chat, bro, on YouTube and be like, hey, man, what's going on with Zim? Good morning, Paul. How are you? The white line is the 200 DMA, simple moving average. Oh, I know about Bob Prechter, Floyd's Garage. I know about Bob Prechter. So I agree with Bob Prechter to an extent. But the thing about Bob Prechter is, that so just a heads up, we got calls coming in right now on GDX. May 20th, 41C, $1.1 million. Also calls May 20th, 41C, $767,000. Looking for the market to go down on that. Yeah, I like Bob Prechter a lot. And the problem is that when you look at one of his charts, it's such a big-ass chart that it's easy to say or associate. You can associate what he says when the market goes down. I'm not in disagreement with what he's saying, but when you think about the timing of what he's saying, it's like, fuck me, man, that could be 2024 for all I know. Could be today, it could be 3 years from now. And it would still fit the cycle. I agree with the cycle. But the timing of it, you'd be working at behind a Wendy's. You'd be working behind a Wendy's by the time that works out for you. I agree with that cycle. To an extent, but that's my problem with Elliott waivers. Like, it's not so much that it doesn't work; it's that I think Horse Lover Fat said it once The Elliott waivers are breaking out their erasers right now and pencils. And it's not that they don't do a great job. It's that you can always come back and be like, well, I was wrong. We're going to move it here. Well, and and all that stuff, it really does work to an extent, but it doesn't work enough to be profitable in my viewpoint. Because I used to follow Elliott Wave and trade Elliott Wave, and I'll tell you what, I lost my shirt trading Elliott Wave, like my shirt. So how do I use Elliott Wave? I use it as a guide. So like when it comes to Elliott Wave stuff, I check in with like the bull count, the bear count, the alternative bull count, the alternative bear count, all that shit, because I know people trade to it. So there is going to be some expectation in that count. I know that there's programs out there that trade to Elliott Wave. But let's just say you were going to trade Elliott Wave. You still need so many confirmations, which I use. I actually use that aspect. Sometimes you'll see me post on Twitter and say, if we hit this number, expect this. If we hit that number, expect that. That's all Elliott Wave shit. But until it happens, and even when it happens, it's only it's a broad stroke, right? You're looking for these broad things to happen so that you can have some idea of what's going to take place. But as far as like, it's on the really big, like, or it's not accurate enough for trading, for me at least, and what I'm looking for. And so I guess that's that's my take on Proctor. I agree with what he says though, overall, Floyd. And I'm glad that you know who he is, because not a lot of people do, and you should know who he is, and you should listen to. I listen to him. That doesn't mean that I agree with everything he says, but I do listen to him. I'm gonna look at Zim right now. Sorry, I should have mentioned Zim this morning, and I didn't. I apologize for that. My bad. On it right now, Iden. Hey, Brad, how are you, brother? Iden, I'm working on it right now. Hold on. I'll wait till tomorrow to pick a side. This might be a phase of consolidation. Yeah, I bought a few Uber shares. Get rid of savings time. Yeah, I think we should get rid of saving time too. Because, dude, I can't do it anymore. Like, I can't fucking do it. Like, if you're a farmer, you're getting up before the break of dawn anyways. No time's going to help you. But I'll tell you what, having that extra hour of sunlight after work, or having that extra hour of sunlight at nighttime, like in the summer months, you're eating dinner late, you're staying up late, you have extra time to get stuff done. In winter months, like, this is weird too. I just moved to Michigan, and they have really weird, because of where they're located, they're dark real early, even earlier than the East Coast and earlier than the West. And in the summer months, it's light outside till almost 10 p.m. here, like 10 o'clock. It's got weird. How the sun shines here, at least, is different than other parts of the country. I can't deal with it here. In the winter months here, it's just dark. It's dark. It's dark in the morning. It's dark at nighttime. It's just dark. But overall, like, get rid of. And it's weird because now you've got people saying it fucks with your sleep cycles and all this stuff. And I'm just like, no. I'm like, if anything, you're trying to tell me to have to work harder. I'm like, the daylight savings is nonsense. Farmers and ranchers, they get up when they're supposed to get up anyways. We've had animals. You don't have a fucking choice. You can't not milk the cows. You can't not take care of your animals in the morning. I don't know. Okay, what else do we got here? VIX is moving. There were two gaps below the VIX. Oh yeah, Clapton. I'll get you a trade, Brad. Give me a few minutes. Nice job, Doug. NVIDIA calls went from minus 95% this morning, and they sold them at 118%. Hell yeah. More sellers than buyers on Zim right now. Order book looks good overall for Zim. Just looks like relentless sellers right now on Zim. Holding the line right now. Intraday buyers on Zim. Can't tell much from here. Price target $90 on Zim.
Seeing a German press report that Nord Stream 2 pipeline project will file for insolvency in the days ahead.
Holy shit. That's huge. I like Zim here. I can't say that I don't. I saw a lot of call buying on Zim earlier. Seems like a natural place to buy a dip on Zim, right? Seems like a beautiful place to buy a dip. Seems like the place. This is the place, right? Isn't that, what was it, Talking Heads? This is the place? I don't like this giant gap down, and I don't know why that happened. You have to let me know what happened here. If there was some bad news and why Zim's gone down, I might be scared of taking this long. I like this consolidation, though, in here. I like this whole area here. This is your trading zone right here. Set an alert for 66.35 if you can get down here. Maybe bring this lower right here. You're now in a consolidation zone once again. Maybe you got a little relentless selling at one point down to 66 bucks. Pick it up for the next run up higher. I like it though. I'm down with it. I'm down with Zim. Still moving in directionally at least. It was bought at the bottom at $45. It's only up to $91. Normally when banks push a stock, any kind of stock, they try to get anywhere from 3 to 5 times. So price target on it overall, unless there's something I don't know, probably 150 bucks. If I had to guess. I don't know enough about it. I'd have to do some due diligence on it. But the way the banks are in it, I don't always like to hear or believe a lot of news on individual tickers. But when I see a bank buy at 45 bucks, doesn't look like 91 is enough. They're greedy. They like to get 3 times, sometimes 5 times what they're buying it for. So look for some consolidation here. I still like the ticker. Most tickers don't go up that they're pushing like that are trending. Don't go up just 100%. They typically don't. They typically go up 300 to 500% while they're trending like that, like they are right there. And you can see it right here, right? You can see that the buyers are trying to buy any dip down here between $68, $69, $70. So just let it breathe for a minute and try to grab a dip down below at $68 or even $66 if it's brief in the early morning hours. Stay with me, Brad. I'll have a trade for you here in just a minute. The book is firming up right now on SPY. You guys can see that. Book is getting better. See the buyers stepping in right now on the right-hand side. Follow my cursor. Still these sellers above. Got that second tap on the SPY. Second tappy tap. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Looking for another leg up into, I'm going to give a price target today. Looks like the buyers are still there. I'm going to give a price target in a day of 451.03. There you have it. 451.03. Let's look above and see if we can actually get there or not. If we can't get there today, they'll do it in the overnight, I think. That's another thing that they'll do is if you can't get it done in cash market, they'll fucking get it done in the overnight. You can see right here, sellers are weak right now. Just heads up on this, okay? Sellers are very weak right now at this moment. Buyers are stepping in huge right now on the market. Huge calls coming in on REI, $4 ticker. REI, massive calls coming in, probably squeezing right now. REI, Romeo Echo India. Ring, it was REI Ring? Holy shit, I didn't know that was Ring. My God, remember when Ring was, dude, Ring got wrecked, didn't it? It was, its high was $17. This shows you how old I am. $20 was its high. Shows you how old I am. You know what else is another? You know what a company like Ring, maybe there might be a counter trade or a trade with is GoPro. Like I think Ring and GoPro were like part of that whole class. Oh yeah, keep an eye on GoPro. Maybe we'll get a squeeze off of GoPro today. It's been trending. It's been going up for a while now for the past week. Keep an eye on GoPro. GoPro is one of those ring companies. Well, it's not a ring company, but it's like a ring company. Ring is just blasting right now. It's currently just tapped $3.74. Have relentless calls coming in, big money.
5 minutes, we'll get results of the Treasury's 10-year tips auction.
REI. Be careful of this tips auction. We'll look at REI real quick. I can't believe we're looking at REI right now. It was kind of funny. It was kind of funny. It's like no movement, no movement, no movement. Coming to some resistance right now at 376, 384. Some sellers above. Price target of $4 on Ring. Let me see. Look in here. Anywhere from $4 to $4.28 seems like the ceiling on Ring. Currently trading at $3.74. Only got another quarter to go.
Turkish President Erdogan saying resolutions adopted at the NATO summit today should not be perceived as a threat against Russia or any third country. Erdogan also calling on NATO allies to end arms embargoes on Turkey.
Good support right now on the SPY. It's really weird. I'm watching someone just bought SPY 325, 445 CRPs puts for $62,000, and I get why they're doing it, but I don't know why they're doing it because the book is fucking thick right now. They must know something that I don't fucking know. Because the buyers are here. Is there some grand rug pull that's going to happen? Take a look back here again. 1, 2. We'll look at the 5-minute chart. See if there's any rejection here. Yeah, see down here, everything is saying we're getting a huge push up. On the 15-minute at least. If you're watching the 15-minute chart, if you're trading the 15-minute chart, it's going way up. Some sellers just stepped in, big red bars right here at the 12:55 and 12:56 moment. But this is showing buyers here, so we'll see. Give me just a second here. I gotta check some stuff out. Take a look a little bit closer. Some sellers up here at 448.45. Can you guys hear me? Oh, Discord, muted mic and sound. Sorry about that. I will unmute. Sorry about that unmuted mic and sound. Apologize for that. Hold on a second here. Apologize for that. Hopefully you guys can hear me now on stream pause swap application to resume.
There's Apple moving higher on report that they're working on hardware subscription plan.
Light SPY puts coming in right now. We got massive Apple calls coming in right now. Massive Apple calls. Apple, April 1st, 170C, $320,000. Apple, March 25th, 172.5C, $65,000. QQQ, March 30th, 365C, $70,000. Apple 401 175C $200,000. Apple 325 175C $29,000. Apple March 25th 172.5C $68,000. Apple calls March 25th 172.5C $56,000.
10-year tips reopening, bid cover 2 spot 4-3.
Smashing and bashing right now.
10-month tips
1, 2, and 3 move higher.
0.9% allotted at the high against 0.9% allotted at the high for the tips auction. Direct bid at 21.5%, indirects at 67.9% in the tips.
Let's look at the shy real quick. Watching to see if the shy catches a bid here. The Treasury, $14 billion in the 10-year tips auction, draws negative 0.589% versus 0.54%. The prior bid was 2.43 versus 2.3 prior. If you want on your own, open up the shy. You can see that the shy has been coming down since March 1st. Actually, even longer than that, right? It's been heading down since when? A steep fall off since, let's call it September 21st. Just got buried and just took a bounce here on March 23rd. Ticker symbol is SHY. TLT firming up right now. Gonna check in with TNX. It's looking pretty bullish, isn't it? These fucking bond bulls. 1, 2, 3 buys. Watching TNX, watching the shy. The ones and the threes. We'll look at Apple real quick. Lots of calls coming in Apple. Boy. I'll tell you what. Oh, it did spike, huh? Apple spiked up to 172.87. I was going to say, this looks like it might squeeze again. Like it still looks squeezy. Still looking really spicy and squeezy there. Looking for 175. Already tagged 172.87. Keep your eyes on Apple. There's a lot of Apple calls coming through right now. Giant Apple calls coming through. $174, $173 to $174. Break through this here. Clear skies above. It's a lot of pent-up energy.
An update from the EU that President Biden's NATO press conference today has been moved up on time schedule. He will take questions in about 30 minutes from Brussels.
Ruh-roh.
President Biden.
Uh-oh. 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 Here comes volatility, baby. Christian's saying that Apple's holding everything up. Apple's like, it's looking bullish. I'm not gonna lie to you, right? This is the key to the next leg up. I'll be honest with you. Apple's the key. Another $20,000 just came in on Apple. I wonder if something gets said here. This presser. Just be aware that the market currently is sitting at a place where, depending on what Biden says, like if Biden were to, I'm not saying this is going to happen, this is all pure speculation, but if Biden were to say like, oh, we're going to introduce a no-fly zone, or we're sending in the Red Cross for corridors to take people out, just be careful of this speech that's coming up here. Because we're knocking on the door here of we're knocking on the door here for some volatility. So I'm going to bring up maybe there's something that we don't know here. There's now 104,000 puts on 445p for March 25th. I'm going to bring up the Biden speech here because maybe there's something we don't know here. Do you got in chat, in YouTube chat, does somebody know something that we don't know? What's up, Chase? Are you still here, Chase? You should know. You're a reporter. What's up, Chase? Talk to us, Chase. What do you know, bro? Yes. Good question, Desperado. Desperado has the comment of the day. Does a straddle work here? More than likely, yes. Good answer. You could even just do a strangle too. You could just buy OTM puts and calls, and you'd have to cut one side loose. I gotta put on. Hold on here. I'm gonna turn this on in the background. Hopefully, you guys can't pick this up. I've got the Biden speech on. You might want to have it on as well. Just because of where we are in the market right now, it wouldn't surprise me to see some weakness due to that speech down here and then a rip higher. Just based on Trade the News mentioning it. So what, Apple's developing a hardware subscription for iPhones and iPads, which could launch by end of 2022, 2023. You know, it's interesting about the Apple. You know, it's interesting about the Apple. If you guys do or don't know this, Apple switched from developing hardware as a quote unquote growth company and started selling subscriptions. And of course, investors couldn't, or at least the Wall Street couldn't wrap their head around the growth in the subscription model. So like the first quarter or two, when they made that change, Apple lost a lot of value. Matter of fact, I think that was during 2021. Might have been 2020, but they traded sideways and down around that 140 area. They're kind of scratching their heads, and then they've since been like, oh shit, they're making just hand over fist cash. They don't have to make any new products. All they have to do is sell subscriptions, and it's this massive revenue stream where it doesn't cost them anything for that money, and they really are capitalizing on that right now. And it finally kicked in where they figured it out. Oh yeah, this is worth something. Of course, we still have the corporate debt bullshit in the background. Calls coming in right now on Apple, IWM, QQQs. Couple puts, small money puts on Apple and SPY. Looks like the gamblers are coming out to gamble right now. Under normal circumstances, I'll tell you this. Under normal circumstances, right, I'd buy this right now. I think I might pass on this one. There's one, there's two, and there's your three right there. 1, 2, 3, a larger time frame. This should rocket ship up. It should. I don't know about this Biden shit. I don't like where we are for this Biden speech. Although there's some good rocket fuel in here. You got bears are just loaded to the tits right now.
Comments from UK Prime Minister Johnson. He says that there is evidence Russia is trying to get around sanctions on their gold.
Notice we saw GDX.
Johnson says they are taking steps to ensure Russia can't sell their bullion.
Bullion, baby. Just a heads up that we got GDX calls in earlier. We got, what do we get? Look at the GDX right here. May 20th, 41C. GDX calls. Maybe somebody, you get an announcement about gold right now, bullion, like 20 minutes later we get some announcement. Makes you wonder if one of the interns. One of the interns knows something that we don't know. If you're interested in that trade, the trade's at more like 38.28, 37.41. Set some alerts here. I do above. Oh no. So this one here, do below. Create an alert below 38.07. And above 37.47, somewhere down in here. If they're going to stop Russia from selling their bullion, the miners might be where it's at, right? If his gold can't flood the market. I guess that's the trade they're making. Maybe you do buy it right now. There's that one, the first line right here. Here's the 200. Still look for some weakness here, and you can follow that trade. I'll get you guys the trade that came in. And you'd have to actively manage. You'd have to watch it.
Results of today's Federal Reserve reverse repo operations, 88 counterparties taking $1.708 trillion.
Trade is May 20th, 41, or excuse
Slightly
me.
down from yesterday's $1.8 trillion in the RRP operation.
The trade is May 20th, 41C. And you'd have to only hold the trade long enough, as long as they're in that trade, right? Might be even better just by the underlying. We'll look at GDX real quick and see if there's a trade there. Still lots of buyers in on SPY. Still looking for 44947.
Comments from Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau in Brussels. He says that Canada will continue to increase defense spending.
There's the buyers down there, 38. There's some buyers at 38 and a half. This is where the real buyers are right here. 2,000 standing order down here at 38.01. And I'll bring it back over here for you. Here's 38 over here. Somewhere in there.
Canadian Resources Minister making a statement on oil output, saying that Canada has the capacity to boost oil by 200,000 barrels per day this year. Canada also has the capacity to raise gas output by 100,000 barrels a day in 2022.
Lots of buyers here. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, 3. Last push. See if we can get this push up here. Canada Resources Minister says Canada has the capacity to boost oil output by 200,000 BPD barrels per day this year. That's actually pretty big. So it looks like Canada's playing ball, at least with Biden, or it says the G7 was saying, G7 was telling developed nations to boost their capacity of oil output. Canada is making a commitment to do that. That's actually that's not substantial, but it's pretty substantial. 200,000 barrels per day is decent size. Sometimes you'll hear the U.S. say that they're releasing 50 million barrels. I guess that's not that many. I have to do the math on it. But, like 50 million barrels, we'll drain that in a day in the U.S. So we got Biden coming up. The market's got a great bid in it right now. If you guys look in the dome over here on the right, the buyers are still here. There's no rug pull going on at the moment. We'll look to see if we get a rug pull here or not. The VIX is basing still, right? We're basing down here at 2231. We've got massive calls coming in on Apple still at this moment, just relentless calls coming in on Apple. So we'll go back and look at Apple again. I'm going to keep bringing it up because someone knows something I don't know. Someone knows something you don't know. I don't know. The calls, I want you to know that when you see this many calls on Apple, there's a reason. I know that they talked about their services and stuff earlier around 12 o'clock. But you're talking about, if you watch it on Discord, we're talking about right here. If you're looking at Discord, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15 sets of sweeps on Apple. So it's not to be ignored, at least. So keep your eyes open on Apple at this point. They smashed through. Back here you can see at 1 p.m. It's now 1:23. Still watching calls coming in Apple, so we'll see if they can break through and squeeze Apple higher. Try to see if we can see anything in here. I mean, it's relentless. The buyers here are relentless. So you can see a little bit of a fall off here in Apple on the hero indicator. So it's either gonna roll over here or it's gonna squeeze. Watching IWM puts come in right now, and then also watching some premium drift on the call side of SPY, and then also watching. Now we've got 106,000. Not huge put buyers. These put buyers have been rolling in for the past 3 hours or so. Now have 106,000 put buyers on 445p. They're down, or they're up to $1.04. I think they're up to $1.31 at one point. They haven't sold yet, so they're looking for some kind of news or rollover in this market. We are looking for the VIX to either spike here or start to fall off a cliff. My assumption is that it's going to involve. The Biden speech. I guess place your bets at this point as to where you think it's going. The thing to pay attention to here is this right-hand side. If you see this disappear, you'll see a rug pull. But right now there's support in the market. There are certainly buyers here looking for a move higher at this point.
Further from the Canada Resources Minister, he says that Canadian oil producers will accelerate their planned production increases.
Should probably do the math on that, right? Was it an increase of 200,000 barrels per day or something like that? Let me take a look and see. So 200 barrels per day. Do they work on weekends? I'm just kidding. Is it a full 365? Let's see how much that actually is. It's only 73 million barrels. That's a drop in the bucket. It's not that much, dude. 73 million. How much does the U.S. alone use? How many barrels of oil does the U.S. use per day? Yeah, I mean, let's look at this shit. I mean, this is such a scam. So, the U.S. alone, right, consumes 20 million barrels of oil a day. So they've increased output to provide oil for what? 3 days? We got Biden coming in at any minute here. Trying to be good night. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on here. Yeah, so Canada's vowed and pledged out of the goodness of their hearts to literally provide 3 days of oil for the U.S. to consume. You gotta love this shit when you hear this shit. It doesn't get any funnier.
Russian press, some comments from the Russian Foreign Ministry. They say that the NATO summit decision to keep providing support to Ukraine confirms that NATO wants the conflict to continue. Comments from the Russian Foreign Ministry.
Oh, boy. Russian Foreign Ministry can suck a fat dick. I love Russians, but I don't love oligarchs. Shit, I don't like oligarchs from our own country. We got our own shit to deal with here. SPY keeps just melting and grinding higher. That's volume profile on the right. So this is depth of book over here on the right. So you've got, okay, so this is a good time to actually look at this. So take a look. See this COB, right? This is
Just a reminder that we are expecting comments out of President Biden's press conference at NATO in about 2 minutes.
oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. So this is the current order book, right? These are limit buys. Okay. So these are limit buys. They're in here, right? And we know that we have limit sells above. This means that there's some bank out there that's like, when it gets to 449.50.
Further comments from the Russian Foreign Ministry, they say that NATO is reaping terrible results from their decision to pump Ukraine with weapons, according to Russian press.
It looks like we're doing our job. Got some SPY puts coming in right now, NEO puts coming in right now, Shell puts coming in right now, SHEL. Hang tight. So just back in the screener here, right? So this is the current order book, right? These are the people that are buying down here. There's some sellers here, and these are limit sells above, right? These are already here. They're just sitting there waiting to sell. So they're saying, hey, if we get to 449.50, please sell my long here. And what is this telling you? It gives you an edge, right? Gives you the trader's edge. You know that there are sellers that expect the market to go to 449.50. They anticipate that they're holding. They're not panic selling, and that watching more Apple calls come in right now. So they're expecting the market to go there, and they're expecting to sell at this price that they want to sell at, right? And then over here we have CVP. This is chart range volume profile, right? And this is showing you the depth of book, right? The buyers over a certain time frame. So I want you to look at something here. So this is 11 a.m., right? I want you to see this change as I make it smaller, and as I make it, see right here. So let's say I do on this. This is on a it's 132, right, or 122, excuse me. So over 10 minutes, there are more buyers than sellers right here. Do you guys see this on the right hand side, right? So this is showing basically the order depth, right? So let's look out over a 15-minute time frame. See more buyers here, right, than sellers, right? And so what I'm trying to keep it on is like 9:30 this morning. So we're looking at 9:30, roughly. Well, I guess this is like 10 a.m. back over here. And what you'll see is you'll see the. So I want you to watch this as we move. When we move down, the next time we move down, I want you to keep your eye on CVP, and you'll actually see this gray line right here, right? You'll see a wave of sellers come in above the gray line, and you'll see this stacked up buyers down here get smaller, even on this time frame. You'll see it thin out down here and move higher. So if you're just looking at this right
President
now,
Biden now beginning his press conference at NATO headquarters.
this is interesting because the press conference has started and none of the live broadcasts have Biden on. Not that I can see. Holy shit, I'm on fucking, I'm on some wild shit right now. Hold on here. Oh, there we go. President Biden live now. Okay, so President Biden holds a press. Here he comes. He's walking out right now. I'm on the White House YouTube channel. He's walking out currently. Seems happy.
Today marks 1 month since Russia began its carnage in Ukraine, the brutal invasion of Ukraine. And we held a NATO summit the very next day. At that time, my overwhelming objective wanting that summit was to have absolute unity on 3 key important issues among our NATO and European allies. First was to support Ukraine.
President Biden says that we are determined to build on existing efforts on Ukraine. Weapons are flying into Ukraine as we speak, says President Biden.
Significant sanctions, economic sanctions ever, in order to cripple Putin's economy and punish him for his actions. Third was to fortify the eastern flank of our NATO allies, who were obviously very, very concerned and somewhat worried what would happen. We accomplished all three of these, and today we're determined to sustain those efforts and to build on them. The United States is committed to provide over $2 billion in military equipment to Ukraine since I became president. And
Check the defense stocks right now.
ammunition, and our weapons are flowing into Ukraine as I speak. And today I'm announcing the United States is prepared to commit more than $1 billion.
President Biden says that he will have more to say on energy security tomorrow. He is coordinating with the G7 and EU on food and energy security.
Will wish to stay in Europe, closer to their homes. But we also will welcome 100,000 Ukrainians to the United States with a focus on reuniting families.
USO is catching a bid right now. It was down to 80.08. Double bottom on the daily on USO.
Ukraine and neighboring countries. We're also coordinating with the G7 and the European Union on food security as well as energy security. I'll have more to say about that tomorrow. We're also announcing new sanctions of more than 400 individuals and entities in alignment with the European Union.
President Biden says that Russian President Putin didn't think we could sustain this cohesion among our allies.
That fuel the Russian war machine. In addition to the 100,000 U.S. forces now stationed in Europe to defend NATO territory, NATO established, as you already know, 4 new battle groups in Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, Slovakia to reinforce the Eastern Front. Putin was banking on NATO.
President Biden just reiterating that NATO is more united than ever.
December and early January, it was clear to me he didn't think we could sustain this cohesion. NATO has never been more united than it is today. Putin is getting exactly the opposite of what he intended to have as a consequence of going into Ukraine. We built that same unity with our European Union and with the leading democracies of the G7. So I want to thank you, and I'll be now happy to take your questions.
That was quick.
There's so many people out there. I'm going to give them a list. How about Chris, the Associated Press? First question.
That was a nothing burger.
The real threat of chemical weapons being used. Have you gathered specific intelligence that suggests that President Putin is deploying these weapons, moving them to position, or considering their use? And would the U.S. or NATO respond with military action if he did use chemical weapons?
Tried to buy some calls right there, and they didn't even let me in. They were like, "Fuck you, you ain't buying." I missed the big buy of calls.
We would respond if he uses it. The nature of the response would depend on the nature of the use.
Should get a nice fat rip up here. That was a big nothing burger as of yet, unless he comes out and says something different.
Find your voice. I don't know, like a lot earlier.
I tried to buy some 150s or 450Cs for $1.15. They went straight up to $1.20, 21. I don't know if I should chase or not. I don't like chasing money.
President Biden says that we would respond if Russia uses chemical weapons, and he says the nature of the response would depend on the nature of the chemical weapons use.
The girl...
President Biden says that he's made clear to China's President Xi of the consequences of helping Russia, but Biden says he made no threats to China's Xi regarding Russia.
To President Xi Jinping in China. I had a very straightforward conversation with Xi now, I guess it's 6 days ago, 7 days ago, in that range. And,
Watch China stocks right now.
made it clear to him, I made no threats, but I made it clear to him that make sure he understood the consequences of him helping Russia as
Keep an eye on K-Web here.
what was expected. And I made no threats, but I pointed out.
President Biden says that he told President Xi that Chinese goals are in jeopardy if they help Russia.
Barbaric behavior. And I indicated that I knew how much he, because we had long discussions in the past about his interest in making sure he had economic relations and economic growth with Europe and the United States, and indicated that he'd be putting himself in
Looks like SPY is still waiting to see if this press conference goes for the market or against it.
President Biden says that China understands that its economic future is tied closer to the West. He hopes that China does not get engaged with Russia on Ukraine.
Nice. That was a good one. Biden's basically telling Russia, friend of my friend is my my friend of mine is better than you being a friend of my enemy.
Because I think that
Which of course enrages Russia.
China understands that its economic future
Calls it Nvidia right now. Multiple calls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 sets of sweeps on Nvidia. March 25, 290C. 300C as well.
to set up NATO to set up and to set up a system whereby we have an organization looking at
President Biden says that food shortages have been discussed by NATO leaders and it is a real issue.
Nvidia just blasting again to the top here. We'll see if watching Nvidia is wild.
President Biden says NATO also discussed a need for the system to see who violates sanctions.
with regard to
Nvidia just keeps ripping. I think I'm going to expect that. Maybe they're looking for that same play on
the price of these sanctions. It's not just imposed upon Russia. It's imposed upon
285 on board for Nvidia.
European countries and our country as well.
Wow.
And because both Russia and Ukraine have been breadbasket.
If you're in Nvidia calls, we'll keep it open.
President Biden said he made no threats to President Xi, but he did point out the number of American and foreign companies that had left Russia.
With both the United States, which has a significant third largest producer of wheat in the world, as well as Canada, which is also a major producer. And we both talked about how we could increase and
Now I'm watching the wheat ETF, WAT.
food shortages. In addition to that, we talked about urging all the European countries and everyone else.
Further from the Canadian Resources Minister, they say that Canada is studying ways to support LNG export projects.
And so we are in the process of working out with our European friends what it would be.
Further from President Biden, he says they talked about how major wheat producers, United States and Canada, could increase and disseminate more rapidly food abroad.
Major U.S. investment.
Just keep an eye on wheat here.
Biden also calling for Russia to be removed from the G20.
Including food as we move forward.
Maybe get a nice little ripper here in the after hours.
Of the Wall Street Journal.
Nice place to be playing wheat.
Mr. President, in your view, does President Zelensky need to cede any Ukrainian territory in order to gain a ceasefire with Russia, or is that completely off the table?
Biden said he called to have Ukraine join the G20 if Russia is there.
Removed from the G20.
On the latter point, my answer is yes.
Price target $11.13.
That was raised today. And I
Look for a brief dip down below.
and we should, in my view, ask to
10.21 to 11, so a good dollar, 10%. If you can catch wheat down below for a swing high, something like this.
basically Ukraine being able to attend the G20 meeting and observe. With regard to, what was the first question? That is a total judgment based on Ukraine. Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. I don't believe that they're going to have to do that, but that's a judgment. There's negotiations, discussions, I should say. that take
Man, makes me wonder why everyone's buying Apple calls and Nvidia calls still.
It's their judgment. Cecilia, ABC.
Sir, you've made it very clear in this conflict that you do not want to see World War III. But is it possible that in expressing that so
Asking questions about World War III right now.
Quick to rule out direct military intervention in this war. Could Putin have been emboldened, knowing that you are not going to get involved directly in this conflict?
No.
And to clarify on chemical weapons.
President Biden says that it is Ukraine's judgment to make whether the country cedes territory to Russia.
Response from NATO?
It would trigger a response in kind. Whether or not you're asking whether NATO would cross, we'd make that decision at the time.
My final question, because you're heading to Poland tomorrow, do you think that getting a first-hand look at the effects of this war on these millions of Ukrainians who have fled their country could change the way that you might respond?
I don't think so. I've been in many, many war zones. I've been in refugee camps. I've been in war zones for the last 15 years. And it's devastating. And the thing you look at the most is you see these young children. You see children without parents that are in those camps or in refugees. You see women and mothers.
You know, he's saying this right now, but I'm telling you guys, I don't know how much you guys know about what's going on over there right now, but there's shelling 24 hours a day. Even in most war zones, you just don't see that unless it's modern warfare. It's rare.
Reinforce my commitment to have the United States make sure we are a major piece of dealing with the relocation of all those folks, as well as humanitarian assistance needed both inside Ukraine and outside Ukraine. For example, this is not something that Poland or Romania or Germany should carry on their own. This is an international responsibility. The United States is the leader, one of the leaders in the international community.
Spy creeping higher right now.
Engaged, to be engaged in all we can to ease the suffering and pain of innocent
Now trading at 448.37.
throughout Ukraine and those who have made it across the border. I plan on.
Are you back, Brad? Can I short this yet? No. No, you can't. Nvidia's now a meme stock. Ooh, that's a good question, Otis. I like that. I like that question, Otis.
Marcus at Der Spiegel.
There's the presidential election coming up in 2024.
Uh-oh.
Yes, this is true.
Asking questions about the election in 2024.
Widespread concerns in Europe that you feel like your predecessor, maybe your predecessor himself, might get elected president again.
Questions if he'll be president again.
You are trying to do it. NATO
Coming from Ms. von der Leyen saying the time when energy can be used to blackmail the EU is over.
No, that's not how I think it is. I've been dealing with foreign policy for longer than anybody that's involved in this process right now. I have no concerns about the impact. I made a commitment when I ran this time. I wasn't going to run it.
Goldman Sachs trying to fucking drop news stories while Biden's talking. Fucking A, man.
Until I saw those folks coming out of the fields in Virginia carrying torches and carrying Nazi banners and literally singing the same vile rhyme that they used in Germany in the early 20s, or 30s, I should say. And then when the gentleman you mentioned was asked what he thought, and a young woman was killed, a protester, and he was asked what he thought, he said they're very good people on both sides. And that's when I decided I wasn't going to be quiet anymore. And when I ran this time, and I think the American press, whether they look at me favorably or unfavorably, acknowledge this, I made a determination. Nothing is worth, no election is worth my not doing exactly what I think is the right thing. Not a joke. I'm too long in the tooth to fool with this anymore.
He should have said no cap instead of no joke.
Long way off in elections.
so he could
Any election is on making sure that we retain the House of the United States Senate.
he could keep the youth vote
I have the room to continue
instead of saying no joking.
in terms of grow the economy and deal in a rational way with American foreign policy and lead the world.
450C is now up to $1.27. They were at $1.15 at one point.
But it's not
Up 10%.
question for someone to ask.
probably about to blast off here. Beautiful, beautiful ripper up high. See if those sellers step in here. We're going to get real close up in here. Stop resisting, bears. Stop resisting. Remember these limit sells above here at 44946. We had one test earlier. There's your second test. We talked about this earlier today, right? Talked about bulls are going to take it once, twice.
The point is that the first G7 meeting I attended, like the one I did today, was a great Britain. And I sat down and I said, America's back. And one of my counterparts, colleagues, the head of state, said, for how long? For how long?
Calls coming in on WTI.
Criticize anybody for asking that question. But the next election,
May 20th, 5C.
that same man running against me.
Just spiked up. WTI just went from 4176 up to 430.
Whoa, you know, and one final question.
We'll look at WTI next.
Hold on a second, please. I was supposed to be an hour ago at the European Union meeting.
We'll check rig out.
I'm thanking you. So someone I haven't called on before. You. Who are you? Okay.
Sir, deterrence didn't work. What makes you think Vladimir Putin will alter course based on the action you've taken today?
Let's get something straight. You remember, if you covered me from the very beginning, I did not say that, in fact, the sanctions.
Sellers at 552 on WTI.
You keep talking about that. Sanctions never deter. The maintenance of sanctions. The maintenance of sanctions.
That's that liquid. I'm assuming that has to do with liquid natural gas.
Why I asked for this NATO
And
today is to be sure that
hold
after
on.
a month we will sustain what we're doing, not just next month, the following month.
I'm watching rig right now as well.
That's what
My assumption is that all these gas, oil refiners, producers, drillers are going to catch a bid here.
we have to demonstrate the purpose. The single most important thing is for us to stay unified. And the world continue to focus on what a brute this guy is and all the innocent people's lives are being lost and ruined and what's going on. That's the important thing. But look, if you're Putin and you think that Europe is going to crack in a month, 6 weeks, 2 months, why not? They can take anything for another month. But we have to demonstrate. The reason I asked for the meeting, we have to stay fully, totally, thoroughly united. Thank you.
Any of the offshore oil drilling looks like they might catch a bid. Rig hasn't yet ripped, but I would take a look at rig next to see if it can catch a bid here. Not much on the Biden presser. That was a big nothing burger. K-Web's starting to curl over here. USO did catch a bid, though. They were on the lows down here at 80.08, making the way higher now. You like to see it. This looks familiar, right? You see it back here? See, we kind of lost the move here, right? So maybe down somewhere in here. I wanted to see it go lower here, but I didn't. Nothing that's been said today seems it's showing. So the news today is basically saying that we're slightly lower on our natural gas reserves. Canada's saying they're going to provide some oil, but in reality, it's a drop in the bucket. It's a couple days worth of oil. So if you want to be long that oil trade, we're not seeing any news out of Russia or Ukraine of cessation of hostilities. So, and the reality is that there's nothing that the G7 what they can do, right? So USO is catching a bid right now. I want you guys to understand out there fully that the US or the G7 can't do shit, okay? And then they're going to make these proclamations that they're going to provide or step up oil production, gas production, but the reality is that they can't, or they can't make a dent. I mean, the stepping up of oil and gas production in Canada is not even enough for their own country to use, and there's nothing really that the U.S. can do either. And producers have been getting fucked for a couple of years, or well, longer than that, but over the years. And you'll see these boom and bust cycles in the oil and gas production where they dump tons of money in to oil and gas production, drilling, research, all this other stuff. And we're not in that cycle right now. For all the money that's been spent on that, they're looking to get as max profits, right? I would be looking to get max profits as well. Now, what if the war ends next month? Can you imagine being or owning something? Let's say you own I don't know, a landscaping company, and some guy says to you, yeah, come, hey, this guy says I own 500 acres of land. I want you to mow it every week. And you say, sure, that's a big commitment for me. I've only got 3 guys. That means I got to hire another 10 guys. So you go to the guy and you say, okay, well, I'll do it, but I have to buy all this equipment. I got to take out some credit and all this other bullshit. And you say to the guy, all right, for that 100, let's say it's 100,000 acres. Let's just say it's that big, 100,000 acres. And you're like, I want you to sign an agreement that you're going to do this for whatever I calculated my interest payments and all this equipment is going to be, and then paying all my people. And for my wasting my time and my effort, I want you to sign a 5-year contract. And of course, they're going to tell you, fuck you, I ain't signing that 5-year contract. I might be selling. Or fuck you, I ain't signing that 5-year contract. Whatever, you don't know the reason behind it. So you can't take that contract on. You can't expand your business like that. Just so some guy promises you 100,000 acres. And that's pretty much where we are right now, right? Because you figure if the Ukraine-Russia conflict ends anywhere in the next 3 weeks, let's say it ends in the next 6 months, and you know how that goes, right? The moment that their hostilities are ended, you've got greed everywhere. You've got greed everywhere, and that doesn't mean oil and gas prices come down right away. We know that it's like the elevator up and the feather down, right? The gas prices will stay high even after it ends, but don't think for a minute that anyone's going to invest in drilling new oil or anything like that on you having a hard time paying gas and oil high prices for the next 3 months or 6 months or a year. And even with inflation, it just being high, it just isn't going to happen. I don't care what anybody says. They can say and threaten and do whatever they want. So there's nothing they can do. Oil prices are probably going to keep going up. The oil trade and gas trade is still on as far as I can see. There's nothing to take it down. IWM calls coming in right now. March 25th, 207C, sweeps, $98,000, $59,000, and $82,000. This is the same old game to some extent out there. This is what it makes me think, is that it's the same fucking game as before. They're going to try to do, J. Powell and the Fed is going to try to massage inflation as long as they can until the presidential election. They ain't going to get that hawkish. We know that we're calling them on this, right? We know that we know that what they're going to try to do is try to extend this market as long as they possibly fucking can. There'll be ups and downs, volatility. They're going to try to squeeze this out and try to push off a recession as long as they possibly fucking can, because they know it's coming one way or another. They're either going to stop the money flow, institute QT, which they just keep talking about. They're going to raise rates, right? And they're going to push off a recession as far as they think that they human possibly can. If that's 2 years, it's 2 years. Meanwhile, everything's going to go higher. You're going to be paying more for everything. You're going to be working harder. And, we all know the story of what's going to happen. And if you think that they're going to do the right thing, they aren't. Or it doesn't look like it right now. They're not doing the right thing with oil and gas right now. Right? So, it's all bullshit. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. So what does that mean? I think I was talking to accounts blown up yesterday, and I was like, you know what that means? For everything that I'm looking at right now, you know what it means? It means it's like you have a gun to your head if you're an investor. They got a gun to your head and they're like, you have to invest in the stock market. If you don't invest in the stock market, you're going to lose your money anywhere else. And then we're going to pull the fucking rug out from you and you're not going to know when it's coming. So get in the middle of the classroom, turn the music on, pull one of those chairs away, and start dancing. Start walking in a circle. That's my thought. And I think the market's calling, I think they're calling them out on this. Put your money in the market now is what they're telling them. And you got the, it's like the meme gif where the guy tosses his papers at his desk, and that's the bond market. They're like, motherfucker. I can't believe that they're forcing them to buy the equities market. Even if we went down today to 435, I'd still believe this story. I still believe that story. They're forcing you to buy the equities market. You have a choice. And buy oil and gas is what they're saying too. Everything today says buy oil and gas. Come on. I mean, let's be serious. Let's be serious. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying that they're not going to raise rates. I'm not saying that they're not going to do any of this stuff, but you know what they're doing? They're trying to manipulate it. That's what they're trying to fucking do. And it's comical because we all know how it ends. We all know how it ends. It ends the same way every time. But they got a gun to your head. That's the fucked up part. You ain't got nowhere else you can go. There ain't nowhere else for you to go. Put your money in the stock market. There's nothing. You tell me where you can go, where you can put your money. You can put your money in real estate right now. And that's the other funny part. If you read the news stories right now, they're telling you point blank, they're saying that housing prices are going to continue to go up. So they're trying to reassure you, if you're wealthy, invest. Keep buying. Keep spending money on investments. Keep buying houses. Keep buying stocks. That's what they're telling you right now. It's fucking wild. And someone in stream said it, and it was such a beautiful statement. It was just a few words, right? They gave Jay Powell the choice between inflation or recession, and he chose inflation. That's what he did. He chose inflation. He chose inflation. Because even 50 BPS ain't going to do it. I mean, you guys, like, they're going to need like 20% interest rates to fight inflation. 20%. You think fucking 2 or 3% is going to put a dent? Let's talk real. Like if you were my best friend or my wife or something, and I was in a closed room and I was talking to you, I'd be like, look, here's the deal. Unless we raise interest rates to like 20% tomorrow, we're fucked. So this is what we're going to do, okay? We're going to try to fight inflation as long as we possibly can. We'll throw a couple points on here, a couple points on there. We'll try to tame it down as it happens. And we'll try to milk this for the next 2 to 3 years. We'll get you elected or your friend elected or whoever. Okay, honey? Otherwise, we're fucked right now. You want to be fucked right now or fucked in 2 years? That's pretty much the conversation in the back room that's going on right now. It's awful. It's fucking awful, but that's the truth. You know what I mean? I mean, it's the truth. And it's shitty to say. Because what's 2%? What's 3%? I mean, what the fuck is 10%? 10% wouldn't stop it. If you think 10% rates would stop inflation right now, you're fucking high. You're fucking smoking crack. If you look at the Fed, it's insane. We're on a runaway train. So what are they going to do? They're just going to try to tame it as long as they can. They'll do it until, you know you're going to get ER reports they're not worse yet. 1 to 3 years, or 1 to 3 years it'll take. Or not 3 years, 1 to 2 years. So roughly as a total, maybe like 4 to 8 ERs. Because you'll start hearing it. Like, you'll start hearing, like, they'll have one bad quarter. And then they'll be like, oh, you see Apple saying we're focusing on raising prices. Who else just raised prices? Elon Musk just raised prices, quote unquote, because of inflation. So you're going to hear that from companies. We raised prices. Then you're going to hear from companies, well, we instead of doing research and development, we're focusing on our core products, right? So that's saving them money on research and development. Then you're going to see another quarter come by, and they'll be like, well, we laid people off, right? So that's another good quarter for Wall Street, not Main Street, Wall Street, right? So that could last anywhere from 3 to 4 quarters, 6 quarters maybe. All that kind of shit could last for like 4 to 6 quarters in real time. Maybe 3 quarters in the low end, but then up to 6 quarters, and they'll keep making profits. Wall Street will keep pumping, and meanwhile, you as Joe Blow on Main Street, you're going to have small things happen along the way. Your rates are going to get higher, and people can't afford homes anymore. Then the housing prices will start to dip. It'll take time. You'll see your neighbor's house will be now worth 10% less. Then 20, then 30. Then you'll start seeing houses getting sold for less. You'll see foreclosures happen. That takes time. Then you're going to see, you're going to lose your job that you had, that once great job you had, or you might age out, right? You might be like 45, 50. You can't lose your job now. And so, you can't dare to lose your job. You can't be replaced. Now you're making too much money. So you get told, hey, take an early out, and we'll pay you to take an early out. So you take the early out, think you're going to get hired somewhere else, and no one's hiring anymore. Right? And you start seeing wage stagflation. You can't keep up with inflation, yada, yada. Food prices go up. Gas goes up. But that takes time. And even if that's happening on Main Street, it doesn't impact Wall Street. Not yet. That impacts Wall Street later. And meanwhile, while all this is going on, you've got money in the bank. You have to put it somewhere. Your money has to beat inflation. And the only place your money's beating inflation is in your 401k. It's only beating inflation by you buying the stock market. Whatever you're buying, any kind of product you're buying, you have to. You don't have a choice. I bet you that if you someone managing your money, I'm going to tell you that same fucking thing. I bet you that gets on the phone telling you that. I can almost guarantee it. There's nowhere else you can put your money. Where else can you put your money? You're being put into a corner. You got no choice. VIX falling now, 22.26. SPY coming back to retest the previous high of the day, 44.94. Trying to retest right now. We had a rejection. This is 1. This is 2. You want to see a break higher here into the close. If you don't see the break higher here and you see the intraday double top, you'll hear the bears telling you, we got an intraday double top here, Cap. And you see the concentration right now. You can see the concentration right now in the CVP over here, right? See, we're in the upper end here of buyers pushing to break above the previous high. Very bullish. Higher lows all day long, right? Higher low at the open, higher low at 11 o'clock, another higher low at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Bulls want to push it up and over. How's everybody doing? Dan, good to see you, brother. How you been? Jade Pasture wants to start shorting. Hot. We got an intraday double top here, Cap. Yeah, and they fucking crash. Well, that's the other thing. And this is the other thing. The other thing, while all this is going on, and you listen to me jabbering in the background, there's one other thing going on here. This morning, when we were looking at the undercarriage of the market breadth indicator, and we said, hey, there's more money that can come into this. We know there's more money that can come into the stock market, right? For the market to go up here. Now, if it doesn't come into the market, right? Spockano noted this. if it doesn't come into the market, that the market will begin to roll over. But that there is lots of money in the sidelines that can come in. Now, if the money isn't coming in here, where is it going into? So that's going to be tomorrow's topic of conversation in the morning. We are going to look at the money, quote unquote, on the sidelines and try to find out where is it going. Because if it's not coming in, and this is a good case, because if this is the top of the market and the top of the money flow into the market, where is the money going? What are they buying? We know that they're buying oil and gas. We know that they're buying gold. We know that Putin wants you to buy Bitcoin. So the question becomes, are they going to remove it from those places and put it into the equity market? Or is there a shift of money supply from retail and institutional investors somewhere else? And where is that money going? And we're going to talk about that tomorrow because there might be that trade, right? You don't want to get, there's only one way for you to stay in the equity market here. And that's where you're going to be actively managing your own money, where you're going to be like on that market breadth indicator, where you buy all those dips and you sell all those rips, right? When you get to the price you want to be at, you sell, and then you hold your money in cash, wait for the next dip, and you buy that dip. That's how you, if you look back on the 2000 or 2010 to 2020 or 2018 or so, if you look back on the 80s, you look back on the 70s, you look back at 94, any of those time periods, you pretty much had to actively manage your money. And you used to pay people to do that for you. So more than likely, you're going to have a more active hand in staying in the equity market. If you're like, hey, Cap, fuck gold, I don't want to buy gold. Hey, Cap, I don't want to buy fucking oil, I don't want to buy fucking gas. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. I understand that. I understand that 100%. If you're like, but I really love Tesla, and I really love Apple, and I really love, whatever shiny company that's actually producing shit and making money, we stay in equities. You don't have to leave to go somewhere else, but you have to actively manage your portfolio at this point. You have to buy the dips and sell the rips as we make our way higher or sideways or even down. You guys saw this morning, if you've been tuning in all day long, you saw this morning that when we looked at that market breadth indicator, it doesn't matter if the market's trading up, sideways, or down. This indicator gives you a place to buy and sell no matter which direction the market heads. So we'll go over that again tomorrow, but we're going to look at some other things tomorrow, some other places to find out if that money's never coming back into the equity market right now. And if it's not, right, maybe we can do a split portfolio where we do put some money elsewhere in case that makes those gains that you were expecting from the stock market like this year, like you got the last 2 years. So we can play both sides. We can even do simple investments or a simple portfolio in case that money never comes back. That other part of the money we looked at on the on-balance volume, the advanced decliner, the ARMS list, or the ARMS index, the McClellan summation index, we didn't see that money yet into the market. Everybody's waiting for it to come into the market. It could be going somewhere else. So we're going to look at those other things tomorrow before the opening bell. And also, we look forward to, we're going to do a live stream this weekend, and we're going to build a volume and market profile on Thinkorswim. So hopefully you've signed up for Thinkorswim. Don't fuck around with it. Just open an account, and we'll go in and we'll build your own scripts this weekend, Saturday or Sunday. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure if I'm when I'm available this weekend at this moment. It's still my birthday, so I'm gonna do my youngest daughter really took care of me for my birthday, and she's in school. So I think you know how it is with young kids are very smart, right? They're learning how to get things in life. They learn how to lie so they can cope and stuff like that. They learn how to like massage you, right? So they can get something out of you. So what I'm going to do, so she was really sweet to me this week. So instead of doing something for me this weekend, I'm going to take her out to like she likes this place where it's got like laser tag and race cars and all this other nonsense, skee ball and stuff. So I'm going to take her there and just spend some money on her on Saturday or Sunday morning, but I just don't know which day yet. So it's my birthday, but I think that she knows that if she's nice to me, that's her birthday. So kids learn, that's how kids learn how to cope with life, I guess. So I got to do that this weekend, but I'm going to be doing the rest of that with you on Saturday or Sunday, building some scripts with you. If you haven't paid it, or if you haven't been here all day, all day long, do yourself a solid. If you're just joining us right now, do yourself a solid and go back and outside of market hours, watch the first portion of this video. Skip past the daily brief for the day and then get into the trading view stuff and just watch that section of the video. It's well worth your time. You can't lose. You just can't lose if you use that indicator. Proves itself time and time and again. And the best part about that indicator, if you weren't here this morning, is that it doesn't matter if the bottom takes a week or 3 weeks. It shows you even just over time when it's the right time to actually re-enter the market. Share it with all your friends. Tell your friends about the video, especially if you're like a Tesla investor or if you like Apple. If you're a dividend bro, if you're any of these, you want to know when to buy the dip, especially if you're an investor, long-time investor, that indicator is for you. And outside of that, it's 2:15. I'm going to take a break for the next half an hour from now until 3 p.m. Please, I'll be back at 3 p.m. with you for Power Hour. You've gotten my call here for the day. My call so far, I've made a couple calls, but my call right now is because of the support in the market is for this move higher, possibly to 451. 451, get above 450 by end of day. Can the market roll over? Sure it can, but I think we push higher. My thought process is that we push higher, and then we have a down day, but we're able to trade in this new range. I think that's the ultimate goal, is to get into a new trading range, get into that 450 to 460 range. Even if it rejects and we have to fight our way back up there, we've made it this far. Might as well, right? We're kind of already there. So I don't see the distribution just yet. My thought is that we get up into that 450 to 460 trading range.
15 minutes down to the close of pit trading in energy markets. WTI crude futures at 113.32, down $1.50 or 1.4%.
We're going to try to break into this.
Futures are up about 15 cents or 2.75% at $5.38 here in the U.S.
Another thing too is if we can't break into 260 to 250 range, they could do it in the after hours. If they did it in the after hours, they push us up into this next range. Usually in cash market, if you can't do it, the PJ traders will sometimes push it up there, and then it'll come back down. You could see something. It wouldn't be out of the range of possibility that you see some kind of a push up, right? And then the after hours gets us up here, and then we start doing this nonsense. We could even trade down below 450, but once we're up here, they'll say, because think of it from this way, right? Market wants to go up, cash can't get it there, and even if you're a bear or a bull, it doesn't matter. You want to know if this is where we're going. If we're not going up here, then we're going to reject and start trading down. So we wouldn't be here if there wasn't going to be a check above. If we're not going to check and see if this is where we want to be. So if we're not going to be trading between 450 and 460, then there's no point in us being here. So my call is for a move up higher either now or in the after hours. I don't care if we trade down here. My call is for us to trade higher here and at least explore and see if this is where we're supposed to be. And we've already been here once before. We were here. Take another look here. Bring this up. We've already been here once. You're going to get a second chance for us to explore higher into 450. If we get that second rejection, I'd get all bearish, okay? If that's your double top. You want your double top, here it is, right up here at 450. If it gets rejected in the overnight, if it gets rejected in the tomorrow or something, then we know we're going to go looking for lower lows, or excuse me, for a lower number to find the actual support at. So I think this is the first tap here, and you're looking at your second tap coming up, either in cash market or in the overnight. It could be today, it could be tomorrow, could be over here. But you want to see that second rejection. You want to see that 1 and that 2, and even possibly a 3. But in reality, you're looking for that second try. Now, if we don't push up into the 450 trading range, watch out. That's all I got to tell you. Watch out, because this is how the market rolls on a macro scale, right? The market explores lower, right? Bing, bounces off. Market explores higher until it meets real resistance, and then it starts to sell off until it finds some support, right? On a more macro scale. So I'm going to expect at least one more attempt higher. And if we don't get that acceptance up higher, we're going to look for a rejection. And the rejection should be fairs. The rejection will be worth some money. So just be patient if you're a bear. You don't have to call the exact top. Let's say we start rolling over right here. Let's just say we start rolling over right here. You've got time to make your 300 points. It doesn't have to be right at this moment, okay? So even if you're like, hey, Cap, this is the right shoulder over here. This is the weirdo head over here with an angry face. Guy's kind of angry over here. He's mad. This is the growling guy, and he's going to go down, 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 down. Even if it does, let's say it goes down, it's still going to come back up at least once more before it continues down. So you've got plenty of time to take a short in here. We've made it this high right now. Expect one more try to go higher at this point. All right, there you go. I'll be back. I'll be back in 40 minutes. Maybe I'll be back at 3 o'clock. Unless something fucking crazy happens, I'll be back at 4 o'clock. Or no, 3 o'clock. Hope all is well out there. Oh, X is on a mission to the mission from God over here. Let's look at X. Before I go, we'll do X. We'll load X up. Oh yeah, baby. I like it. Thanks for shouting out X. U.S. Steel, baby, cranking. You want to see if there's a top on X or not? 200 or 100%. That's beautiful. It's going places. Bounced off resistance here at 38, 38.50. Lots of traffic here. $40, baby. 24,000 sellers above. Keep on grinding. 38.50, some pretty fierce resistance at 38.50 too. Mark those two places, 38.50 and then $40. Pretty close, right? It's only got another $2 to go. And you're heading into some pretty fair side resistance there. Right shoulder. Which chart? French fried taters. Early back. All right. I don't even smoke cigarettes either. Like, I don't smoke. I get that bourbon scratch. I haven't had a drink either since that rum night. Oh my fuck. Like, I don't know how people can drink rum. Oh, getting a little bounce here. 2207. Do make a note right here. Be careful here. I didn't even think about this, but the nice round number of $22. Little bounce here on the VIX. Uh-oh. Which one is it? If you've ever had Penelope Toasted Barrel Bourbon, probably one of the best I've had. You know, Paul, I'll write that down right now. I have not had it. I've had it. I haven't had. Oh yeah, I drink Angel's Envy. I've drank every single Rip Van Winkle. I've drank a lot of bourbon. Oh yeah, rum cake is good. Hold on, Penelope. Never had it. Toasted Barrel Bourbon. I will check that one out. Matter of fact, I'll buy a bottle of that. If I can get a bottle of that, I'll buy it tonight. We'll have a toast on Friday with it, okay? I drink Angel's Envy every once in a while. There's a wheat bourbon that I've been drinking here and there that's pretty good. I forget the name of it. But you know, you want to know a cheap. So I used to live in Charleston, South Carolina. I did some contract work down there, and I met the guys from Evan Williams. It's dirt cheap bourbon, dirt cheap. But they've been making it the same way. It used to win a ton of awards back in like the early 1900s, early 1800s. And those old school cheap bourbons that stayed the same over the years have come into fashion down south to an extent. And I went to the distillery, and Evan Williams shocked at how delicious it was. It was like $10 or $20 a bottle or something. My everyday bourbon is right now, and it's been for a while, is High West. I've been enjoying High West. Yeah, I never get hangovers with bourbon, but anything like sugar based, I get hungover. I don't know why. Bourbon I'm fine with. Have a couple glasses of bourbon, I'm good to go. You want to wrestle and end up getting rug burns? I don't smoke weed or I don't take any kind of CBD products, something like that. I don't do any drugs. But I like to have a couple glasses of bourbon now. I've changed my tastes over the years, different things as I've gotten younger and older. I used to love beer. I don't drink beer like I used to. I think I drank a lot of wine. I went down like the wine hole, started drinking a bunch of German wines and Spanish wines, and some Italian wines, but Spanish and Austrian whites and stuff like that. Anything that wasn't French. French is boring. French is about as boring to me as U.S. wine, but real hard to find stuff. So I've gone down like different rabbit holes over the years. Right now, I'm just drinking bourbon. A couple shots of bourbon. I'll drink some White Lightning if I go backpacking or something like that. But other than that, not too much. I'll be right back. Give me 5 minutes, all right? I need to take a quick break. Yeah, so Evan Williams is big down there. Yeah, it's an easy go-to. If you poured a glass of, you know what's another good one too? Is there are some Japanese bourbon knockoffs. They're like $15 a bottle. That if you were to pour, matter of fact, they intentionally make them to mimic Rip Van Winkle, Old Pappy, right? Like Pappy 9-year. You can get Japanese whiskey knockoffs that are, if I was to pour a glass of both for you, you'd never know the difference. If I told you if it was Rip Van Winkle, you'd say it was. So, and I'm not talking about Scotch whiskeys. I'm talking about look for, you have to get on the internet and look for them. But I used to drink a lot of knockoff Rip Van Winkles. Japan is like famous for copying U.S. bourbons for dirt cheap. You know, a $1,000 bottle of wine or a $1,000 bottle of bourbon, buy it for $15. People claim that they can tell the difference, but I don't think I can't. And I'll be honest with you. Anything over like the 9-year, like the 12-year, anything higher than that, I think they have a 14, a 16. No, they got a 12. I think they got a 12, a 14, and an 18 on Rip Van Winkle. And they all taste like Scotch. All of them. Outside of the 9-year, it ain't bourbon. The one cool part about the 9-year Rip is that you literally can taste the Kentucky woods. Like you can taste. It's like you're in Kentucky when you're drinking it. So anyone that tells you it's overrated, they're fucking lying. That shit is bomb. Bomb. Bomb, 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 bomb. Best bourbon I've ever had in my entire life, hands down. I like Brunello. I can get down on some Brunello. Nice. That's rad, Chase. All right, I'll be right back. I'll give you. I need a 5-minute break. One last thing to note on the SPY right here is there is some weakness coming in. I'm looking for that. There's a 1, 2, 3. I don't like this fourth dip down here. I don't like seeing this weakness right here. You know, sometimes you see that weakness pop in. I don't like seeing that right there. You usually get this rollover in here. I don't like that. Calls coming in on IWM, NVIDIA. Market makers are just sucking the options dry right now. Making a little roll in the market right here.
For more than 20 minutes now, see the close of pit trading in U.S. bond markets. The U.S. 2-year yield at 2.12%, the 10-year at 2.34%, both off of earlier session highs, and the 30-year dropping back to 2.5%. White House economic advisor D saying we should see more U.S. production of oil. Dees goes on to say that the administration is looking for potential relief opportunities to consumers.
Too funny, right? You got I was talking about USO earlier, hoping for more of a dip, and now it's finally selling off down here. Just keep your eyes on USO. Looks like you might. I wasn't listening in. It says White House economic advisor Deese should see more oil production from U.S. looking to provide relief to customers. So if you are looking for a buy-in on USO, keep it on your radar here. one other trade that I noticed this morning, or I didn't notice this morning until just now. I've got it up on Discord right now, and that is going to be Workday had June 17th, 200C come in. If you're looking at chart on Workday, it hasn't shown too much of a reaction yet today. We'll look at it on the 1 day. This is at 11 o'clock this morning. It came in at what time? 11:23. It's been a steady climb. It was down at 235 and has been climbing ever since. But on a longer time frame, there's a lot of buyers and support down here. This looks like a bunch of other tickers we've looked at, right? That are having that consolidation phase for the next move up. So that's a pretty big buy on Workday. So June 17th, 200C, 10,000 contracts bought on Workday, WDAY. Just keep your eyes on Workday. And the other interesting note at this time of the day is going to be IWM. So IWM has a lot of contract buying for May and for March 25th and March 31st. And the IWM chart actually looks better to an extent than even the SPY chart. And you have this one bounce down here, another bounce, and the third bounce here. And they're on this rollover here. And buyers stepping in on the day here as well. Well, the buyers are pushing up here. I kind of like the squeeze play on IWM here. So just keep your eyes on IWM. I know the market looks like it's going to roll over here. If the buyers can't keep control here, if there's a capitulation dip of any kind here on IWM, might be a good dip buy, like SPY had a good dip buy yesterday. So just keep your eyes on IWM. Watching this nice 1 and 2, right? So I'm not saying we're gonna get this here, but I do like the trade in IWM. There's a lot of momentum in the swing down for a move higher on IWM. I like this consolidation here. I like all of this right here. 1, 2, 3. I guess if you're bearish, you'd say don't buy it until it comes back down here again. But with this break off this channel here, I do like the idea of IWM squeezing at some point in here. A lot of accumulation in IWM. I know this might not be the best time to be buying IWM. If there's a quick capitulation move in IWM, though, I still like the idea. Even if it comes down one more time, or if it's down in here somewhere off the 200, if you get that test down here in the 200, at 200 or so, could be a nice long play for IWM. I like the idea that people keep buying it and buying it and buying it and buying it here. At some point, you should see a rip higher. I'd expect 220 or near 220 for a trade on IWM. And one thing about IWM you need to remember is that it's not normally an intraday trade. You got to trade it hold the trade for like a week to 3 weeks to get it to print nice and fat. It's a slow trade. You buy it and don't look at it for a few weeks. Just keep an eye on IWM. Still has a lot of sellers on it right now. Well, it's got buyers, but I'll tell you what, if there's a squeeze higher, it's going to move. It'll be relentless on its way up. 214, 218. Just keep your eyes on IWM. Consolidating here. More buyers than sellers on options. Got a lot of buyers in here. Also note, I was talking about buying a dip on USO, and also I noticed that it hadn't rolled over enough yet, but then it did start to roll over. But now we're watching some pretty major puts against energy and oil. XLE, April 1st, 74p for $1 million. XOP, April 1st, 136p for $759,000. Maybe just that news is it's going to be a profit-taking operation. So I think I'm wrong on that call. We were watching some pretty heavy trades against energy right now, and it has started to fall off. It's now down to $76 on XLE, so be careful of this trade. There's a lot of money here, and it hasn't come down that far yet. So if you look at energy, right, this has not come down. They're calling for price target of 74 on XLE, way down here. So make this a trade alert for you. I'm going to post this on Twitter that there's some heavy put action on energy. That Otis, that scan is badass, dude. I don't. You know what we'll do is let's talk about it this weekend. I run it at least once a week. I try to run it. So normally Mondays are dump days for stocks, so I'll tend to want to check it on Mondays and Fridays. But it's a badass. It's a badass scanning tool. Good question though.
5 minutes to the top of the hour, we'll get the official Bank of Mexico rate decision. Again, earlier, the Mexican President Lopez Obrador tipped off that the central bank will be raising by 50 basis points as expected to 6.5%.
And we're seeing some strength in the marijuana-related names following a report that a House panel will be considering a bill to decriminalize marijuana next week. And then we have seen multiple pushes in the U.S. House of Representatives to decriminalize marijuana, but ultimately it always seems to be that it would have a very little chance of passing the Senate. But nevertheless, we are seeing volatility in the marijuana names once again on these reports of potential bill circulating its way through the House of Representatives. Mexico Central Bank confirming with their announcement of the raising of their overnight lending rate to 6.5% from 6%, as essentially announced by the president earlier today.
All right, I'm back here. Give me just a second. I got to make sure that I unmute this stuff over here so y'all can hear me out there. Okay, we're back. All right, it's 3:01 power hour time. In just a second here to... All right, let's look at this here. Let's look at a chart here real quick. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, yeah, baby. Ascending triangle. There it is. There it is. There it is, baby. Big boy, here we go. All right.
Mexico Central Bank updating their CPI outlook. Core CPI now seen to end the year up at 5.2% versus 4.3% prior. And they see CPI peaking at 7.2% in the first quarter. Updated forecast here from the Bank of Mexico after their interest rate hike.
All right, we're going to see if we can get this. Let's see if we can get some of this. Everybody wants to know. Everybody wants to know. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. That wasn't a good one, right? Dun, dun. Bear's like, fucking hey, you gotta be shitting me. They're like, what are you doing, Cap? Just let me short it. That's what they're doing. They're like, just let me short it, Cap. All I want to do, Cap, is short it. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. See that? I want you to look at the look at VIX. VIX is about to shit itself. VIX is about to shit its pants.
Seeing a report here that the Biden administration is drafting an order to invoke the Defense Production Act for green energy storage technology. This would be specifically for minimal production for EV batteries.
Well, someone was saying the UU is going up, right? Boom, boom. I'll be buying me some dippage down here for a run up to the top here in just a minute. How's I haven't even looked at XLE in a minute. Is it still just fucking dying? Or did it bounce? Is XLE still shit in the bed? Oh, a little bounce on XLE. It don't matter. Well, I don't know. I haven't looked to see if they're still in those. There's 16,000 puts on fucking XLE. You gotta love the sham that's oil and gas. And it hasn't even fallen that much yet. But dude, when it falls, oof. Like when XLE comes down, well, it goes up, it moves too. But like, woof. You're just looking for this nasty move down. That's almost a no-brainer, that trade, by the way. If anybody's looking for a trade, if you haven't taken it yet and you're just waiting to get in it on the right spot, I'm assuming that it's like TLT. You can hold it for 3 days and it's going to print. That trade against XLE is pretty fucking big. April 1st, 74p, $1 million. Just wait for a wait for an entry and just make sure they're still in them. Okay, so there's like 133,000 puts on 445. I'm gonna look on Friday real quick before I jump into something right here. On Friday, there's 38,000 puts on 445. Shit, there's 51,000 puts on 435 on Friday. Bears are getting fucking pissed now. They're just pissed. I don't know, man. If I was taking puts right now, I'd be taking them on like after the first or something. Yeah, they're loading up. They're loading the fucking boat right here. You know, the one thing is that people out there are saying that the lowest that the quarter can be is 453. If that's the case, and no one's talking about that, I'm scrolling through Twitter looking to see if is anybody even fucking discussing a red quarter? What the price is on a red quarter?
Mexico Central Bank saying they will continue to be data dependent on their future rate decisions.
Looking like we're blasting off here on the SPY right here. Still looking for this ping pong move to go up. I'll tell you what, it's going up though. That's all that fucking matters. Buyers are in control right now. In control. More calls coming in on Apple, Tilray with a ton of calls. Tesla with calls. Kron, bunch of pot smoking hippie calls coming in right now. Pot smoking hippies all over the place. Calls on GME. Wish I'd bought that dip now. There you go. Woof. SPY, baby. 325. 325, 444C, $1.1 million. Someone just dropped the fucking hammer. Someone just dropped the fucking hammer. SPY calls. March 25th, 444C, $1.1 million. We ain't going down on those calls. I don't think we are. You're about to see it's gonna get nasty around here. SPY, March 25th, 444C, $1.1 million. Holy shit. Hold on. I gotta look at something here. Dude, 450Cs, right? 137,000. $138,000 calls just came in on SPY March 25th, 450Cs. 138,000 calls. Just switched over a moment ago. 450C. Wild. calls coming in across the board in the market. Looks like bulls are trying to make a push for it here. Plus $1 million on 440C. Wild. They just said, fuck that, it's staying up here. This does make me think that they're going to try to pin it into the bell with those calls. That was a pretty big call buying at that moment. I don't know if you guys are watching it on, if you guys are looking on calls on SC, but I want you to look here on Discord at 3:08 p.m. SPY, March 25th, 444C, $1.1 million. A pretty substantial bid to come into the market at that moment there. We'll see how that works out if we blast off into the bell here. An hour left. Here is the triangle right now. We'll see if this holds up here, if we start to break above here and start moving north and start attacking those sellers. It's a pretty bold move. $1 million call up here for tomorrow. $1 million in one date calls. Pretty wild. They bought 444C for. They bought 2,102 calls at a $5.06 for $1 million. I'm assuming that they hold some other position that they're going to guarantee prints into Wednesday. Unreal. Yeah, there's a ripper going on right now. We've got calls on Apple, SE, Baba, Crone, Tech, ACB, SPY, GME, Tilray, pot stocks going wild, Uber calls, Roblox, Tesla, INTC, IWM, Neo. I don't know exactly what's going on here. You can see the buyers trying to push higher here and break into this resistance above at 449.50. We'll see if it takes a straight shot up there or not. Just buyers stepping in relentless right now. Here indicator very, very green right here. This would be the third attempt here to break through above on the SPY. Third attempt on the day right now. 1, 2, and 3. It's got a slight decline here, so you buyers are here trying to get it up, push it up and over. If they can't, there should be a pretty fierce rejection coming up. But if they can, it's going to blast off. They're going to run right up into those sellers and see if they can take over here. This will be attempt number 2 in 2 days, right? Or 3 days, I guess. This will be day number 3. See if the buyers are in charge or not. Puts on XLF for June 30th, 36p, $496,000. We don't list any options to close. All to open. All to open. 140,000 calls on 450C. Show you right over here. One, you got 1, 2, I guess 2 and 3. See if it can push higher. Sellers are just waiting above right now. Sellers are just sitting here, just ready to roll and cascade over. They're just coming right in here, just waiting to push down on these buyers. If because of the bid in the market is so big that if they push through, you're going to expect if they push through these sellers because the bid is so drastic in the market, you're going to see a squeeze here into the bell. This has to do, I think, with, well, not I think, but we've talked about it having to do with the collar on the market. SPY now breaking above the resistance. Now trading at 448.88, 90.91, 448.99. Just plowing ahead. 449 flat. We've got VIX now touching 22 flat. Do or die for the VIX. A break below 22 would be not good for the bears here. We also talked earlier that if it gets pinned up and high into the after hours, if cash market can't put us above 451, futures will attempt to. What will happen is futures will push us up and over 450 in the overnight and place it there for the market to send it higher. So what they'll do is they'll push it up and over. We'll come back tomorrow. And if the market doesn't want to go higher there, we'll make a huge reversal. But they will place it there. If cash market can't get it done, you get it done in futures. This goes for bulls and bears. Matter of fact, you guys can see it. I think on January 23rd you saw it. I think you saw it again in February. You see that last push down, right? And they usually do it in futures. If you can't get it down, if you can't get the sellers in cash market, right, you'll get them in futures. And the same thing holds true on the long side of that trade. You'll see it take place in futures. Matter of fact, we can take a quick look if you want to. I can even just show it to you. It's easy to look back on any of the capitulation moves downs that are down that we've had. Same thing goes for capitulation moves up. If you can't get it where you want it to be, they're gonna do it in futures in Globex. So I wouldn't put it past it happen. If it doesn't happen right now, between now and the bell, you're either gonna see the creepy crawler all the way up, or you're gonna see a push higher in futures tonight. Almost guaranteed. Now 142,000 calls on SPY 450C, expiring 325. Workday just keeps plowing along and higher. IWM with a squeeze higher. Boom, IWM. We talked about this one just a few minutes ago. I want to say 10, 20 minutes ago, talking about this consolidation. Just ripped higher to 205. USO continues to shit the bed. USO, XLE, XLE and USO rolled over and then came back up, but look like they're going to continue to roll over. USO is not looking healthy. Look at USO here. This is not looking healthy here. And also XLE had a pull, a drive higher here. But at the same time, if you just track those puts, if they're still in them, this is going to be a good place to grab another or jump into those puts against energy. SPY just ripping now, 449.29, just cranking away, 449.31. We know where the sellers are on this chart, right? We're talking about this as a price target all day long, right? All day long, been talking about coming up here and hitting 449.49, right? So we're heading there right now. We're now at 449.36. We will see if we have more bolstering into the market. We've got the VIX here is getting killed right now. Down below to 2186 on the VIX. Just crashed through 22. Now trading at 449.36 on the SPY. Billy Mack and Bobby Sue. Go on, take the money and run. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Go on, take the money and run. Ooh, yeah. Go on, take the money. If you're in spreads right now, we talked about 435s to 450s at the bell. You're at your 450. Close enough, right? Talked about that yesterday at the bell. There you go. Look at that straight line straight up here on the SPY. So anyways, it came in blasting. Apple high of the day. Yeah, we looked at IWM earlier. More calls coming in on Tilray, AMD, Crone, Apple, DAL, Crone, baby, INTC, NVIDIA.
New lows against the Mexican peso at 2010 following the confirmatory announcement from the Mexico Central Bank about 20 minutes ago.
Now, the cool part about this is now someone's jumping back in on XLE puts. April 1st, 74. So April Fool's Day, April 1st. 74p, another $300,000. And if all that money is going to exit XLE, where the fuck is it going? It's probably going into equities. Blasting off. How are them big bears on Twitter doing out there right now? Are they getting their shit pushed in? I know they are. How them bears failing right now? Go out there and find your biggest badass biggest, baddest bear that you know, the current sweetheart of the bear community. Go find them and ask them how they're doing right now. How you like them apples? 449.36, 449.41. Excuse me, 449.41 right now. On the SPY, baby. It's crushing it. 449.42. Give me another penny. Give me another penny. Give me another penny. Matter of fact, give me the whole thing. Give me 449.52. Give it to me.
Enable saying developments in real wages have been a bit surprising.
Oh, developments in real wages. Everybody's making more money. We're giving everybody free checks again. Californians getting free money for gas. Price of gas is going down. 449.42. VIX just shit the bed. Diarrhea. TQQQ calls $35,000 on March 25. 57C. Fucking A, man. Should have bought that shit at the open this morning. 449.58 right now. Blasting. Coming through resistance right now. 449.59. Boom. What did I say into the day earlier today? What did I tell you down here? What did I say when we were down here? When I said I'm taking a break at 2 o'clock, where did I say we were going? Where did I say we were going into the day? Where did I tell you we were going? Tell Captain Jimmy what I told you. Tell me in the chat where I told you we were going into the day. Tell Papa. Tell me where I said we were going. Tell me where I say we were going. What did I tell you guys earlier? Admit it. Where did I tell you we were going into the day, you dirty bastards? Where did I tell you at 2 o'clock? 4:51, baby. Pimp it, daddy. Pimp it. 449.69. Let's see if we can break on through the other side on this. That is one quick thing, right? What are we looking at up here? I mean, it ain't pretty, I'll be honest with you. Right here we should get some rejection. You might if you're here already in calls, take some money off the table. More resistance above. Just smashing and bashing right now. Look at that. Just crushing through. Squeezing shorts. 449.74. 449.74. Just wrecking shorts. Take some money. Take some money. I got more rhymes than I'm robbing and stealing, right? 449.79. Resistance 1, remember, is 4500. Resistance 2 is 45100. Smashing, baby. Asking me if those were fucking sells to close. What are you all talking about out there, sells to close? Start tuning in every day. Start making money with Cap and his gang. 449.82. Hello, ladies. Tap it. Take some money. Take some money. NVIDIA calls right now. Apple calls right now. Palantir calls right now. Some baller bot TQQQ. NVIDIA just crushing it. Crushing it. NVIDIA, April 14th, 300C. A believer. It's got $400,000 in the line. $440,000. Facebook to the moon. March 25th, 220C, $80,000. Mara calls. Here's that little bump right here, 44982. We're tapping that 449. Remember this little line we had here from earlier, 449 or 54. This is where the original resistance was on the day. Right, so we'll see if this holds for a leg up. We still have time on the clock. It's only 3:30, boys and girls. Only 3:30 now. So this is our first resistance point on the day. The major resistance today was at 449.50. Now we rode up to 449.82, bounced back down. We'll see if this holds right here. If we can turn this into some form of support here. I know that R1 was put out at 450 by Spot Gamma this morning, but it looks like this 449 was that major resistance. So we'll see if this holds. If it does hold, then we're going to look for higher prices into the bell here. Can't even keep it on the chart right now. Smashing and grabbing. Smashing and grabbing right here. Oh, yeah, there is, Marcus. Oh, yeah, baby. Give me that drip. Give me that drip. How's your boy Wifey doing out there? Is he okay? Is he still alive? Did he give all his gains back to the Bulls? Calls on SOXL March 25th. 42.5C, $53,000 high algo score. It's okay, Paul. Go back to the broadcast this morning and watch my video on the best indicator for you if you can't day trade. Go back this morning. If you're just tuning in right now, get past all the bullshit of me talking out of my ass about the market brief and all that kind of shit, my daily brief, and get right into the meat of the conversation this morning, where I go into TradingView and show you how to look at an indicator that proves itself every single time. It doesn't matter if this market goes down, sideways, or up. Every single time it works. And I know that there are people out there that will tell you that's bullshit, it doesn't work. It works every single time. It's worked the last 2 years. It's worked up from January 1 to right now. And then I actually even go through some parts of that indicator, some other indicators that can give you better insight if we're going up or down within that indicator. So at some point today after the bell, go back when this video is turned off and just start at the beginning, cut through all the bullshit that, all these guys do these daily briefs like I do, right? Tell you what's going to happen tomorrow, what they expect today. It's not bullshit, but, they do that. Get through that shit, go to the indicator that I talk about, and watch from there, okay? It's called the market breadth indicator. It's free to sign up for it. It could cost nothing. You pay nothing extra for nothing extra, okay? You guys take some money off the table, I hope. Looking right here, it's rolling over slightly, reaching back down here to 44923. We'll see what this thing does into the close here. If we're going to get another leg up here or not. Nice high, though, 44982. Smashing and bashing. Let's look at NVIDIA real quick again. Just wrecking ball on NVIDIA as well. Come back to NVIDIA once it loads up. Workday cranking into the close as well. Workday at a high of 241.34. IWM blasted off to 205.63. X made it continue to make a run to 38.60. NVIDIA is starting to roll over slightly, but lots more calls coming in NVIDIA. Unsure if NVIDIA is almost like a cult like Tesla. Apple's starting to roll over. Hit a high of 173.42 on Apple. Ring rolled over, didn't keep going up. Zim rolled over a little bit. Uber's still kind of doing its thing, just hanging out. Look at UNG from this morning. We called this one this morning. Look at UNG. The low, it on the announcement this morning, it dropped down to 1785. Just kept cranking to 1921. UNL we called, but we didn't track it. It wound up plowing up to 1738 as well. It's a very low liquidity stock, so I didn't want to talk too much about it. Snow ricocheted off 210 this morning and just plowed higher. Talked about being bullish still on Snow, and of course it performed today as well. So Snow did very well today. I know some of you were in Snow earlier. Take a look at Para here too. Para has been consolidating down here the last couple days, down at 37. I don't know though. I still like buying it on these lows, and I'd be more interested in buying Para down here at like 35. I've got alerts set for it anyways. You can see that I've got alerts set for 35, 45. Hopefully I can get that buy down here. It just keeps grinding higher. GME with a squeeze. Zoom looks like it might squeeze at some point. ZM, look at Zoom. Looks like it wants to rip.
Bank of Canada saying it will hold 15 nominal bond auctions in the coming quarter.
Talked about FDX yesterday. We looked at this one, right? Talked about does it come lower and does it trade higher here? Remember we talked about if we hit this yesterday? We charted this one out yesterday, right? You guys remember this? Look for a buy down below here. That's FDX. Facebook just keeps killing it. Killing it. Yeah, it does look like the buyers are gone. Be aware. Someone just mentioned the buyers look like they're gone, right? So just be aware right here. Look on the right-hand side. You see these sellers stepping in on the SPY. Look at the buyers disappearing down below here. Also take note of the... I'm sorry, I'm looking at other tickers here. Also take note of the turn down on the hero indicator here. Notice the sellers on the right-hand side. Let's take a look here and see if there's where they are. Are they down below? Let's look at 10 a.m. here. If they're still here or not. Looks like they're slightly lower. Looks like they're resting down here at 448.50 or so. 448.50. That's right down here. 448.50, right? So the buyers are right down here on this line right here. This is where the buyers are. I want you to see where the buyers are, okay? They're right here. See them right over here on the right? Let's see if they're still down there. I don't see them down here. Oh, look at that right there. You see those sellers above? See them up here waiting? 451. They're just waiting up here. Look at them. Just hiding. Just hiding up here at 451. They just introduced themselves like what? At 1500, right? At 3 p.m. they just snuck right in here. You see them up there? Just sneaking up there. Just hiding up high. Sellers just jumped in at 451. VIX dumping down to 2164. Fed Prom said, how do you manage your taxes? Oh, I don't do any taxes. I send them off to my tax guy. It's a stack, dude. Literally, my taxes are a stack of papers like this high when I'm done. Unbelievable. Don't get too greedy here. 448.50 is the point of control right now. Keep this one up high here. Keep our options open. See if we can catch a bounce here. Let's open this up a little bit. We're going to be looking for a buy down here at 448.50. See if they step in and we catch a reaction here. Currently trading at 448.87. If you're a day trader, look for a buy at 448.50. Almost there. Oh no, I think I might have the price wrong. I said 448.50, but I think it's 448. Hold on, I'll bring it back over here. Right down in here. See that little touchdown there, touch the PP. Seems like the buyers are slightly lower. Or did I have that wrong? Maybe it is up here. Over the PP touchdown here. I want to touch that PP. If I can get it down to 445.50, or excuse me, 448.50, right here is where I want to buy it for one more run up to the end. We'll see if we can catch one more run up. See if we can grab that one little dip buy down there. I'm looking for this right down here. That's not showing any support down here. I'm not seeing it down here. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not seeing it down here. Maybe I'm missing something here. 448's got something on it. It's kind of the last call for the Bulls here. See if the Bulls can do it. Put it on the 5 minute. Yeah, this looks like the place. This looks like the place. This looks like the spot. Show it to you guys here. This little tag, don't want to see a rejection here. That's the 1 minute. 5 minutes right off the triangle here. A little bit of a tweezer movement here on the 15. Looking to see if we get rejection right here or not. More calls on Tilray. Zen. Tilray with just loads of calls on it. So Biden administration drafting an order for Defense Production Act. That's a big one. I was looking at defense stocks earlier, but I stopped looking at them. That just dropped. Keep your eyes on defense stocks. They kind of sold off today too. I have to look at that when the market closed today. Another trade was a long time. Oh yeah, we're getting a bid right now on that news dropping. We sold off from 450 on Lockheed Martin down to 448.66, but it just recaught a bid. I wonder if that news is just hitting the wire now. Just LMT catching a bid off the low of 448.65, catching a bid right now on that news. So Defense Production Act. Defense Production Act, support DPA authority, FEMA, Homeland Security programs, blah, blah, blah. Maybe that's why X is blowing up. Building bomb shelters and shit. I guess that hit 2 hours ago, huh? That isn't even new news. I don't know why they're posting that on Twitter right now. So I missed all that shit. Resilient domestic industrial base to meet the requirements of clean energy economy is essential to our national security. Oh God, I'm gonna have to digest that shit today. Maybe stay away from defense stocks. I got the wrong stocks I'm looking for. He's talking about building shit. He's talking about I don't know if that's all real though. Scratch all that I said there. More calls coming in on Apple, AMD, Palantir, Tilray. Putin stirs U.S. concern that he feels cornered, may lash out. Gotta be kidding me. Spy blasting through again. Blasting through resistance, just murdering sellers right now. Now trading at 449.70, making that last run up into the end of the day here. Am I going to get my 451 is my question. Am I getting my 451? That's all I want to know. Just crushing it. Now trading at 449.80 on the SPY right now. Boom, boom. I guess I missed that whole, so I was away having lunch or some shit at 2 o'clock. I missed that whole Executive Order Defense Production Act. It involves GM, Ford, Google, Plug, AV, GM, Tesla plugged. What else? I don't know. Nikola, believe it or not. Laser and HYZN. I missed it. That's a big trade. I missed it.
We're inside 10 minutes to the go for the cash close, and we are seeing stocks push to new session highs.
Boom,
449.95.
449.95.
Dow up 340.
449.95, baby. Give me 450. $450C is now trading at $1.72. Called those out an hour ago. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Give it to me. 450 is R2 or R1. R2 is 451. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Oh yeah, baby. Take the money and run. Take the money and run. Now trading at 450.09. The collar does not expire until end of month. There's two school of thoughts right now too. So you get the collar, right, that'll pin to 451 minimum. Then also there's the other school of thought that so we'll pin to end of month no less than 451. And then, but there's two other schools of thought. 435 would be the third bad month in a row, the third red month. And then I think for the quarter it's like 453 or something. For the entire quarter. So both of those numbers are should be targets, like, or not both, but we shouldn't be lower than 435. We shouldn't be lower than 451 or 453 unless it takes until the 31st or the 1st to get there. Sometimes they'll have to put the bad quarter in, but then be like, oh yeah, but we raised it up on April 1, though. Don't worry about it. But the thought process in this is that they don't want the bad quarter, because the bad quarter, we know about the bad quarter, what the bad quarter does. Rollover on R1, we hit 45.010. So the thought process is after or by the 31st or even the 1st that we should trade higher than 453. At a minimum, you would think that it wouldn't trade lower than 450 or 435, and then the next thing would be you have worse things on your table, right? If we trade below those numbers, we trade below 435 by the 31st or 1st, then you have bigger fish to fry. You're going to get super bearish at that point. We go back to the regime of selling every rip, literally every single rip. You transition. We transitioned in early January to sell every rip, no matter what rip it was. We sold it. You retransition back into that same regime, and your price target at that point is somewhere down around 360. So you don't have to actually catch. You don't have to catch from here to 435. Just know that if it's below there, or even below 453 on the 31st of the 1st, that it opens the door to giant losses in the next quarter. The range would then become, down to 390, 370, 380, 360 down there. So you don't have to catch the whole entire move. If you're a bear, if you think the world's burning, you want to see the door open for that. You don't need to be short from fucking 450 down to 435. That's chump change. That's chump change. So you're just waiting for that to happen if you're a bear. Otherwise, they're going to try to save the day. They're going to try to put window dressing on. For them to put window dressing on heading into the end of the month, it's 453 or higher. Matter of fact, they probably need to go to 460 just so it doesn't go any lower than 453 for end of month. Now, if we break 453, 435 is the bad one. 435 is the one that's like, that's the one where you're seeing super lows. And for the next quarter, you're going to see death and destruction. So even if we go that low in the future, you're still looking at institutions that are going to try to save the quarter. That's what they're going to try to do. They're going to try to, or that's what it looks like they're doing, right? Or at this point, today, that's what it looks like they're doing. Trying to save the quarter. In my view, that's what they're doing. You can see it right here, right? Now, so we talked about this earlier. So the key here is going to be what? The bears are loaded to the tits and puts here. Well, actually, they sold them all for a huge loss. They were loaded the fuck up on puts. Then they switched and bought calls finally. Now 450s are up to $1.76 and holding. And the point would be that they have to make their money back. So they've
just a few minutes to go to the close. We are hearing the market on close now north of $2 billion to the buy side as stocks have pushed out to new session highs here in the last 10 minutes.
So the key is, what are they going to do in the overnight? If it was me, and my guess is they're going to attempt to push it above, 450 and try to put us into a trading range of 450 to 460 here. That doesn't mean we don't trade back below 450, but this is our second attempt at trading into a new range, right? Here we go right here, 450.57. We're now making our second attempt here, one tap and two taps. So the key is that my assumption is that they're going to place it up here and see if cash market can pick up the torch here. If cash market can't pick up the torch, you'll see a sell-off. You only had two chances. Sometimes you get three, but mostly you get two. So I'm going to expect this second chance to get us up and over the hump. It's very common to see the up and downside, to see a push in futures market in Globex. If the cash market can't get it done, this works both ways for bulls and bears. So I'm going to expect to see that into tomorrow, and we'll take it from there. If you've made money today, close your longs out, take your money and run. If you're learning anything, if you're getting new tools from me, if you stopped losing all your money, please give a like and subscribe. There's a donate button down in the description box. This is a free sub. We have a free Discord. We post on, I've got a Twitter handle called @CaptainZalpha.
30 seconds to the closing bell in New York.
And please like and subscribe. Please leave a donation to help support the channel. All of this information costs me a lot of money. It's pretty close to what a Bloomberg subscription costs per year to get this information out to you guys and to be here all day along with you. Do the due diligence that it takes to keep this live stream going for you. And so please consider, if you're a poor trader or new trader, just liking, subscribing, telling your friends about this. If you found some value in that indicator this morning that we talked about, please, that's the bell. Please consider donating to keep this channel up and running. Liked being with you guys today. Outstanding day. Traded all up to 450.44 into the bell. You've got 15 minutes to keep trading. So you'll see if we take this up and higher overnight. You know that you're going to have Globex people out there telling you they're going to want to sell this down in the overnight. But the truth is, typically, we're up here a second time. We're going to take a shot at it and see if we can trade higher from 450s to 460s. They don't want this closing lower than about 453, I've heard, right? I think someone told me 453 earlier today. So keep that in mind as we head into the end of the month. I'll be back with you guys again tomorrow morning, bright and early. We're going to review tomorrow the other indicators that are outside of the equities market, where some of this money is going that is not in the market at this point. Okay, we've talked about the money that's not in the market and why it can trade higher at this point. It did trade higher today, and we're waiting to see if that money still comes in so we can make this market go higher. Now, if it doesn't and the money's going elsewhere, we're going to seek that money out tomorrow morning. So stick with me. I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Crushing it, baby, every single day. Crushing it. Hope you guys all made money today. I'll catch up with you tomorrow. Holy shit. Spent spinach. Brah. Love you, Spent Spinach. Spent Spinach just making sure the channel stays alive. Spent Spinach, bro. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I will see you guys tomorrow. Check back in. I'll try get this stuff set up every day. It shit takes me. I wake up at 3-4 o'clock in the morning, and you guys might think I'm late in the morning, but I'm telling you, it takes me like get up, take a shower. I gotta get laid. I gotta eat. I gotta pet the dogs. Then I gotta wake my kids up. Then I gotta put my clothes on. I guess I put my clothes on earlier than that. Then I gotta do all this due diligence for you guys. So I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Now trading up after the bell at 450.54. You guys get me too. Every single day I give you an idea of what's happened at the end of the day, right? What am I, like 10 for 10 or something on end of the day trades? So I'll see you guys all tomorrow bright and early. Let all your friends know about that video this morning. I will check you out tomorrow. If you don't have a link to that Discord, do me a favor. If you're listening right now, right, follow me on @CaptainsAlpha, and I will post a link to Discord in the next 15 minutes so you can get in there. Great group of traders. Everyone in there is trying to help each other out. We don't keep assholes. If you're an asshole, if you're snarky, I mean, you can make jokes and shit, but if you're a fucking asshole, don't bother requesting, because we're all here trying to make money, trying to take it from fat old white guys with greasy hands. We're not trying to take it from each other. We're trying to make each other money in each other's pockets out here, helping each other out day in, day out. One of the free subs left out there in the social media world. Check all you guys out on Twitter @CaptainsAlpha.